One day, a fierce beast asked a brave warrior what his main weapon was in a fight with predators. Any wild animal has sharp claws that can easily tear apart its prey and bring a quick victory. Armed with such claws and strong fangs, these predators attack in packs and leave no chance for those who are opposite them. However, there is always something to answer such a challenge for creatures accustomed to winning in a completely different way. They use weapons against which even sharp claws and fangs are powerless, remaining inaccessible to any of the forest predators. When faced with such a creature, even a pack of wolves will not be able to use their usual techniques in battle. The creature tore a pack of hungry wolves to pieces in a matter of seconds, and not a single individual escaped alive. Only through blood and sweat could such victories be achieved, and the power that granted its owner almost absolute invulnerability be developed. The flesh and bones of the animals the monster encountered soon became material that gave it even greater strength. You could attack as much as you wanted and surround him from different sides, but every move was known to the monster in advance. His instincts worked much better than those of any wolf, and only someone who was his equal could cope with him. It instantly killed enemies and then absorbed their bodies along with the energy that belonged to the slain beast. This energy could only be used as a weapon after the mutant had consumed the killed victim. Beasts with divine energy were usually called mythical creatures, and there were dozens of them on Earth. Some of them were given human forms by the gods, and they became their earthly incarnations, existing for the benefit of people. There were also evil incarnations of these creatures, and it would be better for none of the local inhabitants to meet one of them in the forest. People called such creatures the gods of all demons for their incredible strength and cruelty in every fight. At the same time, at the other end of the forest, one of the travelers was running away, still trying to save his life. He had almost no strength left, but if he stopped, he would lose his only chance to survive. With tears in his eyes, he realized that he was still being followed and that every second of his life could be his last. He was not mistaken, because a loaded crossbow with a sharp arrow was already pointed in his direction. The next moment, a shot rang out and the arrow hit the target right on target, piercing his back. The shot turned out even better than the shooter's friend expected, although for the guy himself it was too easy. Having killed every hunter here, it was necessary to take all the valuable items and return to your base before sunset. Today, this forest was especially ominous, as if some monster had been watching them from afar all this time. The main surprise was still ahead, because the elder of the group noticed something unusual in front of him. Animal corpses were scattered everywhere, as if a rare monster had been able to overcome the entire pack without leaving a single individual alive. Coming closer, the man realized that this was more like a mass extermination, and it was unlikely that it was a question of dividing the territory between the wolves. There was one more oddity that needed to be found out first, before it was too late. Nearby, they saw the corpse of a mythical creature, next to which lay a strange stranger who had briefly lost consciousness. It seemed like this monster was the leader of the pack, but what was that guy doing here, being so close? Some thought that he was the one who could kill the mythical creature, although it was clear that a man would not have been able to cope with a real leader. It was necessary to find out what objects this guy had with him, because no one would think of solving the mystery of some tramp's death. Besides him, there was another creature in that place that was capable of standing up for its master. The little lizard grabbed the hunter's leg so tightly that it quickly distracted his attention. For such a case, his friend had a sharp knife in stock, and the problem with the damn lizard could be easily solved. Yes, it could all end with one blow, if only he could get there in time and use the knife. But today was clearly not his day, and he would have been better off saving his sharp knife for cutting food. The stranger, who had been unconscious just a second ago, instantly came to his senses and swung his axe widely in response. His next blow landed right on the nose of the daredevil who dared to come too close to him. In vain, he underestimated the one who was able to single-handedly deal with the bloodthirsty monster and enter into battle with the master of the forest thicket. This guy named Viscount didn't allow anyone to touch his victim and could kill any of them. It was clear from his appearance that the stranger was not joking and was ready to defend this place until his last breath. It is strange that he was even ready to die. If only the body of the giant monster could be his trophy. But the bastard killed the chief assistant of the leader of the hunters before their eyes, and now he himself deserved to die. Turning around, the Viscount realized that their man was still alive, and if they hurried, they could manage to get him to the infirmary. Instead, the leader ordered his men to point their blades towards the Viscount. If these guys had loved ones waiting for them at home, it would have been better to put down their weapons and retreat before the irreversible happened. You have to believe that if he doesn't like even one action of these idiots, the guy will have enough rage for the whole group at once. Such threats could not work against hunters who had already been in trouble more than once, and always emerged victorious. However, today they came across a man who looked like the same hunter, but inside him lurked a monstrous power. With her help, he moved so fast, as if everything around him slowed down, and space itself obeyed this guy. The Viscount warned them of what would happen in a second, although they had just recently had the opportunity to retreat. After his instant attack, the bodies of these guys were torn to pieces and the Viscount's sharp axe did its job. The guy wielded his axe like a monster and had such inhuman strength that there was nothing to counter it. It was a mistake for them to start a close fight. It would have been better to attack with crossbows from a long distance. This is what 3 shooters with weapons in their hands, who were located not far from the Viscount, did. Hearing the commander's command to fire, all 3 boys fired arrows at the same target. It was clear that this guy cared about his pet's life even more than he did his own. Covering his pet with his hands, the boy took on the entire barrage of crossbow arrows, as if it was not the first time he had experienced excruciating pain. Looking at him, none of the hunters doubted that this madman was finished, although it was too early to rejoice. If they had known what exactly had given the Viscount his superhuman strength, they would have long ago listened to his advice and gone home. Inside him burned the fire of rage and the strength of hundreds of mythical monsters that he had killed. It was these monsters, which had once instilled fear in the settlers, that now served the guy better than any tame pet. The fools still did not understand who they were going to deal with, and still hoped to win this fight. There was nothing but rage in the Viscount's eyes, and the demonic god lurking within him was ready to unleash it at any moment. However, just before the attack, the guy suddenly realized that the divine power had left him, and now he would have to rely only on combat experience. The pain from the wounds now felt much more intense than if it had happened under the protection of his divine power. Having fallen to the ground, the guy understood that this fight would be more difficult than it could have been. It was impossible to deal with these guys using simple methods. They had a lot of experience and hundreds of victims to their credit. Soon the Viscount was taken to the nearest settlement as a prisoner. The head of the settlement found it hard to believe that this could have been done by an ordinary person who was in no way connected to the dark force. The mutant he was able to destroy was several times larger than him and would inspire fear in anyone who found themselves face to face with him. If that's the case, then the guy tied up in iron chains was the monster killer who had the power to do it. Unfortunately, his pet was also caught and locked in an iron cage next to its owner. The guy shouted loudly to them that the monster should be burned as soon as possible, otherwise they would not like the consequences. The assistant to the head of the settlement understood that there was meaning in these words, although the man asked him to be silent for a while. Coming closer to the guy, he asked why he did it, and what purpose he had in pursuing his night hunt. In response, he admitted that he was hungry, and that this was the only reason he dared to take such a desperate step. It was hard to believe this guy's words, and the assistant reminded the chief that there was no one in these places except scoundrels and charlatans. They saw with their own eyes how he suddenly turned into a huge monster, and probably hid his true appearance all this time. They say that there were creatures roaming the area, and one of them was a real demonic god. Right now there was an ordinary person in front of them, and it was difficult to suspect him of being a bloodthirsty monster. But if you look at the wounds he inflicted on the giant mutant, it becomes clear that these wounds could not have been inflicted by an ordinary person. This guy was definitely a demonic god, and only his human appearance hid his essence. In response, the Viscount only smiled, realizing that these two were now closer to the truth than ever before. Neither the head of the settlement nor his assistant were in the mood for laughter now. And if these words were true, the same fate awaited the guy. If the Viscount really was a demonic god, then it was unlikely that the chains would be able to contain him when the dark essence broke out. Looking at them, he warned them once again that it was better to follow his first advice and leave at least the slightest chance of survival. The monster that the stranger killed suddenly began to show the first signs of life. The settlers knew absolutely nothing about the creatures, one of which they dragged onto their territory. An eagle was already soaring in the sky, spreading its wings wide and looking down attentively at its future victims. A drop of blood unexpectedly fell on the shoulder of the head of the settlement, and for the man this was very bad news. Looking up, he realized that it was not a drop of blood, but a whole fountain of blood that was pouring down on him from above. Then he saw the giant break the thick ropes and instantly grab his assistant, swallowing him almost whole in his toothy mouth. The Viscount warned that this was no ordinary corpse, but a creature that could be compared to the limbs of a demonic god. The secretive monster was the mutant that neither the strong ropes nor the heavy gates at the entrance to the settlement could hold back. It was too late to sound the alarm because dozens of such creatures were already rushing towards them with only one goal. The mythical monster that gave them orders to attack was behind them, controlling every step of its dead subordinates. The creature had been dead for a long time. But could you really consider dead the one who was moving towards you right now? If they had taken the Viscount's words more seriously, this situation would not have happened, and the settlers would have survived the night peacefully. Now the monsters have filled the main gates of the settlement. and some have already climbed to the very top. Now the guards were in danger of death because no man could fight such a horde of hungry mutants. Only fire could stop these mutants. And it's good that the guards thought to use this last method. This method worked perfectly, and the first mutants that came nearby were engulfed in flames. The remaining monsters were in no hurry to continue the attack, and waited for the command of their leader. The blazing hell that unfolded before their eyes would have instilled fear in anyone, although the Viscount had seen something like this before. He was already ready to move from the settlement territory and take the fight to the mutants and their leader, who was still standing in the distance. It seems that hunger made him take such a step, and even a whole pack of rebellious predators could not stop him. Even their leader had never seen such a reaction, and was used to only catching up with his victims, and not becoming a victim of another monster. Today was the night when it was worth getting used to something new. Although after this battle the monster would hardly be capable of it. The creature that was breaking out was more terrible than any of them, and no forest animal would have entered into a fight with it. With blood and sweat he acquired for himself that inhuman strength which could not be countered by anything. Flesh and bones were easily ground into dust when such a giant took up the task. He was ready to devour anyone who stood in his way, and it was the leader of the mutants who became such a target today. The monster was several times larger than its opponent, and the bodies of its subordinates had long since burned behind it in the hellish flames. The corpses of the dead wolves were burning in the flames, and now the only threat to the inhabitants of the settlement was the fire at the main gate. The main target was still standing in front of the giant, and the leader of the monsters no longer seemed as scary as at the beginning. The new mutant was ready to turn his victim into the same as his fallen brothers, who would never again set foot on Earth. His opponent had no intention of giving up so easily and was ready for action. Letting out a terrifying wild roar, he also had something to answer his opponent with, even though he was much larger. This monster still had a trump card in reserve, which was the rest of the forest monsters that rushed to attack. Each of these mutants was ready to tear anyone apart, especially when it came to protecting the leader. They had nothing to lose because all these animals had long been dead and their corpses were controlled by that same leader. It was impossible to count on victory armed only with fangs, so they could easily go to the next world along with their relatives. The monster was ready to write them a one-way ticket and pacify the souls of these dead animals. He had dealt with similar creatures more than once, and another battle with forest mutants was not a problem for him. The resurrected dead boars were destroyed as easily as those slain wolves whose corpses were burned. If their leader had decided to attack and try his hand at combat, it would not have ended well for him. He had no choice, so the monster used another ability, ordering all his ghosts to break out. The creatures under his command could endow the monster with their power and ensure his victory in a moment of mortal danger. But could death threaten someone who was already the embodiment of death itself? Now both monsters rushed towards each other, and neither of them was ready to give in to this fight. At such a moment, it was better not to be near them, because not a single mutant would stop at anything for the sake of victory. Defeat could only end in one way, which meant that the old woman Death was already waiting for the loser. It was one of the bloodiest battles they had ever fought, and a second of hesitation could cost one of them their existence. It was difficult to understand who had the upper hand in this fight, and the outcome of this massacre could only be judged at the very end. At some point, it became clear that the giant also had weaknesses and missed a powerful attack. This was just a drop in the ocean of attacks that the monster could show in response to this vile attack. With the same monstrous force, he responded to his opponent with a powerful blow to the head, and blood sprayed in all directions. After such a blow, he was thrown so far that many in his place would not have been able to get up. The duel ended a little earlier than the Viscount wanted, and soon it was possible to finish off the victim who had fallen at his hand. Immediately after this, he again took on human form, since now there was no point in wasting strength on supporting the giant incarnation. His opponent was already a corpse, and now it was possible to take away his life force in order to somehow replenish his energy reserves. Looking at the dead mutant, he could not understand for a long time where the barely audible female voice was coming from. Suddenly he realized that there was another creature next to them, one that the Viscount had completely forgotten about in the heat of battle. Then, coming closer, he grabbed the girl by the neck. But was she really in the body of the killed monster all this time? From the very beginning, this girl was unconscious, and only now was she able to open her eyes, seeing what had happened. The clouds of dust that had risen from the fierce battle between the two mutants had still not settled around them. However, there was someone else. And it was not only the Viscount who was interested in continuing this fight and finishing it. The next second, another monster struck from the air, as if it had been waiting for its moment all this time. The mutated black raven that had been flying here since the beginning of the invasion was now ready to unleash its claws. Having descended to the ground, he began to slowly change his appearance, as if this giant bird also had two faces. Turning to the raven, The Viscount could not understand for some time what he had forgotten near the settlement. It became clear that he saw before him a real demon god who kept himself alive by feeding on corpses. This is true, because the monster really could change appearance and, like the Viscount, had a human appearance. A second later, he threw off his bird feathers, and a man appeared before them who did not look like a monster at all. It turned out that it was he who sent here the mutant who first attacked the settlers and caused all this commotion. The Raven had been watching the Viscount since he set foot on these lands, and the settlers had been trying to figure out who he was. It remains to be seen what this mutated bird wants from the Viscount, and why she was watching him so closely. The Raven's target was not the Viscount, but the girl, who was still unconscious. One could fall asleep listening to this childish babble, but the Viscount couldn't stand it when people spoke to him in riddles. He was not interested in listening to the beast's speeches, and he could have kept his words for someone else. After that, the guy suggested that he attack first, so that he could then tear him to pieces with a clear conscience. This monster was not averse to fighting and believed that his strength was enough to win. His ability allowed him to control the souls of the dead at any moment and subjugate their rotten bodies to his will. If he kills the Viscount himself, the monster will have a new powerful slave, with which he can control almost the entire continent. After this, he commanded his fallen ghosts to rise from the dead, imbuing them with dark power. It worked, and the dead animals began to rise from the ground one after another, no longer looking like useless rotting corpses. Among the slaves of this creature were also ordinary people, who also rebelled against one common enemy. The enemy was the Viscount, because before he could fight the giant bird, he had to deal with someone else. By ordering him to be torn to pieces, the monster hoped that the guy would be quickly destroyed and devoured by the army of his bloody corpses. Very quickly, the first mutated wolf sank its fangs into the Viscount's hand, and all the others followed suit. The people who had risen from the dead had sharp spears in their hands, which they quickly plunged into his chest. Soon the boy was surrounded on all sides, and his chest was pierced by 2 spears. Now it was much easier to deal with him, especially since the mutated bird's victim had no strength left. Yes, it was a disgusting fight, but this monster was not used to fighting fairly and won only at the expense of his puppets. He hoped to hear the dying cry that this brave man would make before he closed his eyes forever. Looking at the Viscount, it was clear that the guy was having a hard time enduring unbearable suffering, but it was not the first time he had fought such creatures. A moment later, instead of a grimace of pain, a smile appeared on his face, which is not usually the way one accepts news of defeat. The Raven was wrong about one thing, though, because this guy's strength would have been enough for 10 such battles with walking corpses. If this monster wanted to feel the guy's full strength on his feathered skin, then today he will easily succeed. He had not expected such a rebuff from his defeated opponent, but now it was too late to think about it. In his eyes he saw not an easy victim, but death itself, which intended to take him with it. It seemed that all the monsters he had killed were hidden inside this giant, which gave him inhuman strength for victories. It was unlikely that he would agree to listen to his own death cries, and it would be better to enjoy the animal roar of one bastard opposite. Well, if the Viscount had to take on his giant form again, he could easily do so. Instantly grabbing this damn bird in its mouth, the monster left it no chance to fight or escape. Now the feathered mutant was securely squeezed in the enemy's mouth, and he could no longer cope with such force. With his death, he would add to the collection of creatures that endowed the Viscount with ever new destructive power. He will fit perfectly into this company of mutants, whom the guy has long since killed, and a little more vitality will not hurt him. For the Raven himself, this minute was his last, and even his puppets, who had risen from the dead, were powerless to help. At that very moment, the girl opened her eyes, seeing that one of the most brutal battles was unfolding right in front of her. With difficulty, she raised herself up, and for a long time she could not understand whether she was having a nightmare, or whether all this was happening in reality. The cruelty with which this giant operated was incomparable to anything. As if he was not simply dealing with a mutant, but pursuing his own goal. It was difficult for her to understand what role she was supposed to play in this guy's story, but she was to find out much later. Right now, he was once again able to quickly deal with the enemy and return to his former human form. The Viscount was a monster from the start, and hid his true appearance only when he was near the settlers. It was hard to look away from the scene, but the worst part was, he walked slowly towards her. Not yet fully assuming human form, the Viscount slowly walked towards the girl, and it was unclear what he had in mind. Approaching her, he realized that it was she who had attracted this feathered giant here, as if he had intended to set up his new lair here. Now it was all over, and she was completely free from the control of the demonic god. Amelia was glad to hear these words, even though her head was splitting with pain from what she had experienced. When she first saw the demon god, he appeared to her as an angel descended from heaven. The Viscount himself now saw this image with shining wings before him, for only his gaze could reveal the true vestments of any creature. The girl was indeed not an ordinary creature that could become food for this enraged bird. She was the creature with shining wings that he had seen a second ago. Perhaps she became a victim of a demonic god, and he had been pursuing her for a long time on Earth and in heaven. If this was the case, then something could have brought these two together, and the girl could have been useful to him for his main purpose. Amelia looked up at the stranger and wanted to know who he really was. The boy was known as the surviving heir of the Black Dragon, and therefore enlisted the support of the most powerful beings. This dragon's successor devoured demonic gods, and with their help, quickly replenished his strength. He was determined to kill the embodiment of the wings, and until that happened, the Viscount would not be able to end his earthly journey. Soon everything calmed down, and the first rays of the morning sun began to break through the sky. Now no creature can awaken the souls of these dead animals, consigned to fire and laid to rest forever. It was the surviving heir of the Black Dragon who was able to destroy every such creature, knowing its vulnerable side. However, he still left Amelia alive, and now the girl has to learn her role. The Viscount was the one who devoured the demon gods, and was supposed to destroy the incarnation of the wings. No matter how much she tried to understand his plan, only dark thoughts came to her mind. She did not understand a word of his explanation about the mission he carried out on Earth. She had never heard of dragons or the embodiment of wings before, and this stranger with his pet carried a great mystery within him. Anyone in her place would have experienced the same horror as Amelia, who could not have even dreamed of such a thing in her worst nightmare. She suddenly felt dizzy. Her legs wouldn't obey her anymore, and she began to slowly lose consciousness. Then the girl collapsed to the ground, mentally exhausted from the abundance of new information. Looking at her, the Viscount had long noticed something special in this girl, although Amelia herself would not have agreed with the fate prepared for her. Her nightmare continued, and she ran without looking back from the mutant who had been pursuing her as if all her life. She couldn't understand what she had done wrong and why he had chosen her as his victim. The dried-up skull that replaced the head of this demonic god seemed to have prepared one inevitable fate for her. Looking back, she realized with horror that no matter how long she ran, the distance between her and the monster did not change. Each step of the giant was equal to 10 quick steps of the girl, who tried in vain to hide from him. At some point, her strength left her and, twisting her legs, she flew down with her whole body. Collapsing to the ground, Amelia suddenly realized that all this time there had been a bloody mess under her feet. The unfortunate woman was covered in blood from head to toe, which meant that she had been trying to run straight through a pool of blood for a long time. In the reflection, she saw the creature that had created this nightmarish pool from the blood of its victims. Around the girl, bloody corpses floated in the Red River, showing no signs of life. Looking at her hands, the girl realized that the same fate was in store for her. But what had she done to deserve such a death? If this demonic god really intended to do the same to her, then why did he allow her to live for so long? However, a second later she realized that instead of darkness, a bright white light appeared nearby, as if her salvation had come out of nowhere. A slight smile appeared from the shining emptiness, and she already knew who this smile belonged to. Opening her eyes, she immediately heard someone's female voice nearby, as if someone had been waiting for her to wake up for a long time. There was another creature next to her, which meant that Amelia had not been alone here all this time. Eva was glad that Amelia's nightmare was over, and now they could talk calmly. Yes, it was just a dream, and it was time to get down to work, for which the Viscount had taken his pet into service. Ruby's mission was to end the massacre of mutants and completely end their earthly life. The little pet poured fire all around, which could melt even the strongest metal. Fire was only intended for corpses and creatures whose souls were tormented by slavery to demonic gods. Ruby easily fulfilled his purpose, and soon all the corpses were already burning in hellish flames. The main corpse of the mutant, because of whom the Viscount was dragged to the settlement, went after the others. His brothers would no longer be able to submit to the will of the divine beings against whom the Viscount had fought all his life. Only by meeting death face to face could one understand how to defeat the invincible. The demon-possessed monster was dealt with, and Eve could finally celebrate their shared victory, although it was clear from the look of her formidable friend that he was not at all delighted with their union. The guy did a great job, but now it's time to give that little brat who almost ruined the whole thing a thrashing. Leaning towards her, he warned her that in her situation it would be better to simply remain silent and prepare to explain her actions. The false lead had set the guy up even more than a few weeks ago, and the girl herself turned out to be not who they thought she was. Besides, their deal was over, which meant Eva had to pay for all the services rendered. The guy was still angry with her, although she had no intention of deceiving him and incurring his wrath. Besides, she was eager to find out the name of the young stranger who had accidentally appeared next to them. Amelia quickly gave her name, but still did not understand what role she was supposed to play in this whole story. Ava couldn't believe that they had stumbled upon yet another victim of the same wings that had so recently ruined her friend's life. Hearing these words, the Viscount warned that one more word could cost the little devil her life. Besides, he was constantly rushing her, but she herself believed that this constant rush was useless. When she opened her wristwatch, the magical mechanism built into the device suddenly began to spin in her hand. However, this was not an ordinary watch, and the very next moment a black abyss opened up beneath them. It was Amelia who first flew down that rabbit hole, completely unprepared for it. No one warned the unfortunate girl that the movement in space would be so fast. The speed was truly incredible, because before she had time to think, everything had already happened. Instead of the usual setting, she saw a centuries-old tree growing in the very center of this fabulous place. As the saying goes, a smart rabbit digs 3 holes, so Eva took care in advance to make sure everything went smoothly. This little creature worked for the largest information network on the continent and was the best informant in her department. It was clear that she and the Viscount had been working together for many years, and Ava was delighted with their wonderful union. Right now, they were in the largest trading city in the south, next to a white lotus tree that was a true shrine to the locals. Surprisingly, they found themselves at the very top of the white lotus tree, which, of course, no one warned the girl about again. It was worth thanking these two for freeing her from the demon's control, but Amelia didn't want to listen to this nonsense. If they wanted to continue the conversation, they first had to answer all her questions and explain why they had brought her here. Instead, the guy suddenly turned around and ordered them to shut up immediately and follow him. Since she wanted to get answers to all her questions, she should have silently taken just a few steps forward. Soon they were making their way through the city streets, talking about the very incarnation that the Viscount was hunting. The guy explained that it was a disgusting beast that considered itself a god, but its days were already numbered. Avatars received their human form and powers from the gods, while winged incarnations could transfer their powers to other people. True, their powers were too imperfect, and it is unknown whether this should be considered a blessing or a curse. It's strange. Why did they divide power into absolute and imperfect, and what was hidden behind the appearance of these two strangers? There was no need to rush into this, because first, I just needed to get to my destination and figure everything out myself. Passing by the terrible places, Amelia had to see with her own eyes the unfortunate slaves who were sold here as ordinary goods. It was a famous slave market, where a person's fate was easily determined by a bag of money. In recent years, there have been many more visitors here, as travelers and vagabonds were easy prey for slave hunters. Even beasts with divine spirits inside them were goods that could be bought with local currency. They were sold on a par with people, and were considered an expensive purchase for wealthy landowners. It was difficult to understand how this place was connected with the incarnations of wings, which Amelia still knew nothing about. Unfortunately for her, her plunge into this story happened too suddenly after a strong kick to the side. Having fallen down the steep stairs, she saw in the distance only those 2 traders who were only pretending to be friends. They mercilessly pushed her down into a dungeon that was no different from a slave prison. Looking around, she suddenly realized that she was not alone here, and that other unfortunate people had also fallen for their bait. There were so many people around that there would have been enough for a real riot if the hands of these unfortunate people had not been tied. Besides, everyone was thoroughly beaten up before being placed here, and the Viscount probably had a hand in that. The prisoners had already become accustomed to seeing new slaves being brought into their dungeon, one of whom was now Amelia. These people were no different from the victims Amelia had seen above just a minute ago. They were destined to become victims for the embodiment of wings, as the Viscount had told her all the way. Sacrifices were made at the top of the sacred tree, and it only looked so beautiful from the outside. In reality, its essence was terrible, because hundreds of victims were strung on the branches of this tree. Now the Viscount wanted to use Amelia as bait to catch the embodiment of wings. Everything else was in Eva's hands, and only she was busy with other concerns. At the last moment, the girl tried to stop them, hoping that they remembered their recent friendly conversation. Ava's face never left the smile, even though they were committing a monstrous act. They caught all these people and locked them in prison. So how was the Viscount different from the slave traders? But if she's going to lecture him, let him save his advice for someone else. The girl was beside herself with rage and demanded that he behave normally and not act like an idiot. By using ordinary people for his own purposes, he became one with the sellers of this vile market. Wouldn't his conscience torment him when these unfortunate victims began to come to him in his dreams one after another? The guy turned around abruptly and said only a few words of farewell, not wanting to listen to such nonsense. The Viscount believed that it was impossible to take revenge on the embodiment of wings without getting his hands dirty. To fulfill the mission, he was ready to make any sacrifice, but Amelia could not come to terms with this. Suddenly, she realized that the little girl had returned and said that she understood Amelia's feelings perfectly. The poor children who ended up here were innocent from the very beginning. It's scary to imagine what kind of atrocities the incarnations of wings will do to them if the children become bait. Yes, this would have brought tears to anyone's eyes, but for some reason Eva thought it was funny. All this time, Amelia was under the control of the demonic god, and she herself carried out a bloody massacre with dozens of ruined lives. Even if she didn't want to do something like this, it doesn't mean that the heavenly court will forget about the people who died because of her fault. Eva spoke as if brutal murders were a routine occurrence for her, something she saw every day. She believed that Amelia should not be angry with her and the Viscount, because soon the girl herself would find out everything in more detail. Their common enemy was at large, and the evil embodiment of the wings deserved vengeance. Meanwhile, in the city center, in the arena of the Colosseum, a new performance was already being prepared. Oddly enough, the Viscount somehow made his way here, and found himself in a narrow corridor with the rest of the gladiators. He had planned to be here from the beginning, and the others didn't need to know about his plans. Only his little girlfriend didn't calm down, thinking that the guy had just said another stupid thing. These victims were not connected to the Viscount, so his plan will not lead to its goal. Eva chimed in again with her suggestions and, to his surprise, decided to change the original plan a little. She asked Amelia to help them, and now the guy will have to see their captive again. This time the meeting will take place not in the dungeon, but in the Temple of the White Lotus, where the girl will be brought by the guardians of the wings. She simply had no choice, so she agreed to Eva's terms. The sacrifice was the beginning of their struggle with the embodiment of the wings, and now all preparations for the murder were complete. They even managed to find an assistant in the temple, without whom it would not have been possible to pass through the magical barrier. If you get a branch of the White Lotus tree for winning the arena, you will soon be able to meet the incarnation face to face. The process turned out to be quite tedious, although Eva only enjoyed this work. However, it would be easier to attract the enemy's attention by organizing the same kind of massacre here as yesterday. There was only one line that could not be crossed, and because of it, only death awaited the Viscount. This guy might try to draw a line between humans and beasts, and then it will be impossible to control his power. Although there were many ways, Eva understood that with the Viscount, everything would be much more difficult. If she had any suggestions, it would have been worth mentioning them before he entered the arena. Otherwise, it would have been better to just not bother the guy, especially since he had a good workout ahead of him. The girl herself should have sat quietly and watched how a real professional worked. The guy intended to show his way of hunting animals and hoped that the audience would like the performance. It was certainly a great speech before going out, although it would have been better not to draw too much attention to myself. No one knows what might happen in the arena, where even his faithful pet will be powerless. It is clear that the Viscount had no intention of changing his plan, and wanted to carry out every word he said. Moreover, the shield wall was already ready, and the commander ordered his men to put out their spears. On his orders, they used tactics that soldiers had used many times in protracted massive battles. True, now their target was only one creature, which was already wounded by their spears. If they hadn't been wearing armor and holding long spears in their hands, this creature would have torn each guy to pieces. It was worth keeping in line and forgetting about fear, which always only gets in the way. One gladiator suddenly rushed forward, realizing that the fight with these idiots would drag on too long. The guy pushed one of them aside and intended to deal with this creature himself. He only had 2 axes in his hands. Was he really going to enter the duel alone? Even though the beast was badly wounded, it would still have been able to deal with one gladiator who wasn't even wearing armor. It might only seem that way to someone who hadn't seen the Viscount in action, because this guy could easily cut mutants in half. It was not often that you saw such a performance even in the Colosseum, and the gladiators knew who they were dealing with. He wielded his axes so skillfully, as if the monsters in his eyes looked as weak as these soldiers. Just a second ago it seemed impossible. But now the gladiator understood that the job was done. An ordinary man was able to defeat a mythical beast, which means these guys haven't seen everything in their lives yet. The Viscount did not look like an ordinary person, and no ordinary fighter would be capable of such actions. His jumps were so high, it was as if the guy had been training only them his whole life. But even so, no one could do anything like that. He pushed off the ground hard and flew so high into the air that he was directly above the giant mutant's head. Only a second separated this beast from death, and in a moment his life was cut short. The spectators could not believe their eyes. Who was this new gladiator? It would be better to find out later, but now they just needed to watch this bloody show to the end. The guy acted like he was only interested in killing and not in the recognition of a stupid crowd. Looking at the sacred tree, the Viscount realized that with this murder, he would soon attract the attention of his main target. The sacred tree was considered the purest place in the city, but only the Viscount knew all its ins and outs. Soon the high gates of the temple opened for all travelers, and the owner of this place called everyone to him. Even standing outside the door, Amelia knew that this journey would not end well for her. She only hoped that the Viscount had not lied and was somewhere nearby. If he simply threw her to this tree as a sacrifice, then she would have no chance of escaping from captivity. The man Amelia noticed in the distance immediately seemed familiar to her. He behaved so easily, as if everything around him obeyed him, and even the local birds sat on his hands. He himself asked everyone to cast aside their fears and, with a smile on his face, called on the sufferers to be humble. He then welcomed them to the goddess's temple, hoping that the embodiment of wings could soothe their sinful souls. The White Lotus Tree Temple was surrounded by a barrier of such strength that the place was nicknamed the Sacred Tree. All the incarnations of the wings settled here in search of offerings, because those who made a sacrifice to the temple received the right to participate in the fights in the arena. Warriors who proved their strength in battles against beasts were awarded a branch of the White Lotus Tree, standing in front of the cell where Amelia was being held. Eva reminded them that they would only be able to enter the temple under the guise of a sacrifice. This was exactly the girl's cunning plan, and she hoped that she could answer all of Amelia's questions. However, she still did not understand why Ananta wanted to kill the embodiment of wings. It was difficult to explain in a few words, and soon she would have to find out everything herself. It is no coincidence that the creature was nicknamed the embodiment of vengeance, because revenge was its only goal. Amelia herself remembered very well that terrible day when she felt the pain after which the Viscount became himself. The creature was amazing, but it was the Viscount who experienced that unbearable pain of loss that would have changed anyone in his place. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Sacrifice, the owner of the White Lotus Tree called on everyone to raise their heads higher. Looking at these frightened poor people, he offered them to accept their salvation by giving their souls to the main deity in exchange. The priest introduced himself as a saint who was worshipped by all the local spirits, and people were supposed to follow their example. The owner of the White Lotus Tree was the embodiment of wings himself, and his teachings went against all other scriptures. Balzac believed that only he was capable of freeing their sinful souls from oppression and granting them the path to eternal peace. The parishioners became his offering, but Amelia had no intention of sharing their fate. Even children were among those unfortunate ones who prepared to enter the world of liberation under the guidance of this being. Every minute he inspired in them the thought that by entrusting their bodies to the wings of salvation, they could find eternal paradise. Among the parishioners, there were those who still hoped to save their lives and save their children. The woman begged him to show mercy and spare at least the little girl, who was her younger sister. She was ready to give her life in exchange, just to save the life of this child. The priest extended his hand towards her, responding to her call, and seemed ready to show mercy to the noble woman. Her younger sister hoped that this way they could avoid a terrible fate, and that salvation was already near. But the next moment, the priest suddenly used magic, which tore the woman's head into pieces. All the girl's clothes were covered in blood, and it took her a few seconds to come to her senses from what she saw. The poor woman was dead, which meant that all the other parishioners would follow her. In the face of death, everyone was equal, and therefore no one dared to ask him for mercy, knowing about their mortal sins. This unfortunate woman was freed from shame and pity earlier than others, and one can consider her very lucky. Soon she will reach nirvana, because Balzac knew how to bring mortals closer to the divine light. Here he was not alone, and his faithful assistants were ready at any moment to speed up the meeting with the gods. He tightly clutched the handle of the blade in his hands, with which he could accomplish what he had planned without any magic. Sacrifices had long been commonplace in this place, and blood was spilled every day on the white floor of the hall. However, can this creature be considered the savior that he claimed to be to the unfortunate beggar? No, you can't call a heartless killer who deceived ordinary people into coming to this damn place a savior. He watched the deaths so calmly, as if he didn't consider his unfortunate victims to be people worth worrying about. Amelia could not tolerate this heartless killer for long, and carried out only part of the plan devised by the Viscount and Eve. Only now did Balzac realize that among the victims in the hall there was a real incarnation, and it was quite nice. This girl has always pretended to be a simple city dweller, but now it has become clear who she really is. Amelia's appearance instantly changed, and her calm look was replaced by black fury in her eyes. The parishioners immediately realized that a monster had been with them for a long time. But could there really be such creatures among the other peasants? The shadow the girl cast was a reflection of her dark inner essence, and hardly resembled a human one. Even if Amelia wanted to do something like that in the past, it doesn't mean that she is the same now as she was many years ago. The girl was still in the state that had scared all the parishioners away from her. But there was no point in rushing to conclusions. The boy was ready to defend his unfortunate friend to the last, but these two children were not in any danger. Amelia certainly couldn't hurt them, and just wanted them to throw off their fear as soon as possible. She succeeded, because after just a second Amelia's usual appearance returned, and she again took on a human form. The rhizomes that broke through the floor of the hall and burst out clearly did not bode well for the harbingers of death. The powerful force that Amelia controlled the tree with quickly captured the guards. A few moments later, a wooden dome appeared in the center of the hall, the branches of which grabbed the guards. The girl herself asked local parishioners not to worry, because she did not wish harm to any of them. On the contrary, she was ready to protect every unfortunate person who ended up in this place due to the deception of the White Lotus priest. Her strength would be enough to duel him, although Balzac had not yet managed to show his true power. He was glad that this self-confident girl had revealed herself, but he couldn't listen to such nonsense for long. Looking at her, he reminded her with a smile that the nameless incarnation from distant lands did not dare to resist his will. This girl had a name, and he must know what her ancient ancestors called her. The embodiment of nature that she was known to every such priest. Looking into his eyes, she was ready to use all the power given to her by nature itself and her ancestors from heaven. This only caused Balzac to laugh, although one had to give credit to the courage of this young woman. Amelia immediately felt the invisible wave of energy and instinctively blocked it, not giving it a chance to attack. The next moment, she was ready to crush him with all her strength, which rushed at full speed towards the White Lotus priest. It was unlikely that he could be frightened by such magic, rather. The girl would only waste all her strength in vain. But this creature had more than enough power at its disposal, and it would have been better to submit to it rather than declare war. While the battle continued in the temple, the Viscount still remained in the arena of the Colosseum and, along with the others, heard a strange sound from afar. It turned out that the White Lotus tree was exuding an ominous power that the townspeople had never seen before. The Viscount himself also saw such a manifestation of power for the first time, and understood that something special had happened in that place. He was not mistaken, because the girl really did enter into a duel with a creature whose powers far exceeded her own. Her strongest attack was repelled so easily, as if she had not attacked at all, but was just another victim. Yes, Balzac was on a completely different level, and could afford more than simple and cheap tricks. If she seriously decided to test her strength, she should have understood how it could end for Amelia. With a snap of his fingers, Balzac awakened his hidden powers and released the essence lurking within. Instantly, in the place where only the priest had recently been, a deafening explosion was heard after the activation of his magic. It was difficult to understand what was going on there, but it clearly did not bode well for the local inhabitants. The creature summoned by the priest was tens of times larger than little Amelia and any other parishioner. He summoned a monster here. But can you expect something like that from a priest who promised everyone eternal paradise? It was too dangerous, and the boy shouted from afar, although it could not help her in any way. Only at the last second did the girl realize that the attack had already begun, and no one was going to delay it. Amelia realized that her own power had been used against her, and a tree branch had already pierced her soft body. Balzac warned from the very beginning that this would end badly, and the girl herself asked for this meeting. The mutant under his command instantly destroyed crowds of other creatures, because his size and strength allowed it. By this time, the Viscount had already completed the first part of the plan, but he should have hurried with the second. The beast was quickly wounded by the axe that the boy was still holding in his hands. The guy understood that this creature hated the Viscount for the attack he had committed. You could hate the Viscount as much as you wanted, but that was the only way he could finish what he started. He prepared a quick death for the beast, hoping to end his earthly suffering in this way. One blow of the axe was enough to put an end to the monster's life forever, and blood splattered in all directions. Meanwhile, everyone was very worried about the situation with the White Lotus tree and needed the Viscount's help. It was clear that this guy would win, but the plan was for the gladiators to win. No one could compete with the strength of the stranger, who, already covered in blood, had just single-handedly cut down the mutant. The winner of the competition was to receive a prize against which no one could say a word. The Guardians of the Wings who entered the arena were ready to present him with a branch of White Lotus in recognition of his strength. The big guy understood that everything was going according to plan, and there was no need to interrupt this stupid ceremony. No matter what happens, the branch of the White Lotus flower will still end up in their hands, even if the guy ruins everything for a minute. The Viscount found it strange to see such a ceremony, since it was possible to do without these unnecessary speeches. The branch really belonged only to him now, and he could easily take it from the box. Clutching the magical branch in his hand, he understood that this was a worthy payment for today's victory. None of these people had any idea why he needed this branch or what he was going to do next. In the Temple of Sacrifice, one could only sympathize with the girl who had entered this battle alone. The children understood that she might not survive this day, and that everything would end too tragically for her. Holding on to the deep wound, Amelia knew she didn't have enough strength to even put up a fight. It was useless to fight such a mutant with the force she was used to using in battles. If she claimed to protect these victims at any cost, then she should have gotten to her feet right now and continued the fight. Otherwise, her promise would have been meaningless. Especially since it would have been stupid to waste divine power for the sake of these beggars. Balzac believed that it was necessary to free these unfortunate people from fear as soon as possible and bestow his blessing on them. But the words about salvation sounded wild from the lips of a man who himself was trying to send them to the next world. He wasn't the savior he claimed to be, which meant Amelia was doing the right thing. The savior in his place would not have dealt so cruelly with his parishioners under the pretext of eternal paradise. This bastard was nothing more than a vile embodiment of a demon, bringing only death and horror to the world. Balzac had heard similar words addressed to him before, but today this girl's speech sounded somehow special. One could argue with her words if she had properly understood the meaning of his existence. True salvation comes only through despair, and Amelia could have been its first victim. Despair could be called the feelings that had long permeated the souls of his current victims. However, it could have been easily ended, because by taking a person's life, one could also deprive him of all earthly feelings. The girl understood that this psychopath had gone too far and needed to be stopped as soon as possible. Before he killed every parishioner, something had to be done to stop this bloody massacre. She was ready to do anything to convince the mutant to retreat and give these people a chance to live on. Luckily, Amelia's magic was still working, but it couldn't help her right now. The priest hoped that today he would be able to bestow his blessing upon this embodiment of wings, which was the girl. The lost soul had to accept the great honor that this crazy priest was showing her. People did not even possess light magic to somehow protect themselves from instant death. The girl had to watch this with her own eyes, but she could not take a single step to stop this madness. The monster continued to rage and did not at all resemble the light priest he had been just a few minutes ago. The darkest entities were subject to his will, and one of them destroyed the parishioners one after another. He explained loudly that Amelia saw a hellish field on the border of existence and non-existence, and that she was lucky enough to enjoy it before her death. Unlike the immortal Nava, every person is doomed to death, and we just need to speed up this process. He seriously imagined himself to be a god, believing that he had the right to control other people's lives. Balzac believed that he alone could give meaning to the miserable existence of these people and reunite them with the heavenly Lord. With each passing minute, his strength grew, and there was no longer any point in hiding his true appearance under this mask. Then the girl saw in front of her the creatures that the guards had transformed into, becoming food for the White Lotus Tree. Balzac wanted to create an immortal warrior who would forever protect the White Lotus Tree in this temple of sacrifice. If Amelia had previously believed that she alone carried the blessing of wings, today she was about to see the real blessing. Looking at him, Amelia loudly told him to stop, because he had already consumed too many human lives. One life still flickered in its body, and the guy quickly ordered it to come a little closer. The rhizomes easily carried out his order, and twisting Amelia from head to toe, carried her towards the priest. Even Balzac himself lost count of how many victims he sent to the next world in the name of his god. She was a brave woman to stand up for them in a place where she had no chance of winning. If she wanted to say anything last, it would be better to do it right now. More than anything in the world, Amelia wanted this bastard to go to hell, which would give him strength from hell itself. No, the dying words should be completely different, and the guy with a smile asked her to come up with something else. Beyond the heavy gates of the temple was another creature, far more powerful than his first victim. If this was all that Balzac could do, then the priest had to think carefully about what to do with the new threat. The force that was rushing towards him could easily grind him into dust if he allowed this attack to occur. The first to be attacked was the guard from whose body Balzac was trying to create a new slave for himself. His head was instantly cut off by a sharp dagger, which the Viscount was clutching tightly in his hand. It would have been just as easy to cut off the head of the scoundrel himself, who kept an eye on his new rival. Now only these two will decide whether the lives of the unfortunate parishioners belong to the deity, or whether they are free to dispose of them themselves. The first blow showed that Balzac's defense was too weak to respond to his opponent's lightning-fast attacks. The dagger sank tightly into the priest's body, and the Viscount himself found himself several meters away from him. The girl was still bound in the grip of thick rhizomes, but it was unlikely that the Viscount would allow what was planned to happen. He did not expect to find her alive and believed that Amelia would go through her path of sacrifice to the end. She was not immortal, like the creature who still had a wooden stake sticking out of his eye. Looking back, he realized that he was dealing with the winner of the arena, because it was the Viscount who was able to single-handedly defeat the predatory monster. The Viscount was able to set foot in this sacred place, because this guy exuded a dark, sinister power from a mile away. He easily killed the guards at the entrance to the temple, and stains of their blood were still visible on the stairs at the gate. He could have done the same to the priest himself, if he had known how vile this owner of the White Lotus Tree was. Looking at Amelia, he still couldn't understand where the embodiment of wings had gone, and why she was here all alone. According to the Viscount's plan, Amelia was supposed to die during the sacrifice from the very beginning, and not stand before him now. Balzac was not interested in their stupid plan. He just wanted to find out how this scoundrel dared to enter here without an invitation. Insulting the great deity was a mortal sin, punishable only by death. With his vile tongue, he had angered God, and it was necessary to tear this tongue out of his vile mouth as soon as possible. In response, the guy simply asked the loud priest, who had already become quite annoying to everyone, to shut up. If they had looked around carefully, the simple truth that the Viscount had understood from the very first minutes would have become clear to them. There was no manifestation of wings in the temple, meaning the priest was the Viscount's next victim. At the other end of the Temple of Sacrifice, a battle was also planned, which would go down in the history of battles of this city for many years. Heads were flying off their shoulders, because today Joseph and his guys entered into a duel with those who had recently been people. Now their souls were enslaved by a creature from the dark world, and they posed a serious threat to the townspeople. Joseph easily cut their bodies in half, because this was the only way to stop the madness that these creatures had committed. The big guy hoped that he would be next to the winner of today's competition, who was supposed to carry the branch as soon as possible. To begin with, they had to destroy everyone who stood in their way and not leave a single minion of the demons alive. The boys quickly rushed to carry out the order, and blood once again splattered the walls of the temple. Joseph himself was about to strike after the barrier was removed to let the winner through, but the Viscount suddenly disappeared. That is why he personally went to this place, although he understood that another trap could await him here. The entire temple was permeated with tree branches that did not at all resemble an ordinary tree. If this was the work of a man who had won a victory in the arena, could he be considered a common man? The Viscount was still close to a creature that was far more dangerous than any of his minions. Looking at Balzac, Amelia found it hard to believe that he was not the embodiment of wings, which meant that she had been deceived from the very beginning. It turns out that behind this circus there was a simple deception, and Amelia should have been sacrificed to the demons long ago. If she had looked more closely, she would have understood long ago that things that are obvious to everyone cannot be considered a deception. Hadn't she herself wondered why he had such a name and demanded to be called the incarnation of the great wings? The symbol of this creature was 3 pairs of white wings, and it is unlikely that a bright deity would act under this banner. No, this feathered creature was definitely not the embodiment of wings, and only slightly resembled them in appearance. It is funny that Balzac, looking at these ugly paws, all this time imitated the heavenly deities, being a dark entity. The guy said that he saw in front of him a useless piece of trash with a tongue that was too long. It was hard to bear this, and Balzac ordered his slaves to immediately attack and grind this runt into dust. However, the power hidden within the Viscount could not only repel this attack, but also destroy everyone, including their master. These few guys weren't much of a problem, and their blood quickly stained the walls of the sacrificial temple. With the strength that had awakened within him, he could continue the fight without being distracted by useless puppets. Amelia, too, could soon be freed from those rhizomes that had held her captive for so long. One look at the Viscount made it clear that the guy didn't need anyone's help, and it was better to save his own life. If she didn't want to lie under the thick roots in the center of the hall with all the unfortunates, it would have been better to listen to the Viscount. It was hard to see 2 children lying on the floor who had recently bravely defended themselves until the last minute, and now it was necessary to quickly get out of here, although Amelia would never forget this until the end of her days. The Viscount himself could have dealt with several freaks who had already managed to take off their masks and show their true dark appearance. However, the Viscount himself was far from an angel and could easily tear their rotten bodies apart until there was not a single one left. All this time he was closely watched by a dark creature who had arrived here to protect his earthly incarnation. Anyone in the Viscount's place would probably have tried to hide when they saw the gaping mouth of this monster in front of them. His intimidating appearance was not his only weapon, and from his mouth he could attack with a quick, powerful charge that would instantly knock anyone off their feet. Surprisingly, the girl, instead of following the Viscount's order and saving herself, suddenly covered these unfortunate children with her body. Unlike them, she could withstand such attacks. Although those brave children certainly would not survive another blow. In such a situation, everyone would run out of patience, and the Viscount was no exception. Having completed his transformation, he appeared before the priest in a form in which he had never seen him before. He was indeed fighting a huge mutant with impressive strength, but the Viscount himself had already won similar battles more than once. Having secured the destructive energy of his essence, he was ready to instantly rush into the attack and strike first. Without waiting for Balzac's order, he hit the mutant with such force that he barely stayed on his feet. The fight was not over yet, and for both opponents it was just beginning, so it was worth stocking up on strength for the entire fight. If the mutant had known in advance how this meeting would end for him, he would certainly have remained in his afterlife today. His rival was the incarnation that had been pursuing one goal all his life, and that goal was his next victim. The monster unleashed a blow on his opponent that could have ended the fight right then and there, before it had even begun. Indeed, the monster's jaw instantly shattered into tiny bones, and the floor of the temple was stained with its blood. It was just a puppet of the creature that controlled the mutant, remaining in the shadows. Now it was his turn to act, and with his first attack he threw his opponent aside. The Viscount in the guise of a monster was strong, but such strength could not impress the owner of the White Lotus. The monster was glad that after a long time he finally had a worthy opponent, who would soon personally see the true power of the spirits. It is he who will become the guide who will lead the Viscount to the great deity, making him an excellent victim for his ritual. Amelia had seen many bloody monsters in her life, but this was the first time she had met such a serious opponent. This explained why he had so easily parried her attack and not allowed her to land a single decent blow. The Viscount was not one to listen to such nonsense for long, and quickly grabbed the overgrown man by the wrist with his clawed paws. Now they stood opposite each other, and only one of the two monsters would remain alive that day. This battle will be much more fierce than any duel the Viscount has ever fought in before. Over a long period of time, he had become accustomed to this kind of thing, and the giant mutant could not be frightened by a stupid, overgrown, feathered creature. If he was so skilled at controlling his puppets, what would he do in a one-on-one fight? Moreover, the monster moved so quickly, as if it was attacking from several sides at once. Even Balzac, who was accustomed to seeing his rivals as just more victims to be sacrificed, did not expect this. The mutant did not at all resemble a creature that could be easily sent to the next world as a gift to the great deity. In fact, it was even interesting, and it was possible to try another method of fighting, testing its strength. The next second he dealt his opponent such a powerful blow that the Viscount's position worsened with every minute. The feathered mutant still felt like a winner, and only became more convinced of his absolute power. His opponent's severed arm was already flying onto the floor of the temple, which meant that it would be even easier to win. Everyone nearby heard the loud roar of pain that the Viscount let out. His rival's ability to regenerate would certainly be big news for Balzac. It seemed impossible, but he actually grew back his lost limbs as if the blow had never happened. Instead of a one-armed mutant, he saw the same monster in front of him, healing the wound in the blink of an eye. The monster had one more trick up his sleeve that would make Viscount's life much more difficult. However, the attack had to be carried out in time, because the monster had already begun its own. Balzac, in the form of a giant bird, did not expect such speed, and this overgrowth had nothing to be happy about. He was indeed able to decide the outcome of the battle with one blow, although Amelia understood that this was not the end. The blow was great, but the monster remained conscious and was not going to lose. He had at his disposal a giant pet, which was behind the Viscount all this time. He intended to show the difference in power that divided them into gods and mere puppets. He saw the Viscount as the puppet, but such words still needed to be proven in practice. Balzac was convinced that everyone should feel reverence before the dark deities, and not attack them. If this monster did not understand the warnings the first time, then the next onslaught will prove the greatness of its power. With the help of the dark essence, he intended to show the gulf that separated the powers of these two rivals. At this time, a creature was watching them from above, which was the main judge of their bloody duel. There was a bright flash in the sky, cutting through space like glass. Could it really be the deity itself? The barrier between the two worlds could easily be cracked by simple magic if the right place was chosen to destroy it. However, even one blow from the fist of such a celestial was enough to open a portal to the earthly world. A few seconds later, a tunnel opened up at this place, at the end of which a deity appeared, ready to personally see the end of the fight. It is difficult to say whose side this deity took, but the outcome of the duel will show which of them was right. Staying on top made it easier for him to watch the progress of this duel as the two continued to fight to the death. Balzac had no intention of stopping and, having merged with the giant monster, became much stronger. He quickly realized that his enormous size was no obstacle to his opponent's next attack. At great speed, The Viscount crashed into him and pierced the half-dead creature right through before Balzac's next attack. He tried all the ways to fight against this damn dragon, but it seemed invulnerable and began its onslaught again. The fight was very difficult for the Viscount, and he had to use all his strength to continue the duel on equal terms. If he wanted to end his life so ineptly, then Balzac could easily fulfill this wish. The rhizomes were still in his power, and having burst out from under the ground, firmly fettered the Viscount's legs. The open, toothy mouth was ready to swallow the scoundrel who dared to engage in combat with him. The dark essence still gave him power, which made him confident of his victory. He loudly promised the Viscount that he would personally cut him into pieces and send him to his forefathers. The very next second, he released a whole flurry of sharp feathers at his opponent, which was impossible to dodge. Looking at the danger, the dragon realized that these feathers were not at all harmless. Rather, they resembled sharp daggers that, cutting into the ground, tore it into pieces. Amelia understood that this couldn't go on for long, and that soon this guy would make a mistake. He continued to behave as he had at the very beginning, using his main advantage in speed. The monster had difficulty following the movements of his opponent, who found himself in a new place every second. No matter where he aimed for attack, all his attempts were useless, because the opponent did not give him even a chance to hit accurately. The dragon waited for the right moment and put forward a huge paw, clenched into a fist, intending to end this duel. Fortunately, the blow was accurate, and its force was enough to cause the opponent's blood to splatter the entire sacrificial hall. A little more, and Balzac would have lost his vigilance, because even his huge pet could not withstand such an onslaught. This guy was lucky, because this was the only way to explain the fact that the Viscount had remained intact until now. He fought this duel so confidently, as if he had foreseen his opponent's movements, even before he had time to think about them. The same could not be said of Balzac, whose gaze now expressed fear rather than his former rage. With each passing minute, the sight of this monster instilled in him a wild fear that even a heavenly deity could not resist. His appearance changed again, and, looking at this, Amelia realized that there was a lot she didn't know about the guy. He seemed to draw strength from a source hidden from the sight of any of them. With this power, he dealt blow after blow, slowly but surely destroying his opponent until he was completely exhausted. Balzac couldn't move as dexterously, and had to rely on his gigantic size after merging with the second monster. He was incredibly fast, and his ability to regenerate was also very annoying. In addition to regeneration, this dragon was able to transform, even when its power seemed to have reached its limit. In that case, the last method had to be used, and he had to be crushed faster than he could react. He could no longer escape from such power, and could abandon attempts to win the battle due to speed. The girl continued to cover with her body those two unfortunate children who were in serious danger. While the Viscount continued to fight, she hoped to gain at least a few minutes to get the children out of here. Looking at the dragon, inside which the Viscount was still imprisoned, it became clear that Balzac could not be defeated. Even though he continued to attack him with all his might, he still didn't have enough speed to keep up with him. At the very beginning, Balzac wanted to shackle him with huge tree tentacles, which were supposed to stop the dragon for a while. It was no coincidence that the Viscount remained alive even after hundreds of battles with divine incarnations. Now he was so close to his opponent, as if all this time he had been deliberately provoking Balzac to use his last ability. The longer this battle lasts, the worse Balzac's situation will become, and therefore death will be much closer. Looking at the white lotus tree, the Viscount suddenly realized that he still had one more way to bring victory closer. The bodies of the dead souls seemed to fall onto its branches, coloring their divine greenery black. The dragon, however, was not thinking about this, because something else caught his attention. The fight could have dragged on for a long time if the Viscount had not noticed the fallen souls, which could be useful even after death. Pushing off the floor with force, he intended to instantly reach the place where he could deliver his final blow. The guy's intentions were unclear, but his confidence instilled fear in his opponents, and this was immediately noticeable from Balzac's gaze. The dragon rushed at full speed towards the stone ceiling of the Temple of Sacrifice, in order to prepare an excellent attack for itself with one strong blow. His goal was a massive attack with pieces of rock that would fall on top of this mutated bird. The monster was not ready for such a trick, and only watched his opponent's actions from below. But it was too late to remain a spectator when the attack was directed at you. It was a clever trick, but the monster still managed to twist the Viscount's body with its tree tentacles at the last second. He liked it much better this way, and should have done something similar at the very beginning. Looking at him with a smile, Balzac reminded him that such stupid tricks had not worked in such fights for a long time, and were easily miscalculated. The giant could not be held in the clutches of the living rhizomes forever, but he had no intention of surrendering to the mercy of the enemy. What interested the Viscount most was how many lives exactly this scoundrel had managed to take before today. Looking down at him, Balzac honestly admitted that he had already swallowed up so many lives that he had lost count. The answer was honest, but he would now have to give the same answer in heaven when he met God. In the name of the innocent victims eaten by the monster, heavenly punishment was now prepared for him, and the Viscount would become only a guide who would carry it out on Earth. You could throw your tree tentacles around as much as you wanted, but it wouldn't help you in a fight against such an opponent. Balzac will soon be overthrown, for this is precisely the purpose that his enemy has carried on this earth for all eternity. If the spirits of the dead help him, it will be much easier to deal with the overgrown cursed bird. Looking up, Balzac suddenly realized that the guy was not joking when he spoke about perfume. A crowd of disfigured people, whom Balzac had recently sent to the next world, rushed at him straight from the roof. Now they were returning from the other world, and their only goal was this very monster. They were ready to tear him to pieces, and their numbers were sufficient to complete the job. Never in her life had Amelia seen anything like it or heard such a dying cry coming from Balzac. He clearly didn't expect the dead to rise from their graves and come for the black soul of the one who took their own souls. At some point, there were so many of them that mountains of dead bodies covered the entire giant body of this dark priest. No one was able to help the creature that had brought God's wrath upon itself, and now the time for reckoning had come. Looking at this from afar, Amelia suddenly realized that even such an attack was not enough to finish off this filthy degenerate. He was still on his feet, if those ugly growths beneath him could be considered legs. Balzac still needed new lives to prolong his own, but would he have the strength to reach his goal? At that very moment, a bright flash appeared next to them, and it became clear that another participant would soon appear in the duel. It was difficult to make out who exactly had come from the heavens, because the light coming from there was too bright to be seen. However, this creature could not be confused with anyone else, and there was no longer any doubt about the Viscount's victory. The girl knew this deity well, because it appeared on Earth specifically for her sake. At the sight of the deity, Amelia could hardly believe her eyes, and understood that his presence could quickly change the course of the duel. The Celestial would not have entered into a duel with the dark entity if Amelia had not been in this temple. The deity only quietly asked if the girl had enjoyed the journey. But what did it mean? The same question froze in the girl's eyes, because this guy clearly overdid it with his greeting. Everything could have been done much more simply, especially since right now a real mortal battle was unfolding next to them. However, the appearance of a deity will change everything, and the Viscount will finally be able to finish off the scoundrel who destroyed hundreds of lives. With Amelia's guide, getting rid of the feathered mutant will be much easier. Yes, it was worth it to come down from heaven to embody wings, because the girl was exactly who she claimed to be from the very beginning. It was time for Eve to begin her report on the affairs that had changed dramatically a few minutes ago. The space in the sky above the white lotus tree was already splitting, which brought the confrontation between the two forces closer with each passing minute. If the Viscount was in the temple, then he should have already entered into confrontation with his enemy, which meant that things were not going well for the guy. The appearance of the servant of the incarnation of wings spoke volumes, and it was no coincidence that the atmosphere in this place changed dramatically. The incarnation itself was in the city, which meant it was time for the allies and their loved ones to act. Ava was not mistaken, and the embodiment of wings was indeed closer to the Viscount than it had been for many years. However, he had no good news for this guy, especially since the battle with Balzac was not allowed by the heavenly deities. At that moment, Amelia felt in her heart the approach of the moment to which fate itself was leading her. The girl clutched her heart, and it was difficult not to be frightened in the presence of a creature stronger than all the inhabitants of this place. Looking at him from afar, she realized that she had met these two sometime in the past, but she could not remember the exact time of that meeting. Balzac knew perfectly well who he would have to deal with and what the arrival of the incarnation of wings would threaten this monster with. Adam continued to calmly look down at him, realizing that this guy's days were already numbered. If Balzac had managed to forget him, now was the time to remind him of all the past sins of this creature. However, he could not forget his past cruel master, who tore off the wings of his devoted servant. But these wings were taken away from Balzac, because he did not deserve anything else for the false path to glory that clouded his mind. For this purpose, Adam's servant was ready to carry out his master's command, and instantly grabbed Balzac firmly by the neck. Pulling him towards himself, he forced him to answer Adam's question about who was the original instigator of this illicit duel. Although Balzac himself found it strange that the man whose name he revered more than all other deities in heaven was telling him this. He said this to the one who sacrificed thousands of lives to create the perfect body, and finally regain his lost wings. Foolish Balzac forgot about the main thing, because Adam gave him these wings many years ago for a completely different reason. I felt a little sorry for the baby, but I couldn't leave him alive after all the sins he had committed. The very next moment, divine energy pierced the entire body of the creature that just a minute ago had threatened the lives of its unfortunate victims. And then he disappeared into thin air, leaving behind the branch that had been hidden inside him all this time. Those he took from life will now meet him in the afterlife and make him answer for every murder. Not everyone liked what Adam himself considered righteous anger, and one creature more than others wanted to bring the moment of their meeting closer. Now the meeting with that very deity that the Viscount had so longed for could finally take place. Many years ago, they had already met in the very center of the wasteland, when Adam confessed to the boy his long-standing dream. He dreamed of finding the edge of the earth, where our world connects with the world of the gods, and was ready to go all the way until he reached his goal. Even if the whole world turned against him, he was ready to fight to the end and stop at nothing. Such words could surprise anyone, and especially the boy who was once the Viscount. That day, many casualties were inevitable, and for the first time he had the chance to see death with his own eyes. In the place of settlements where people he knew from childhood lived, now there are only charred ruins and corpses scattered across the ground. Just recently his friend wished him a safe journey, not knowing what would happen to her after the Viscount left his home. Now this girl will never be able to look at him with her living beautiful eyes, and will forever remain lying on this earth. Until now, her gaze stood before the eyes of the creature that became the little boy who desired revenge on all the gods. The White Lotus Tree turned out to be just a strange name and nothing else. And Adam's dream did not come true again. It was just a symbiosis of the power of the branches and the divine tree, and such a pitiful semblance could not be compared to the world tree. However, his faithful servant forgot about the very curious connection that Adam saw in the faces of these creatures. The girl next to him could probably create a similar connection with the demon incarnation. Looking down at her, he could already imagine what this connection might look like, and what consequences such unions would lead to. The Viscount would hardly have allowed him to wander around these places for long, and would have preferred to see this scoundrel dead. Now he was no longer that fragile boy, unable to protect himself and his family, and he looked completely different. The Black Dragon, in whose form he had long remained, was ready to tear to pieces the main culprit of his troubles. The pile of corpses separating the two was only a small obstacle on the way to their goal. His only goal was the embodiment of wings in the form of a man, which was now too close. Adam had no intention of becoming an easy target, and had secured the support of his loyal subject in advance. His bodyguard was ready at any moment to accept this challenge and fight the Viscount instead of his master. Adam knew this very well and was glad that he was finally able to meet his old friend. Finally, he found the boy to whom he had revealed his main secret many years ago in the wasteland. This ferocious monster did not seem as friendly as that boy, but in fact, inside the giant there was still that same little boy. Now it was necessary to figure out how to repel the attack of the approaching Black Dragon. The bodyguard was ready for battle, because he had already participated in similar fights more than once. With his very first blow, he stopped the enraged mutant, striking him hard with his fist. The blow was so powerful that the dragon almost died on the spot and was thrown far to the side. From the outside, it seemed that the fight was over, because a powerful blow smashed the monster's head into small pieces. Looking at the enemy, the bodyguard understood that in front of him was someone painfully familiar, but he could not remember who exactly. It was useless to talk to this monster, because it made no sounds except a wild roar. He forgot what a meeting with this bodyguard of the deity would threaten to anyone who dared to raise a hand against his master. It seems that the conversation between these two did not go well from the start, and the relationship had to be sorted out by force. With this, he himself began a long and bloody duel, which could only end with the death of one of them. Blows rained down from both sides, and each of the opponents wanted to be the first to finish this fight. It was also worth thinking about the girl who was already influencing the Viscount, although she herself did not understand it. Meanwhile, in the hands of a man who also longed for the death of this deity, an axe was tightly clutched. This axe had killed many of his enemies, and the most important of them was standing in front of him a second ago. Turning around, he realized that Adam was quicker than he thought, even though the fight hadn't even begun yet. He immediately warned that another such treacherous blow could cost Joseph his life. If this big guy was expecting to defeat the divine power with an axe, he's only making things worse for himself. It is clear that if his bodyguard was able to fight the Black Dragon, then Adam is also able to deal with a person. The dragon did not give up and fiercely attacked the opponent, taking advantage of every chance to attack. Looking back at Adam, Joseph wanted to quickly deal with this winged creature, who allowed himself too much. It was necessary to understand how the fight between his servant and the creature that was much stronger than Joseph would end. At the beginning of the fight, it was difficult to understand who was winning, and who had a better chance of surviving. The dragon was very strong, but each new blow from his opponent became more powerful. It seemed that even the dark essence inside the Viscount could not cope with him. If Adam had not descended from heaven, the battle with Balzac might have continued in an unknown direction. It didn't matter now, because the Viscount's main goal from the very beginning was Adam, which meant that his path had approached the main event of his life. The guy was seriously ready to give battle to a creature that could instantly get rid of Balzac in his new guise. Adam had no intention of killing the dragon and, on the contrary, was only glad to meet them. He had come too far, and now, instead of fighting, he just wanted to look at someone he hadn't seen for many years. If the Viscount had given him a chance to tell everything, he would certainly have given up trying to avenge the deaths of the settlers. Suddenly, he realized that he was not seeing the usual area, but the very place where they met many years ago. Looking into the distance, the guy could not understand for a long time how he ended up here and how to get out of here. He was very angry because he didn't want to be in this space at all. He needed to find a way to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, he would miss his chance to fight Adam again. It was difficult to figure out which way to go to get to the edge of the wasteland. Turning his head, he suddenly realized that he was not alone here. But who else needed to wander in these forgotten lands? Opposite him, he saw the same black dragon that he had been just a few minutes ago. The dragon seemed to read his thoughts and understood who the guy was trying to take revenge on, and who he saw as his main enemy. Now they were not united, and instead of life force, this creature could only bring him death. The damned mortal continued to look up at him, but the black dragon knew perfectly well why he was here. This mortal, mired in regret and consumed by rage, stood on the edge of a cliff and was about to burn immediately. Many years later, the dragon himself joined him, merging the entities and becoming one. Thanks to this, the Viscount could fight even with creatures that served in the protection of the strongest deities. If there had been an ordinary person in the bodyguard's place, he would have already gone after Balzac's unfortunate victims. If the Viscount had gone completely mad and into a berserker state, he should have listened to the voice of reason sooner. It was useless to fight against the deities, even if you had a giant like this black monster lurking inside you. At any moment, something irreparable could happen, and the blows of this bodyguard were like blows from a heavy hammer. Adam himself endowed him with energy, with the help of which he repeatedly won the most difficult battles with monsters. There was no point in counting on the ability to pour fire on everything, because even for this, the Viscount's rival would have found an answer. Although, you can try to turn the earth into a blazing hell, because only this will help tame his opponent. He had changed a lot recently, and now fighting a dragon was dangerous even for a deity's bodyguard. Both energies clashed in the very center, and it was difficult to understand which of them would be more powerful. Even if the Viscount had defeated the bodyguard in a duel, his master would hardly have allowed such a stupid death to happen. At any moment, he could use his divine energy and engage in combat with the black dragon next to his subordinate. But opposite him stood another man who could also become a handful of ashes in the blink of an eye. It was his old enemy Joseph, but it was hard not to respect the man's fortitude and strength. There was no time to wait for his comrades now, so Joseph was ready to personally finish off this deity that had descended from heaven. Armed with only an axe, he was ready to fight until his last breath, even if he had to part with his life. Swinging towards Adam, the man only hoped to get in an attack before Adam revealed his true strength. This is exactly what happened the next moment. When the man felt a thin wound on his shoulder from an instant blow, it became clear that this fight was pointless from the start, because after such an attack, Joseph's chest was ripped open to the very bones. The weapon fell to the ground, and now the axe could no longer help its owner. This was the end, as Adam had warned him from the beginning, but Joseph was even more stupid than he thought. The rage in his eyes was bursting out, but what could he do against divine energy? If the big guy was so bored with life, Adam could easily cut it short and save him from earthly suffering. After Joseph fell to the ground, the girl who interested him most now appeared in the distance in front of Adam. Amelia was shaking all over with fear, and it was clear that she had been through too much today. As Adam moved closer to her, he admitted that Amelia's skills had improved over the past few years, and she was no longer the same as before. Yes, in her eyes he no longer saw the horror that he had captured at their first meeting. That day he saw before him the frightened eyes of a girl with a face stained with the blood of murdered people. Adam himself was hovering above her in the air, and it was then that Amelia first saw the incarnation of wings. Adam quickly explained that the vibration of the branches proved that Amelia was a vessel chosen by the World Tree for a great mission. However, the girl herself did not understand what branches were being discussed, and why the tree chose her. Branches could be called those miracles that surpassed the limits of the human body, and bestowed great power. It was precisely this power that was in that small branch that remained after settling scores with the fool Balzac. From the very beginning, Adam's main desire was to reach the ends of the earth and accomplish what no deity had ever managed to do before. Now his dream was much closer, and he couldn't let anyone stop it from coming true. Even if it meant exterminating hundreds of people, Adam was probably ready to do that. But now next to him, there was another creature, who also came into this world for a reason. His brother, once created from thousands of human lives and imprisoned in a cage, now stood before the incarnation of wings. Amelia couldn't believe her eyes, but Adam actually created a new creature. With a wide smile on his face, the boy understood that now he would have to live an eternity under the protection of the incarnation of wings. At that moment, the fight between the Viscount and the bodyguard continued, and both opponents were not ready to give up. It became clear that their forces were approximately equal, and no one would get an easy victory in this duel. Perhaps the Black Dragon's opponent had his own advantage, since he entered the battle for the first time today. At the same time, the dragon had already managed to fight Balzac and lost a lot of vital energy in this battle. This did not stop him from carrying out another blow, after which Adam's bodyguard was thrown far to the side. Now the dragon stood right in front of him and swung to deliver his final fatal blow. Surprisingly, his opponent continued to stand still, as if he was not at all afraid of the blows of the giant creature. The Viscount did not lose strength, but on the contrary, became even more filled with rage and a desire for revenge. His target was not a pathetic bodyguard, but the main enemy, whom he wanted to meet as soon as possible. Breaking out, he quickly found himself high in the air to find her in this place. The boy, who was born just a few minutes ago, did not want to go back to the next world immediately after birth. But his brother's hand, which lay on his head, immediately calmed him and dispelled all doubts. There was no need to fear this giant, even if his size and weapons inspired terror in ordinary people. The jade fire of heaven that he wanted to burn everything to ashes could be stopped with divine power. Of course, this fireball could incinerate anything, but not if it was met on Earth by a real deity. The Black Dragon dared to look down on them and was even ready to use his main weapon. But the incarnation of wings was ready to engage him in battle alone, realizing that their forces were not equal. He belonged in heaven, and the more he tried to attack, the closer he got to that place. The divine light possessed energy that could easily deal with the dark dragon. Adam had enough of this light to destroy 10 such creatures at once. If the Viscount still harbored hatred in his heart, he could easily pay for it with his life. Looking from afar, Ruby understood that his master was attacked by a deity, and it could cost him his life. Meanwhile, Ava continued to report on the events after the battle at the top of the White Lotus tree over the phone. She was confirmed that the top of the tree was completely destroyed, and that it was done by none other than the incarnation of wings. Their main trump card, the Black Dragon, had shown himself to be too bad, and could now go to the next world himself. She didn't seem to care about the Viscount's life, and simply gave her reports, considering the guy to be nothing more than expendable material. The faithful pet first met the Viscount many years ago, when he was still just a boy. He had to run away from a pack of hungry jackals, who had almost caught up with the little dragon. It became clear that he would not be able to escape from them, and that he would soon find himself in one of those open mouths. The animals were very hungry, because it was difficult to get any food in these places. When they got too close, one of the predators came very close to the victim. At that moment, an axe flew towards him, which put an end to his life. The axe sank straight into his head, and after that, the local predator would definitely not have been able to survive. Suddenly, the leg of the man who had thrown the axe appeared in that place, and then the boy boldly rushed into the attack, wanting to finish off the animal as quickly as possible. He succeeded easily, and blood splattered in all directions, coloring the sand red. Now this predator no longer inspired fear, and his relatives were given an excellent reason to get out of here. The boy had no intention of standing on ceremony with them, and could have driven an axe into the head of any of them. It is unclear why he rushed to protect the little dragon, which had been hiding behind him all this time. The Viscount would have done it anyway, even if these local killers had not been pursuing his future pet. Ruby was grateful to his young savior, and from that moment on was to walk with him along the path of life. Although the guy himself did not understand why this little creature, which was only a burden to him, followed him. He didn't care about Ruby, especially since he had long preferred complete solitude. He wanted this creature to leave as soon as possible, and just be grateful for saving him. There was no meat in it, only bones, so it was impossible to use this creature as food. The guy began to get noticeably angry, because the creature continued to be nearby and did not think of leaving him. Sharp movements could excite anyone, especially since the dragon had his own little secret. Even a weak breath of fire could set fire to an arrogant boy who was too rude to the local dragons. If he thought the dragon was useless, what would he say now that he saw its ultimate ability? This fire show could impress anyone, and the Viscount saw something like this for the first time that day. However, he had something else to see, but meeting another local monster was not in his plans. He was very different from the tiny dragon, which would have seemed like a harmless animal in comparison. The giant rhinoceros was much more dangerous and would not have asked where he was allowed to be. It's strange why the guy didn't immediately run away from there and continued to stand in place, looking at the rhinoceros. The very next second, it became clear that another moment of delay could cost him his life. Running away from the giant monster, he was getting closer to the cliff with every step, and there was not a single shelter in this area. There was no choice left, so the Viscount jumped straight down, hoping to land safely on his feet and not die. Fortunately, he succeeded, although it cannot be said that the jump from such a height seemed pleasant to the guy. Another surprise awaited him below, as it seemed as if a strange stranger was waiting for him in this place. The meeting with this stranger was more pleasant than with the giant rhinoceros, which was still at the top of the cliff, looking down on him. Surely this monster was angry with the boy and was waiting for the opportunity to meet him and his vile pet again. Having thrown the dragon aside, the boy was ready to take up his old ways and quickly deal with another problem. Gripping the handle of the axe tightly, he invited the stranger to attack first. He was ready to show off the strength of the heir of the great black dragon, since this guy was asking for a fight. However, the fight never started, because the stranger suddenly appeared behind him. But how did he move so quickly? Slowly removing his hood, he was ready to introduce himself if the boy would allow him to say even a word. Looking at him, the Viscount realized that the stranger had no intention of fighting at all and was here to protect him from his pursuer. The monster was still nearby and had no intention of returning to its native wasteland. This stranger could easily solve the problem and convince the rhinoceros not to do stupid things. Surprisingly, without even entering into a duel, he managed to scare the local giant, and he turned around. The boy could not believe his eyes and waited for an explanation from the stranger. Fortunately, the explanations came quickly, although first it was necessary to make sure that the Viscount was all right. After meeting Adam, his life changed forever, and now they were destined to walk side by side. The axe was still clutched in the boy's hands, but now he had no desire to use it against this guy. The two of them set off for the settlement, and the Viscount was glad that he had a new friend. The local settlers noticed their young hunter from afar, who was returning in the company of a stranger. Looking at this guy, it was hard to understand who he was and why they came back together. In addition, the little dragon still sat on the Viscount's head, already accustomed to its new young master. It was worth explaining where he had been for so long, and why he hadn't told his family that he had gone hunting. Looking at him from all sides, the girl hoped only that he had not gone to the spirit world once again. Also, where does that weird animal come from on his head, and why doesn't he just throw it on the ground? The stranger also did not inspire confidence in the locals, although the dragon cheerfully introduced his master to his older sister. Suddenly the girl grabbed her face, which was instantly covered in cold sweat. But what happened? It turned out that she was vomiting blood, as if the girl had suddenly been attacked by a terrible disease. The Viscount was ready for anything, but he could not come to terms with the loss of his older sister. Meanwhile, Adam kept his eyes on the two of them, knowing full well what was waiting for this girl ahead. The hut where the elder lived was always open to such dear guests as Adam. To the surprise of the locals, he was immediately served a delicious lunch and invited to make himself at home. They had not had any foreigners visit them for a long time, and it would be disrespectful not to treat Adam to something tasty. He could rest here as long as he needed, and then continue his long journey. True, Ruby's pet was not as friendly to Adam as the elder, and immediately suspected something was wrong. Looking at him, Adam understood that this beast felt his true energy, inaccessible to anyone else. Hiding behind his young master, the dragon understood that Adam would not bring anything good to this settlement. What was surprising was that it was the Viscount who was given the role of guide, who was supposed to show the guest around the area. There was no point in arguing with the elder, because the boy was back to his old ways and started asking someone else to do it. The elder noticed that the lands here were difficult to navigate, so what brought Adam here? He admitted that he was a simple researcher and studied the customs and traditions of different peoples. In his hand he held a map, thanks to which he was able to get to these distant lands. His long journey took him from the Empire in the east, through the deep forests of the west, to the glaciers of the far north. Adam wandered for many years, collecting legends and traditions of the local peoples bit by bit in order to write a large work. He kept talking about some deity that the locals did not honor, and were hearing his name for the first time. Suddenly the guy's face changed, and he seriously stated that this deity was the main one on earth and in heaven. He considered him one of the incarnations that received the power of the gods, and became the main one over all that exists. He was called the greatest and the strongest, so he was treated with respect and fear. Any creature, even the most powerful, could not block his path or disobey his command. Only the demonic incarnation called the Black Dragon could be considered the true incarnation of this deity on Earth. Meanwhile, a healing herbal decoction was already being cooked in a saucepan on the fire for the sick girl, capable of quickly strengthening her immunity. Holding a cup of this decoction in her hand, she did not immediately believe that it was really capable of healing her. With the very first sips, it became clear that vital forces instantly filled her body, and the disease went away with every second. There was no doubt that this kind young man was indeed the master the Viscount had taken him for. Now it was time for him to set off on his journey, and Adam asked everyone not to overwork themselves and to take a little rest from everything. Today, his path lay downstream, and he planned to explore those local lands that he had not yet visited. The Viscount couldn't just let this guy go and promised to personally show him all the lands and go fishing at the same time. That day was the last time the Viscount saw his beloved older sister. As she said goodbye, she wished him a safe journey and gave him a smile that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He smiled back but made a face that was better left unseen. The boy seemed to be saying goodbye to his loved ones and felt that their meeting today would be their last. Many of the settlers were wary of the stranger and looked at the two with stern eyes. For no apparent reason, the Viscount felt in his heart that something terrible was waiting for him ahead. Soon they found themselves at a pond, where the boy promised to catch fresh fish and cook it over a fire. The young master had been living in the village for a whole week already, and during this time he had to get used to the local customs. While the Viscount's new pet was busy with the caught fish, the boy asked Adam about his research. Adam sadly reported that little progress had been made in the research, although he had managed to learn a few stories. The most valuable story was about the Black Dragon, from whom the heirs of neighboring tribes suffered in the past. They were indeed the heirs of those glorious warriors who had long revered the Black Dragon as the savior of their tribe. That was all Adam managed to find out, as the villagers avoided talking about the Black Dragon. The boy said with a smile that Adam was just imagining things, and that the residents were actually too busy with their own affairs. Suddenly, the master asked why the boy still went hunting in the wasteland without his sister's knowledge. Adam tried not to show that he noticed, but the boy had been getting too many minor wounds lately. The Viscount asked not to say anything to his elder sister because he did not want to worry her over such trifles. Winter is coming soon, and they need to prepare enough game to survive it and not die of hunger. They had no parents, because both of them died from a serious illness when the boy was still a child. That is why his older sister was always overprotective of him and still considered him a baby. She was always very busy with daily affairs and taking care of her now grown-up younger brother. But wasn't it hard for him to watch this, since his sister wasn't old enough to raise a child? He replied with a smile that it was all for the sake of the family, and that such were the customs of the local population. However, it was time to move past the heavy topics of conversation and talk about why Adam had started his research in the first place. It turned out that the guy went on this long journey in search of divine revelations. His target was the sources of sacred powers of the 6 incarnations, which contained all the power of this world. The 6 incarnations were endowed with the powers of the gods, and if he managed to obtain them, he would gain their power. Only a person who obtains them can become a being capable of seeing far beyond this world. Suddenly, the Viscount realized that these conversations mentioned something painfully familiar. Something that the boy had seen with his own eyes. It seems that this conversation was a real revelation for Adam, who could now learn more about everything. He asked the Viscount to tell him everything he knew, without hiding a single word from him. There was no way out now, but the Viscount asked to keep this conversation a strict secret. He said that his sister told him this story a long time ago, when they were still children. It is said that in his rage, the Black Dragon stopped at nothing and turned all the western wastelands into ashes. In an attempt to limit himself, the Black Dragon passed on his scales to one of his ancestors, and as soon as he lost his source of power, he fell into a sleep. Then the ancestors built a temple, called it the Dragon's Gorge, and placed this dark creature there. The best warriors of the tribe were stationed near the entrance to protect the Black Dragon's scales from evil people. Adam almost understood the essence and solution of the mystery, but at that moment the Viscount asked him to stop. The boy said that he could not tell the whole story, although he called himself Adam's disciple. Adam was a little hurt to hear this, because after everything that had happened, he should have trusted him completely. The elder allowed Adam to remain in their area as long as he wanted, so that the boy could take him to any other place. Before ending the conversation, the Viscount reminded him that there was one place where he could still take him. This place was a steep cliff, at the bottom of which the travelers were passing. The Viscount's pet never lagged behind his young master and was ready to stand up for him at any moment. Such protection was not at all necessary, and it would have been better for the pet to not get underfoot, so as not to be crushed along with other insects. Soon they reached the place where Adam asked the boy to accompany him. Adam had not gone so deep into the wasteland for a long time, and looking into the distance, he remembered these lands. The sun shone so brightly from afar, as if today was some special day, although nothing foreshadowed change. It was at this moment that Adam confessed to the boy that he had had a cherished dream since childhood. Beyond the borders of this world, Adam wanted to find the edge of the earth that connects their world with the world of the gods. Until he fulfilled his dream, the master was ready to go to the very end and not stop for a single day. Turning to the boy, he admitted that there was no force on earth that could stop him. Even if the whole world is against him, he will continue to look at his dream the same way he now looks at this bright sun. For a long time, the boy could not understand what this strange stranger was talking about, and why he connected the curse of the Black Dragon with his sister's illness. Suddenly Adam asked seriously how much the Viscount knew about that Black Dragon. This creature was a servant of the god of death and curses, who ruled over demons and brought only chaos into this world. The incarnation cannot serve such a god, and simply entrust divine revelation to mere mortals. Adam believed that he was simply using the Viscount and his men, passing on to them the curse of demonic revelation that he himself once bore. For the same reason, the Viscount's parents died, and his older sister suffered for a long time from an incurable disease. He easily convinced the boy that the misfortune happened because of the Black Dragon, and that he alone was to blame for all his troubles. Looking at his smile, the Viscount for some reason believed his words so sincerely, as if they were the truth itself. The sacred flower that Adam slowly began to take out of his bag was another clear proof of his words. Handing the flower to the Viscount, he explained that it was to be donated to the sacred treasure that protected their tribe. The Black Dragon's curse will disappear, as will his sister's illness, if the Viscount believes it. Adam wanted the boy to break the rules of his village and tell him all the information he knew. Adam's job was only to offer him help, but refusal could be too painful for the boy. The responsibility for this choice fell entirely on the shoulders of the boy who stood opposite Adam. He did not lie about the terrible curse that already hung over their settlement. That night the girl could not sleep, and she seemed to feel that death was getting closer with every minute. Standing up, she suddenly realized that her younger brother had not been around all this time had he really gone to that wasteland again. Having left the hut with difficulty, she felt that the illness was only getting worse, and the stranger's decoction did not help her. Looking into the distance, she tried to understand why the Viscount had left their settlement at such a late hour. She only hoped that the stars would show him the right path, and that he would be able to return alive and well. The place the boy spoke of really existed, and the sacred relic was under constant surveillance. The best guards carried out their duty day and night, and not a single creature could slip past them. The guys were ready for anything, and meeting a stranger couldn't scare them. For the first time in a long time, they saw someone here who had no right to set foot on this territory. From afar, a guard ordered him to remain where he was, since he could not enter here without the elder's permission. If the scoundrel disobeyed, the guard was ready to pierce him through and through with his sharpened spear. Lunging forward, he realized that Adam had easily caught the sharp tip of the spear with his bare hand. It was incredible where this guy got the strength to not leave wounds on his body. The very next second, the master struck back, which could easily have been the guard's last blow. His partner only watched from afar and could not believe that this was possible. This stranger, who looked no different from the others, possessed incredible strength. With just a few blows, he dealt with both guards, and now neither of the guys was an obstacle for him. From that moment on, the entrance was open, and together with the Viscount, they could enter the gorge. The boy only watched everything from afar, continuing to hold the magic flower in his hands. That guy was really strong, since he was able to defeat two of the best warriors of their settlement at once. There was no point in waiting too long. It was necessary to hurry before dawn came. If they wanted to finish what they had planned before the first rays of the sun, they had to go inside quickly. Soon they found themselves in a sacred place where no stranger had ever set foot. The guards who had guarded this place for many years now lay on the stone floor of the gorge, unable to move. A few minutes later, they approached the sacred altar where the rare relic was kept. The main relic was right now in the hands of the Viscount, who was supposed to fulfill his main purpose. Looking at his master, he was still trying to understand what they were about to go through today, and where it would ultimately lead. Without even turning around, Adam declared that there was no need to be afraid of the new, because soon the boy would become a real hero for his people. He didn't see at that moment the grin that had already spread across the man's face. Everything was going according to his plan, and now all that was left was a small matter. By removing the stone slab that covered the relic, he was finally able to see the final piece hidden in this secret gorge. The boy understood that he was participating in something terrible, but it was too late to turn back. The relic was indeed in the place where the Black Dragon's scales were supposed to be, and was emitting a bright divine light around itself. The only scale was turned the other way, and it was no secret to Adam what its weakness was. The Viscount was worth thanking for revealing the Elder's main secret to Adam, because everything that happened today was only thanks to him. The Master still hadn't told him how this visit to the gorge would end and what would happen to his settlement. If he did everything Adam asked, then his older sister should get better now, right? With each passing minute, The Viscount realized that the stranger's words seemed convincing only when he asked for help. Adam had spent his entire life believing that people were too stupid to calculate his calculated steps towards his goal. This boy turned out to be the same fool whose mistake led to the death of all the inhabitants of his native settlement. Now the time had come to pay for sins, and it was this young man who was to take the price. He no longer looked like the kind friend who wandered through the wasteland with the boy and listened to his interesting stories. It is unclear what the stranger had in mind and why he changed his attitude towards Adam so abruptly, grabbing the Viscount by the hands. The flower that the boy was still holding in his hands was very close to the small scale that was turned in the other direction. And then what they were here for happened, and the Viscount saw a bright white light in front of him. A beam of white light instantly pierced space and seemed to reach all the way to the heavens. This ray was immediately noticed by his older sister, who was near the hut, and still hoped to see her younger brother today. She realized that the beam was coming from the secret Black Dragon Gorge, which was located in the depths of the wasteland. Yes, it was bad news for her, but it was unlikely that this sweet girl would be able to escape her sad fate. The Viscount could not comprehend what this threatened him with, but could one blame the boy for trusting his master? Meanwhile, in the gorge, instead of the Viscount, there was already a creature that would become his second, dark essence in the future. He was already looking at the world through the eyes of the Black Dragon, and in those eyes there was nothing but rage and a thirst for revenge. The power that this entity had bestowed upon him was comparable only to the power of the wing's embodiment itself, but he was noticeably inferior to it. Having spread his giant wings, he was ready to take off for the first time, to awaken in a new incarnation after a long hibernation. The sky remained as starry as it had been a few minutes ago, but now the life of this settlement would change forever. The Black Dragon was already hovering in the air, and only Adam knew where he would go first. The settlers, running out of their huts, immediately noticed something strange in the sky. One of them realized that he saw above his head a creature more terrible than any plague or serious disease. The giant hovered right above their settlement, intent on destroying every inhabitant. With his fiery eyes, he sought out that foolish man who desired the power of a deity. In the ruins where the little Viscount remained, there was no longer any life, and only his pet was looking for him everywhere. Having discovered his young master, the unfortunate dragon could not hold back a pitiful cry. Now he saw only the mutilated body of the boy who had once saved him from death, tearing him from the clutches of local predators. But Ruby will no longer be able to repay him in the same way, because the boy will never rise to his feet again and take him into his caring hands. The culprit of all this was not far from them, pleased that he had managed to deceive the boy. Adam had finally achieved his goal and now had the main sacred relic in his hands. Grasping the relic tightly, he proclaimed himself the new god and prepared for the arrival of the being who would grant him incredible power. A beam of light from the heavens instantly struck the place on Earth where this scoundrel was located. Right now, a miracle was happening that transcended the limits of this world, and the crown of these miracles was Adam. In his hands was concentrated divine power, granting might incomparable to any creature on Earth. He pierced himself with the magic branch with all his might, and feeling unbearable pain, he held back a scream with all his might. Yes, the guy really did take such a desperate step, but this was the only way he could gain the power of God himself. Energy spread throughout his entire body, which now consisted of thin energy threads instead of veins and tendons. That night became his new birth, because in this form Adam will be able to fulfill his main dream, and the Black Dragon will forever become the one who will pursue him throughout the world and thirst for reprisals. Adam touched the dragon's only weakness, not knowing what it meant to him. Coming closer, the dragon demanded that the boy say his name as soon as possible. Immediately after this, an energy vortex swirled around the guy, forever changing his appearance and giving him a new name. Instead of hands, he acquired white wings, and in this form he will wander this earth for eternity. He no longer looked like himself, and even those close to him would hardly have recognized the former person. Now, Adam could call himself the true incarnation of wings, and the strongest being in the world, capable of deciding the destinies of people. While the Viscount lay on the ground, something was happening next to him that would soon determine the fate of his entire settlement. Raising his head, he tried to understand what had happened and why this nightmare was happening in reality. High in the sky above the dragon, there soared a creature that was responsible for all the horrors that had happened on Earth. The dragon felt that this creature contained the main treasures of the gods, which granted incredible power. Until recently, this was impossible to imagine, because even the incarnation was not able to combine them in its body. For all these atrocities, the Black Dragon was ready to tear to pieces the degenerate who did this to his people. It was stupid to ask about the obvious, because the Black Dragon already knew the answers to all questions. To gain such power, this creature killed every single one and appropriated the revelations of heaven. His main enemy, who was right below him, remained the last obstacle on the way to his goal. He unleashed a barrage of divine power, ready to destroy the black dragon in one fell swoop, and with it, his main problem. Thick vortices of dust immediately began to swirl at the sight of the impact. Was the dragon really dead? The giant could not be destroyed so easily, and the creature's temporary weakness was not a reason to celebrate victory. Adam considered him to be just a ghost of the divine era and was ready to crush him personally right now. No one but him could deal with such a killer. But first, he had to carry out his threats in practice. The monster had another weapon in its arsenal that could incinerate any obstacle in its path. The volley of fire was fired right on target, although the flying monster still managed to dodge at the last moment. However, he was not the only one who could move quickly through the air, and the black dragon instantly rushed after him. Now there were two divine beings hovering in the sky, and each represented a huge danger. The dragon would not leave Adam alone until he was freed from this curse of heaven. The incinerating fire could rush at him not only from the creature's mouth, but also from the magical seals placed on the ground. The fireballs were aimed at one target, and that target was the scoundrel Adam. This creature also had a way to resist the dragon's fireballs. By erecting a barrier of divine light, he was able to easily repel the onslaught and remained unharmed. Looking at him, the dragon understood that the duel would be more dangerous than a fight with any other divine being. Fire alone couldn't defeat him, and it was necessary to use all abilities to grind him into dust. He unleashed another massive blow towards him, a whirlwind of sharp projectiles, hoping that at least one would hit the target. For a while, Adam simply watched as these projectiles flew one after another towards him. The enemy could respond with the same blow, but his magic arrows were charged with a completely different energy. The next second, the same sharp arrows, emitting a white glow, flew down to the ground. The arrows of the dragon and Adam collided in mid-air, as if trying to find out whose strength would be stronger. Adam is able to fire many more of these arrows, and some of them almost reached the black dragon. From afar, it was difficult to understand what was happening there. But this lost Earth had never seen anything like it. It seemed as if the sun itself had heated up to the limit and was about to explode right over the heads of the settlers. They all continued to look in the direction from which death itself was approaching them. The Viscount's sister was most worried about her younger brother, who was still out there, wandering the wastelands. She did not yet know what fate was in store for this unfortunate boy, and what torments he had to endure that night. The Viscount's body was mutilated, and his little pet witnessed the most terrible moment in his owner's life. Looking into the distance, towards their settlement, the boy already understood that he had made the most terrible mistake of his life. No matter how much the black dragon resisted, the giant still collapsed to the ground under the onslaught of his opponent. He lay on the ground for a long time, and the monster's entire body was wounded by Adam's arrows. The embodiment of wings only watched from above his defeated enemy. Realizing that his strength was insufficient for the duel, he managed to rip apart the enemy's heart, which meant that it could be considered his complete victory. With a smile on his face, he reminded that the black dragon had a chance to survive, but he had wasted it. Finally, he will be able to realize all his dreams and reach the heavens themselves in his new guise. He soared in the sky as if he had spent his entire life in the air, and this element was completely under his control. It was difficult to understand how this was possible, because the boy took this step only to save his sister. Right now, the black dragon's heir was lying on the ground and no longer posed any threat to his main enemy. The monster understood perfectly well that the boy had helped this embodiment of wings, and only thanks to him was he able to reach the sacred relic. It is impossible to imagine what was going on in the soul of this unfortunate young man, and he begged for forgiveness. Now the demon god had to die, and he looked at the sinful boy with regret. At the end of his life, the monster warned that he would never forgive him for this act, even if he were in heaven. With these words, he cursed the Viscount and hoped that their meeting in heaven would take place as soon as possible. The dragon could no longer resist the curse that enslaved the earth due to the fault of a stupid boy. In his rage, the black dragon let out a deafening roar of pain that could be heard even in the most distant settlement of the wastelands. He cursed the boy, but he understood that he was also to blame for this tragedy. The Viscount continued to look at the demonic god with tears in his eyes, who had done everything in his power. He had no idea how tightly fate would bind him to this creature and what they would have to go through together. Soon the dragon rose into the air and headed towards where the Viscount's sister was. The worst was yet to come, as the monster's next target was the village where the boy's relatives lived. He had no intention of wasting time on long flights, and came here with one purpose. Once it reached the settlement, it instantly incinerated the first huts it came across. The settlers had to watch as the bodies of their loved ones burned in the hellish flames, turning into weightless ash. The same fate befell the Viscount's older sister, who did not manage to run far from the village. If he had only known what this little journey across the wasteland threatened him with, he would never have taken Adam into the sanctuary. It was too late to think about it now, and somewhere in the distance the Viscount's sister was burning in a bright flame. Having accomplished what he had planned, the dragon returned to the boy who had helped awaken the incarnation of wings. At full speed, he fell to the ground in the very place where the Viscount was. The boy instantly felt his body changing, and a completely different entity settling inside him. He felt his soul being pierced by thousands of red threads, and the black dragon's essence had completely taken control of his body. This process could no longer be reversed, and now the boy would have to pay for his sins by continuing to live on Earth. The Viscount will never be the same again, and the only meaning of his life will be hatred. Much time has passed since that day, but the thirst for revenge in the Viscount's heart only grew stronger. No one could stop Adam anymore, because that sinister divine power had long been at his disposal. From the outside, he didn't look like a dark entity at all, because this divine power was hidden within him. Adam's servant hastened to open the portal to return to their sanctuary. Quickly opening the interdimensional gate, he invited his master to pass through it first. At the last moment, for some reason, he stopped and once again remembered his defeated enemy. Turning around, Kyle suddenly heard the words of the girl who saw him as a true embodiment. She suddenly fell to her knees and asked to tell the truth that connected Adam and Amelia. With a smile on his face, he admitted that that boy was indeed the Viscount, and that was the only reason the Black Dragon was so eager for his death. Everything in this world was just a combination of causes and consequences, and when this connection was broken, the world plunged into primordial chaos. The deities called it fate, but only true incarnations could change the fate of the entire world. Looking at her, he promised that they would meet again, and Adam was looking forward to this meeting with the embodiment of nature. At the same time, the queen took water treatments, being in a huge gorge all alone. Her peace was suddenly disturbed by the royal servants, who arrived with an urgent message. Olivia held in her hands a message from a messenger that Joseph would soon return from the southern borders back to the castle. This was the best news in recent days, and the queen hoped that the good news did not end there. The girl was lucky that the messenger did not bring bad news, otherwise she risked incurring the wrath of her mistress. According to the messenger, one incarnation and 2 more strangers appeared with him. As usual, the queen preferred to find out everything herself and see these wanderers with her own eyes. This meeting was about to take place, because the travelers had almost reached the main gate. At the head of the line was the queen's first commander, Joseph, and he hoped that the lady would not punish him for his decision to bring Amelia here. They had not agreed on this, but Joseph understood that in her, the queen would be able to find a strong ally. At the beginning of their meeting, Joseph immediately introduced himself, saying that he also had personal scores to settle with the incarnation of wings. At first glance, the reason was the past battle, but in reality, he was interested in the Viscount's power. When the fight was over, Ava suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving no hope for a next meeting. Amelia could have gone anywhere, but she decided to go to the west of the continent to meet with its main representative there. This man was right behind the gate and was now waiting to meet with foreign guests. The throne was still empty, and all the servants were already tired of waiting for their queen, who did not hesitate to stay late even at an important meeting. All of its top commanders were there and had an idea of what exactly today's conversation would be about. Tarkin was ready for anything and, if necessary, could start the next war even today. At that moment, Her Majesty the Queen appeared in the doorway, slowly walking towards her throne. Looking from afar, Amelia understood that this was the very person on whom too much depended right now. She was the first princess of the Valkyrie line, and a race of warriors who actively opposed the incarnation of wings. However, the queen was very different from all the other rulers, and from the very beginning of her reign was famous for her daring character. Joseph was glad to greet the lady, hoping that he would find her in a good mood today. She asked to drop formalities and move straight to the results of the latest expedition. According to the plan, in order to reach the temple, the guys killed a group of gladiators and provided themselves with reliable cover. Unforeseen circumstances arose, but in the end they still managed to enter the temple. It was in this temple that he encountered Adam, the true embodiment of wings. This was amazing news, but the queen wanted to know what happened after this meeting. It turned out that immediately after this, Joseph was not afraid to engage in battle with him, but to his shame, he lost the duel. The big guy returned in disgrace and did not obtain the necessary information for his queen. Defeats, like victories, were part of a warrior's life, and their number did not matter. In the end, he will definitely kill him with his own hands, and the next meeting will put everything in its place. She liked this approach, and she listened to her servant's words with a smile on her face. Then she laughed loudly, saying that only now did she recognize her faithful commander, who loved to fight as much as she did. More important was who Joseph brought with him straight to the queen's residence. He immediately apologized for not introducing her earlier, and then said that this girl was the embodiment of nature itself. Amelia was from another group that was also pursuing Adam and had recently become their new ally. In gratitude for Joseph's help during the expedition, he brought her here to introduce her to Ragelse. The question remained as to where everyone else was, but Tina immediately said that only the savage and the little girl had arrived with her. The girl was completely fine, and was later supposed to be placed with a foster family. But the man was still in the hospital, and his condition was extremely serious. If the queen wished, he could be brought in by force, although Ragelse preferred to leave him in the infirmary for the time being. Then she walked quickly towards the guest and immediately greeted the embodiment of nature. Extending her hand towards her, she wanted to introduce herself with her real title as quickly as possible, although their relationship could do without it. In response, Amelia thanked Ragelse for the warm welcome and expressed hope that their new union would be as strong as a handshake. The queen suddenly asked what the girl really expected from their cooperation, if she had such intentions. If she was simply a planted spy, then this should have been said immediately, before the start of cooperation. Unexpectedly, she confessed that a branch of the tree was implanted in her body and only the queen could tell everything that Amelia did not yet know. Right in the middle of the conversation, a loud female voice suddenly rang out in the hall, which did not want to allow this union. Barbara was sure that it was stupid to listen to the tales of this girl, who would only bring them trouble. Even from afar, she could feel that this girl was giving off the stench of the embodiment of wings. It was she who received that branch from the winged monster, and now wanted to deceive the queen into supporting her. There was sense in her words, although Tarkin was in no hurry to support his partner, realizing that she could be wrong. Amelia herself had to be heard, and the queen wanted an honest answer. The girl admitted that Barbara was telling the truth, and Amelia still felt the branch resonating inside her. Despite this, she still knew nothing about this branch and the power that lurked deep within her soul. Without the queen's consent, Joseph had no right to share such information, so he could not be blamed for concealing the truth. If she was the girl the Wings incarnation was looking for, then this was a perfect opportunity for Ragelse to attack. With its help, it was possible to lure the embodiment of Wings into a trap and predetermine the outcome of the duel. Suddenly, a girl appeared at the door, bursting into the room without knocking during the meeting. The matter was extremely urgent, because right now in one of the areas with the civilian population, that same stranger had returned to consciousness. Immediately after this, the guy began a bloody massacre, and until now, it has not been possible to calm down this monster in human form. The Viscount had been through too much, and as a child he saw things that no boy his age had ever seen. Fate itself brought him together with Adam, but this meeting brought nothing but cruel reprisals. The Black Dragon could not let Adam go unpunished, and there was only one way to prolong his life. Only by inhabiting the body of this boy could he continue to wander the earth in search of the creature that was to be sent to the next world. As a result, the Viscount lost himself, realizing that his consciousness was slipping away with each passing second. When the fusion of the two beings was complete, the dragon once again felt the life force that allowed it to continue to exist. By that time, the boy's village had already burned to the ground, and this was the Black Dragon's revenge for the monstrous sin of its little inhabitant. The Viscount himself was destined for a different fate, and in his place, anyone would have agreed to simply leave this life. Instead, he was forced to completely merge with the monster he now inhabited. The dragon and the man merged into one creature that thirsted only for revenge, and in whose eyes there was nothing but rage. The new creature had no other purpose, which meant that the Viscount could now only be freed by killing the incarnation of the Wings. He felt like he had become 1,000 times stronger, but he doubted that this dark power would bring him happiness. A good boy turned into an evil mutant whose goal was destruction in order to get to the main enemy. As a mutant, he looked at the world with new eyes, realizing that he was guilty of the death of all his loved ones. The bodies of the settlers burned in the terrible flames and none of them managed to escape. The Viscount was destined to see the result of the folly he committed after meeting Adam. If he hadn't brought the incarnation of the Wings to the sacred cave, this might not have happened. But it was too late to think about that now. The severed limbs quickly grew back on the boy's body, but this could no longer make him or the unfortunate settlers happy. Making his way deeper into the village, he could not come to his senses for a long time, and there was not a single thought in his head. In this terrible state, he slowly walked to the place where his native hut had recently stood. After the death of his parents, his older sister became the owner of the hut, and she was now burning out along with the rest of the settlers. Among the charred corpses, the boy immediately recognized his sister, as if he felt her in his heart. He remembered her last words, when his sister wished him a safe journey, not knowing how this walk would turn out. It is impossible to imagine the pain the boy experienced when he saw the charred corpse of his beloved sister in front of him. Taking her in his arms, he hoped that this was all a nightmare and that he would now wake up in his usual place next to his sister. The terrible dream did not end, and reality was absorbing him more and more with each passing second. There is nothing more painful than realizing that the death of your loved ones was caused by your own stupidity. It was at this moment that Ava appeared next to him for the first time, and for a long time silently watched his suffering. She could do nothing to help the unfortunate child, and now only atonement for his sins could end his earthly torment. There was still a dark entity living inside him, but over the years he had completely merged with it into one whole. At that moment, he jumped out of bed, realizing that he had been in the infirmary for a long time. He was not alone in the room, and a strange little girl was eagerly awaiting his awakening. Looking at her, he tried to remember where he could have met this girl, but the memories seemed to evaporate. It was unlikely that she was an incarnation, and most likely the girl was simply following orders to look after the stranger. There was no time for conversation, because the Viscount's goal remained the same, and there were fewer and fewer of him left. Adam was still alive, and the guy wouldn't calm down until he saw the bastard die with his own eyes. First, it was worth thinking about your own life, because blood was pouring out of the guy's mouth, as if he was mortally ill. He had already experienced a lot in his life, but the girl had seen something like this for the first time. The child remained in the room next to a creature that was more dangerous than many other monsters. Yes, it is very difficult to breathe when blood is pouring out of your mouth, and you can hardly see anything. Viscount's mind left him, and at some point the guy collapsed with his whole body onto the floor of the infirmary. This only amused the girl, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment to tell the settlers everything. A second later, the guy just watched as she ran out into the corridor, leaving him alone. Nothing explained her behavior, and now the Viscount had to figure out for himself what he was doing in this place. Someone did bring him to the infirmary, but who needed to save his life? As he slowly moved forward, he immediately attracted the attention of the local settlers, who had never seen anything like it. The boy who had recently been dying was now advancing on them, obsessed with one single goal. First, it was necessary to find out where the Viscount was and which way to go to get out of this trap. There were only gorge walls everywhere, and wherever the guy looked, he saw nothing familiar. He was not destined to take even a step forward, because a local guard appeared in his path. Before he went any further, he had to explain how he had ended up here, since he didn't look like a local. Resistance was futile, and if the boy refused to answer, the commander would order the guards to attack. It was funny to see how boldly these people behaved, not understanding what a skirmish with the Viscount would threaten them with. At that moment, another man appeared next to him, who was even braver than these guards. Edward was just looking for his little one, and asked the guards if they had seen a little girl nearby. The Viscount's gaze was immediately drawn to the drawing on the guy's hand, which could only mean one thing. On the day of her reincarnation, Ava gave him a drawing of a symbol that needed to be remembered in order to find the embodiment of the wings. It was this symbol that was now drawn on Edward's hand, which meant that he was a follower of the embodiment of wings. If this was true, then the guy was as much an enemy as Adam himself, and he had to be dealt with first. But the Viscount did not have time to grab him, since Edward turned out to be more agile than any swordsman. The next moment, the Viscount saw before him a sharp blade in the hands of a dexterous stranger. Without turning around, he delivered a sweeping blow with his blade, deeply wounding the Viscount and immediately showing who was the attacker in this pair. Edward was quick to apologize, but he hated being attacked from behind. Such a blow could easily be followed by a counterattack, something Edward should have thought about in advance. Even in human form, the guy had serious strength, although his opponent was not inferior to him in agility. He moved perfectly in battle, and the Viscount didn't even notice how he managed to jump to the side. The Viscount looked lousy, but continued to fight as if the fatal wounds were just a light scratch. The guy emitted such a powerful aura that there was no doubt about the origin of the dark creature. But the Viscount also had a couple of questions, and the main one concerned the tattoo on his opponent's arm. It was necessary to immediately answer what relation Edward had to the embodiment of the wings and whether he was his minion. Instead of answering, he rushed into the attack, hoping that a few blows with the blade would discourage the Viscount from conducting interrogations. The very first attack almost hit the target, and only at the last moment the guy managed to dodge. That swordsman was a master of his craft, experienced in fighting not only people, but also monsters. If the Viscount wanted answers, he should have been quicker and not played the unfortunate victim. He would have to force the answers out, but that would be difficult to do against a master swordsman armed with a signature blade. He wielded his sword as skillfully as a deity wields magic, and the cold weapon replaced the abilities he lacked. If his opponent had been a swordsman like Edward, he would have certainly fallen under one of the sword master's sweeping movements. It's surprising that the opponent not only didn't fall for the tricks, but also managed to slip away right from under his nose. The Viscount was always famous for his speed, although he had a couple of other strong points besides that. Once this daredevil decided to engage in a duel with him, he was about to feel the full strength of this guy. Looking at him, Edward immediately guessed that he was dealing with a demonic creature whose hands were not at all like human ones. The guards rushed for reinforcements, because this monster could single-handedly kill their entire group. However, it was not worth relying only on the power of swords and spears when a being with divine power was fighting against you. It was precisely this power that the fencer, who was accustomed to fighting only with simple opponents, was about to feel. Such a fierce attack could not be met point blank, because the sword simply would not have withstood the Viscount's lightning-fast onslaught. There was no point in retreating either, especially since the guy noticed one interesting feature. This demon was not in the best condition and would not be able to fight for long at such a pace. The next second he bowed his head, unable not only to attack, but also to defend himself properly. This was a great chance for Edward, as his opponent was open and too vulnerable. The guy easily took advantage of this, piercing the Viscount with his sword right through his chest. The sword pierced his body like a knife through butter, and the tip of the blade came out of the back of this demonic creature. All such monsters had regeneration, and all that was left was to wait for his response. The Viscount did not want to start the battle at full strength, but his opponent left him no other choice. The demon inside him could break out at any moment, and after the last attack, that moment became even closer. The fight no longer seemed like a simple training session to Edward, because instead of a wounded opponent, he saw something else in front of him. The transformation from human to mutant could have happened so quickly that Edward would have had no chance to escape. A few seconds later, a giant dragon stood in front of him, against which it was useless to use an ordinary steel sword. Everyone who saw it could not believe their eyes, because what was happening resembled a terrible dream. Even Edward, who had seen a lot in his life, was not ready to meet such a dangerous opponent face to face. The Black Dragon alone could kill not only this guy, but also his entire group from the royal squad. If he wanted to continue the fight, he had to use all the latest methods in his arsenal, otherwise the guy was in danger of dying. The feeling that had arisen in the depths of Edward's soul had not visited him for a long time, but it could not be confused with anything. For the first time in a long time, he truly felt fear when he saw the giant mutant in front of him. Suddenly, a loud female voice was heard behind him, and it became clear that help was already close. Above the Black Dragon's head, the image of the one who had always been considered the best in her field had already appeared. Regelza dealt such serious damage to her opponent with one blow that she was able to buy time for herself and her subordinate. If it had not been for this young woman, things might have turned out differently for Edward. But the Queen always appeared at the most dangerous moment. Now, several fighters surrounded the Black Dragon, and their group was led by one of the strongest warriors on the continent. The rest of the group also arrived, although Amelia loudly asked them to stop and not kill the Black Dragon. However, the Queen could not accept the fact that he had harmed her people, and could not simply spare his life. The ugly monster in front of her had already been sentenced to death, and it was Regelza who was ready to carry out the sentence. Even if the Black Dragon was not an enemy to them, today he crossed the line and signed his own death warrant. He will fight to the last, because any creature in such a situation has nothing else left. Still, the Viscount knew deep down that these people were not his target, and it was not worth killing them. The Queen no longer saw him as a dangerous opponent, and watched with surprise what was happening to him. The Black Dragon collapsed to the floor, but his human essence continued to operate. The giant grabbed his chest with his paws and began to tear it, as if he really wanted to die. Right before everyone's eyes, he began to tear apart his flesh, as if the appearance of the monster was too much for the man inside. Incredibly, he actually tried to destroy himself, as if he foresaw the sins he would commit if he did not do so. Now it was possible to lower the blades, because there was no one to fight with, and the Black Dragon was no longer a threat. Only Amelia understood the pain the Viscount was going through so that this skirmish would not lead to mass murder. He was ready to sacrifice even himself, but would his life really end there forever? The Queen could not understand who this monster really was and what kind of person was hiding in the dragon's body. Soon, she had the opportunity to see the face of the young man who had been in the body of a dragon against his will all this time. After a short time, they found themselves in the dungeon, where they were supposed to take the Viscount into custody. This time, the guy definitely couldn't escape, because the heavy doors of the dungeon were reliably guarded by guards inside and outside. Now it was possible to think about everything, because at the moment of the terrible scene with the dragon, there was only chaos around. Tina understood that rumors would soon spread throughout the fortress, and it was only a matter of time before the truth was revealed. That's why Regelza called an emergency meeting today, hoping that all her fighters were already aware of the events. The main question was who this foreigner named Viscount was, and what decision to make about his life. Barbara believed that this criminal should have simply been killed, rather than keeping the monster in a fortress and complicating the situation even more. Although Edward did not agree with her, because it would be better to use such a curious character for one's own purposes, or even take him into the team. Second Commander Tarkin didn't care what decision they made, as long as this dragon didn't do any more stupid things. Now the word remained with the chief commander of their detachment, because Joseph knew about the Viscount's abilities from the very beginning. There was no point in hiding it, and the commander admitted that he knew what danger the Viscount posed within himself. In that case, why the hell did he bring this monster here, and why didn't he kill it when it was vulnerable? Joseph reminded that the decision to execute the dragon had not yet been made, and the final word remained with the queen. Regelza understood that the power of this creature was great, but still the boy hated his dragon form as much as they did. If they can get this power under their control, it will become an extremely useful weapon in their hands. Finally, Barbara couldn't take it anymore, and said that one shouldn't listen to the idiotic advice of those who don't understand anything about the nature of dragons. Edward himself had recently fought with him, and should have known how this duel would have ended if not for the queen. Joseph was right. This guy could be very useful if they could tame him. Taming the black dragon was not an easy task at all. And who, if not Edward, should know its true power? If they had fought seriously to the end, perhaps neither of them would have escaped unharmed, and both would have died on that spot. In the middle of the conversation, a figure appeared at the end of the room that could clarify the situation a little. She walked slowly towards the round table, wanting to deliver the message to the queen personally. This girl was considered the sweetest of all the employees, but the queen kept her close not only for this. Ava was not only a cheerful girl, but also an excellent informant who always brought the necessary news. By order of the queen, the Viscount was still kept in prison, and his fate had not yet been decided. All this time, the guy had to endure iron chains that did not give him a chance to either escape or turn into a dragon. However, someone else appeared next to him, and this creature wanted to know how the young master was doing. At first, she was worried that the black dragon might escape from the dungeon. But seeing him here, she quickly calmed down. No matter how stern the Viscount's gaze was, he didn't have the strength to free himself from captivity right now. Looking at him, Emma lost her composure, not expecting that in place of the terrible monster there would be such a handsome man. Meanwhile, Eva was greeted in different ways, and not all of the queen's fighters were happy with her presence. The humble information gatherer was already there and, taking off his hat, expressed his respects to the queen. Barbara couldn't understand how Eva got in here and why the guards at the entrance couldn't stop her. Sophia also did not know this girl, and out of fear she grabbed the little dragon tightly, pressing him to herself. There was no need to worry so much, but it would have been better to run into the arms of your friend. There was no point in causing a commotion, because she had the power to overcome any spatial limitations. The queen had known her for a long time and knew about Eva's famous ability, which helped her obtain information. Even before the fighters returned, she offered Regelzi a deal that the queen could not refuse. The girl knew that the queen was looking for a power that could destroy the embodiment of wings, and this power was hidden in the Viscount. This cunning girl clearly calculated everything and knew the queen's answer in advance. Regelza was always interested in such a deal and wanted to know its terms in more detail. The conversation started off well, and Ava wanted to create a strong alliance between the kingdom and her news agency. The agency promised to use all resources to destroy the incarnation of the wings if the deal goes through. The shackles that had bound the Viscount now lay on the stone floor of the dungeon, and their entire plan could go down the drain. The man who was supposed to lead this plan was now standing right behind Ava, and that was bad news for her. Incredibly, he not only escaped from prison, but also broke through numerous and strong guards. If he really is that powerful, then he should have no trouble dealing with a group of several people. Even Tarkin understood what this duel would threaten them with if the black dragon inside the Viscount broke out. The guy didn't need any alliances, which means a bunch of idiots are just wasting their time. Only Ruby was glad to see his master, and this joy was easy to understand from the appearance of the little pet. Having broken free from Sophia's hands, he rushed towards his master, and this was the happiest moment in the creature's life. It was the Viscount who was supposed to be the killer of the incarnation of the wings, which meant that no one else could claim this role. The boy seemed to have forgotten where he was, although Barbara could easily have sent him back to the dungeon. The question was what the guards who were supposed to be guarding the black dragon had been doing all this time. If Regelza ordered, Barbara was ready to engage in a duel with him right now, without even understanding what this fight would threaten her with. Still, it was worth calming down a little, because the queen had not yet heard what the Viscount himself would say. Looking at him, she wondered about his intentions and whether he could become their ally. His body, covered in scars, spoke of many bloody battles in the past. The frantic energy that emanated from him was like the power of a deity, and Regelza had never encountered anything like it. He was a real bloody monster in the flesh, who easily ground into dust any opponents. With a smile, Eva stated that she had wanted to present their strongest trump card to the queen earlier, but the Viscount decided to introduce himself to Regelza. True, this girl risks incurring the Viscount's wrath if she continues to behave in this manner. I wonder since when did the Viscount become someone's property, and Eva imagined that she could control his fate. He didn't even notice that the girl who had first entered the dungeon a few minutes ago had reappeared behind him. She gently reminded the Viscount that he had recently lost a battle with the embodiment of wings, and would not be able to fulfill his mission without the Queen's help. It was hard to admit, but it was impossible to deal with Adam alone, and without strong allies, the Viscount would remain in the background. It seemed like someone was having a hard time right now, and Ava needed to be more careful around him in the future. Every day, the guy was losing control over his second essence faster and faster, and it took him a lot of effort to restrain the Black Dragon. If this guy was really capable of destroying the Wings incarnation, one could consider an alliance with him, although Barbara was still against it. Ava, with the same smile, introduced the second agent of their bureau, who arrived at the royal palace with her. But the Queen stopped the girl in time, reminding her that the conversation was with the Viscount, not with her. Regelza didn't care about the origin of this monster in human form, and only his power could lead them to a common goal. She herself did not yet have a precise opinion about him, but she had already managed to see his power with her own eyes. The fighters gathered here had one goal: to destroy the incarnation of Wings, and this bound them together. This common goal served as the basis for their organization, which had been led for many years by Commander Joseph. For example, the man the Viscount had fought today was the epitome of a swordsman, and was considered the best in his field. He was once part of a clan that served the incarnation of Wings, but that clan was destroyed by an embittered traitor. From then on, he swore revenge, personally burned the mark on his hand, and the Queen accepted him into her ranks. Now Regelza saw his wild rage towards the embodiment of Wings. If he had managed to make this alliance, the next meeting with Adam could have ended completely differently. Finally releasing Ava, he addressed the Queen with words that she needed to hear right now. The Viscount understood that his strength had no limits, and that only he possessed power equal to a god. The more cursed beasts he absorbed, the stronger he became, and his power could grow infinitely. Once the Viscount has regained all of his power by devouring enough monsters, he will tear the Wings manifestation apart without their help. Yes, it was hard to bear, and Barbara had never heard anyone shut her up before. However, such a daring character was to the liking of the Queen herself, who loved brave guys. Although this daredevil was impudent, Regelza laughed loudly throughout the entire hall, having not heard such frank words for a long time. If he really is who he claims to be, it was worth getting to know this young man better. Rising from her throne, Regelza walked slowly towards the stranger to take a closer look at him. She was willing to form an alliance with the Viscount to get rid of the embodiment of Wings together. Now Olivia and Tina need to carry out the Queen's order as soon as possible, because the Viscount was probably expecting to meet another person. It was precisely about Amelia that they were talking, and Regelza ordered that this girl be brought to the throne room. At the same time, Adam was preparing for the duel, and his loyal subjects had already been warned about it. The chief bodyguard Magnus was already heading to his master, hoping not to be late with the visit. Standing in front of the gate, Magnus knew that today's conversation would be different from all the others, and it was worth preparing in advance. He slowly opened the heavy gates, and from the look of this formidable warrior, it was clear that any order from the master would be immediately carried out. In the middle of the hall, Magnus saw a dead giant monster, and next to it his younger brother Adam, looking at the defeated monster. Now the incarnation of Wings had several more allies, and each of them possessed a dark essence. It was these creatures that the Viscount and his new team of royal fighters would soon have to fight. Kyle had fun with his brother, because this bloodthirsty boy always loved not childish entertainment. Today Adam celebrated the birth of a new brother, and was glad to see the chief commander on such a day. Bowing low to the owner, Magnus announced that he had already gathered everyone, as Adam had ordered. It was time to open the passage as soon as possible, and proceed to the next step of their plan. Magnus slammed his fist together with all his might, and the space behind him seemed to split into small pieces. The portal that instantly opened behind Magnus was the fastest way to travel between the two spaces. Only a being like Adam could personally descend into the space teeming with dark entities. The monsters could soon join his army, but first he needed to find a way to tame them. From the cliff, Adam realized that he could only enslave this horde of bloodthirsty monsters by first defeating them. These creatures are accustomed to serving only themselves, and would hardly have joined the ranks of Adam without seeing his power. He watched the utter hell below for a long time and calmly. But this picture was long familiar to him, and then he quietly said that they were all rejected by God, and they had only one chance left to take revenge on him. Only by joining the army under Magnus's command can they receive the retribution for which they exist. They all lost their human appearance, becoming slaves of evil spirits, and will never be able to regain it. It was difficult to accept, but only by hearing the truth could these creatures gain new meaning. Now they were about to experience the depths of humiliation, and it was for this that Adam came down to them from another space. He shouted loudly that they were all unworthy of recognition, and that in comparison with God, they were only pitiful non-entities. These despicable creatures remained eternal slaves of their weakness, and were unable to gain the freedom that Adam had once won for himself. The guy had evidence of their baseness, which would easily bring the unworthy to their senses, setting them on the true path. Then he moved so quickly into the very center of the crowd of monsters, as if he was not at all afraid to meet these creatures face to face. With his blow, he destroyed the monster so quickly, as if he could have killed each of these dark creatures with the same success. If they dared to challenge him right now and attack him en masse, they must be prepared to throw off the shackles of the damned flesh. Now it was time to show what they were capable of, because their target was right in the center of the gorge. Those of them who can survive this confrontation will receive the blessing of wings, and only Adam can give them this blessing. Never before had these mutants met such a brave guy. Was he really a deity? It was worth checking this out in action, because it was not worth behaving so brazenly on their territory. The monsters struck fear into anyone who saw them up close, and Adam was the one who asked for this fight. The very next moment, the monster lowered his heavy fist into the place where Adam had been a second ago. The guy dodged the blow so quickly, it was as if he had the ability to control time itself. He just watched the stupid monsters from afar with a smile, hoping that it would impress them. Instead of letting out a wild roar and wasting time, they should have simply turned around and attacked their main target. At the same time, in earthly space, a meeting was to take place that would change everything in Amelia's life. Now the girl was summoned by the queen herself and prepared for a serious conversation with her. Regelza herself greeted the guest from afar with a smile, hoping for an interesting conversation. Opposite her, the girl saw the Viscount, which meant that he had already managed to conclude an alliance with the queen. His whole body was wounded, and it was painful to watch him like that. Ava greeted her old acquaintance with a smile, and even took off her hat to her as a sign of respect. On the other side of the Viscount, Emma had been there for a long time, and lately she had not left the guy's side for a single step. Regelza asked everyone to relax, assuring them that she had convinced the rest of the council not to pressure Amelia with her decision. Just a moment ago he was much more unstable, but now he acted as if he had come to terms with everything. It was difficult to understand what had been done to him, and whether it was just a coincidence. They had just finished talking with Regelza, and now they had to find out Amelia's opinion. These two could officially become members of their team, although for the Viscount, it was clearly a forced move. Joseph reminded them that even if this union was temporary, they would be able to fulfill their purpose and separate peacefully. They just needed the Viscount's power to track down the Wing's incarnation and get rid of it. The answer that the girl had been looking for all her life she could only get in union with them. The conversation could take a turn that was unpleasant for her, and she had to be prepared to hear the answer. Amelia had already expressed her readiness, and there was no point in repeating the same thing twice. She only asked to tell her everything that was known about the magical branch that had been locked inside her since childhood. The queen had an answer long ago, but first the girl had to hear one important piece of news. The branch of the World Tree was a relic that contained the power of fallen warriors from all ages. Regelza read about this in the report of her first commander, but Amelia herself saw how the cursed creature turned into a real dragon. There was another creature named Kyle, who at first glance might have seemed like a harmless child. But that child was a true embodiment of the branch, and as a rule, the power of such beings is connected with the power of the blessing of the wings. This acted as a catalyst for the evolution of the cursed being in his earthly incarnation. Under Adam's influence, the girl herself became such an incarnation because she was born from the blood of the bearer of the blessing of wings. Amelia's current appearance was merely a result of the branch's influence, and she could have been the same demonic creature from the very beginning. But there really could have been a dark essence lurking inside the girl, which would explain her strength. If the power of the wing's embodiment was truly like that of a god, then why was it used on a demon? Regelza quietly explained that the power of the branch was capable of turning the incarnation into a demon, and that Amelia would soon feel it herself. Even in her distant childhood, the queen saw this with her own eyes on the day of Valkyrie's death. Valkyrie was her homeland, and on that fateful day, their group was caught in a storm that was much stronger than all the previous ones. The little queen was afraid to be there, But in the sky, she noticed something much more terrible. The creature that was the embodiment of wings seemed to have appeared high above them on purpose. His main goal was to turn the embodiment of her country into a demon, and he soon succeeded. Now, instead of a defender of her homeland, she saw a giant monster controlled by a dark entity. If all this is true, then there may be a similar entity hidden inside Amelia that Adam will soon be able to awaken. Amelia could have been either a servant of Adam or a demon walking her earthly path alone. This girl wouldn't hurt a fly. Did Adam really see a bloodthirsty monster in her? Joseph slammed his fist down on the table and declared that this was why Amelia was special and was closest to the world's border. You shouldn't have spoken in such a tone in front of the Viscount. And besides, what other world border are we talking about? In Regelza's homeland and in her family, legends have long been known and passed down from generation to generation. The Border of Worlds was the name given to the edge of the universe where the world tree grew, which gave birth to mutants. The incarnation of Wings had only one goal, and he wanted to break through this boundary to get to the world of the gods. That is why he created creatures in which a shoot of this tree could grow, so that the monster would then completely submit to his will. However, the strength of the branches was so great that only a small part of simple creatures could withstand it. Many creatures died at the moment of rebirth, when their new appearance manifested itself in full force. Those who did manage to see the world through different eyes gained this power only for a short time. Adam soon enslaved all those who could hold this new power within. There were only a few such surviving creatures, but each of them contained enormous power. The Queen still didn't know which branch Adam owned and what they would face in the upcoming battle. The Viscount had already visited the wasteland where this dark entity was born many years ago. In his distant childhood, at his first meeting with Adam, the boy could not yet see the true appearance of this terrible creature. But right now, with its help, it was possible to pacify one of the former guards of the royal family, who many years ago was turned into a demon. Having finished the story, the Queen suddenly stood up from her seat and announced the beginning of the mission. Her loyal subjects were about to encounter the unknown. Although Edward always loved everything unusual, 4th rank Commander Barbara still doubted that these two could really help them. They and their squads will have to go on a mission to those lands where many can gain the necessary experience. For many, this was good news, although relations with the locals had to be established first. Their goal was to destroy all the demonic creatures that had taken over those distant lands. Finally, Regelza wished them good luck in battle and expressed hope that her team would not let her down this time either. Soon after, a conversation took place that further convinced Amelia of the Queen's rightness. Eva explained that in the north of the continent there was a secret Valkyrie port, and 500 select warriors served in a secret fortress next to it. Under their protection lived several thousand civilians there, as well as all of the Queen's closest advisors. They are also incarnations, and after the recent defeat of the Viscount, they should think even more seriously about an alliance with the Queen. But not much time passed from the moment of contact with the Leviathan to the audience with the Queen, and Eva pursued this plan from the very beginning. Her guess was correct, although Amelia's participation in this came as a complete surprise to her. However, they had gained powerful allies, and this could not be considered bad news. The Viscount's strength lay in the will that lurked within the boy along with his dark essence. As long as he was able to contain the Black Dragon's power and influence, he would be able to provide the entire team with invaluable support in this mission. Emma began to appear more and more often next to the Viscount and closely watched his every step. She was able to use hypnosis to contain the power of the dark entity within him, preventing it from escaping. Suddenly, Eva asked if Amelia wanted to make a deal with her. But what kind of deal could we be talking about with someone Amelia had only recently met? She continued to insist that she needed help, and with this help, Amelia could be useful to the Viscount himself. Amelia was the guardian of the branch that attracted the attention of the Wing incarnation, so her role was obvious. When the time comes, Adam will definitely come for her soul, and it is at this moment that he can be attacked from ambush. Ava was brought back to Earth after receiving a harsh refusal. The girl did not want to take part in such adventures and enter into an alliance that would bring a lot of trouble. More than anything, she wanted to rid the world of sacrifices, because she could no longer stand by helplessly. Therefore, the girl did not need the help of either the Queen or her loyal minions. In order to protect people from Adam, she was ready to enter into a duel with him herself, and enter into an alliance only on these terms. It was hard to call it a deal, but in her position, Eva couldn't refuse it. The next second, the girls sealed their alliance with a handshake, and these negotiations could be considered successful. And now she was ready to dedicate her new ally to all the details of the already prepared plan. Queen Regelza used the Viscount's power to retake the ancient capital of the Valkyries. Most likely they had already begun preparing to seize the cursed land over which even death had no power. But the ruler of these lands was the embodiment of holiness. Were they really ready to engage in a duel with him? And indeed, Eve reminded him that he had once been a sacred unicorn, one of the first 6 incarnations on Earth. According to Regelza's memories, after the fight with the embodiment of the wings, that creature turned into a demonic entity after meeting Adam. Apparently, this happened under the influence of the very branch that Amelia had been trying to find out about all this time. They simply needed to take revenge on the demon who destroyed their home country and brought death to their lands. The task was clear, so the guy was ready to cut the demon to pieces right now to get more information about the branch. The guy demanded that Eva take him to that place as soon as possible. This guy was too impatient because he could have spent at least a few minutes having a pleasant conversation with Amelia. The expedition will set off for these lands in exactly 3 days, and soon the Viscount's main wish will be fulfilled. With the help of portals, Eva could reach any point in the world in a short time. The detachments of the 2 commanders had already lined up in orderly rows, with a total of 100 fighters. All of these fighters had undergone serious training and were considered the best professional assassins under the command of Queen Regelza. Turning in their direction, Eva declared that she would go to this place at any time, as long as they gave her the coordinates. In that case, it was possible to put everything aside and do what Edward had been preparing for his whole life. The boy wanted to meet face to face with that very embodiment of wings about which there were so many rumors. Barbara was also eager to flex her fists and hoped that her partners would not die prematurely. It was too early for them to move out, but it was clear from her expression that Barbara was eager to fight. Only the Viscount understood that such a battle would not be a simple walk, and that everything had to be taken more seriously. Emma still kept pace with her new friend, although the Viscount's pet was already noticeably angry. The guy understood that he was being watched around the clock, but he shouldn't have done it so openly. And yet, he was ready to hack to death that damned monster who became the main cause of his troubles. This opportunity presented itself to the guy much earlier than he expected, and now he had a team of allies at his disposal. The interdimensional portal that Eva had opened was ready to move to the desired point. Barbara was the first to rush into the attack and almost knocked her partner off his feet. Edward didn't want to lag behind her, although it was extremely difficult to keep up with this girl. But after a few seconds, she felt behind her head that Edward had almost caught up with her. Turning around, she saw him nearby, completely forgetting about safety precautions. After all, at the bottom of the cliff where they soon found themselves, a giant monster was waiting for them, which it was better not to attack head-on. With each passing day, Amelia gained better control over her ability, and today was the day when she needed to show it. She was the very embodiment of nature and could control the thick roots of trees, merging with their nature. With the help of the revived rhizomes, the girl was the first to attack the mutant, hoping to confuse him. After the frontal attack, thick clouds of dust rose up where the 2 giants had collided. This is exactly what the rest of the group took advantage of, instantly descending into the crater. As expected, they saw the same monster that had already dealt with the creature under Amelia's command. This mutant thought that half the job was done, but for him it was still just beginning. After all, Amelia's attack was just a diversionary maneuver, and the main blow was supposed to be delivered by the Viscount. He easily found a weak spot on his opponent's bony body and decided the outcome of the fight with 1 blow. Everyone else could only watch the battle, and Edward never got to try his hand. It was impressive, because the guy saw again the same Viscount with whom he once fought in the dungeon. The mission promised to be much more fun than expected, but there was nothing but fury in the Viscount's eyes. His girlfriend's gaze was also stern, because she might not have another chance to find out the whole truth. Not a single ray of sunlight fell on this land, and it was the darkest of all. It was especially difficult to wait for the Queen's command to proceed to the next step. It seemed that even the hands of the clock here moved more slowly, and time itself slowed down. For the first time in a long time, Emma felt truly bored, and her usual smile was replaced by a tired look. Right now, it was necessary to wait for Regelza's decision, and until then, all that was left was to wait. The Queen herself was already receiving her subjects, listening to their reports and giving orders. She was ready to explain the details of the operation that lay ahead for her squad. Previously, the vastness of the kingdom was full of unicorns and mystical animals that helped to resist enemies. Now they had become terrifying hordes, sowing terror and death in beautiful places. First of all, they had to establish their control on this plane, and these 2 would have to lead the army, being in the vanguard. However, Edward believed that they could simply use Eva's abilities, since speed had always been their main advantage. After all, it will be much safer than walking across the entire plane. In many ways, he was right, because this girl's ability could transport them to the safest point on the plane, bypassing the captured lands. The mission was extremely dangerous, and would require moving tens of kilometers away from the base, which meant it was better to enlist the support of 2 allies. Barbara believed that they did not need the help of the Viscount and Amelia, and that they would cope much better with Edward. However, Regelza quickly put her in her place, reminding her that this was the Queen's order. There was only a week left before the mission began, and the first thing to do was to meet the team at the royal base. Finally, she asked them to stay alive, because all her fighters would still be useful to the Queen in the future. Meanwhile, Ruby also needed help, and Amelia asked him for one favor. The little pet did its job without any difficulty, releasing a fiery volley from its mouth. He instantly burned the corpse of the killed mutant, and for a long time everyone silently watched this hellish flame. On the surface, the new allies seemed quite harmless to Barbara, but it was clear that they were actually very strong. Even their pets had abilities that were hard to find in the strongest warriors. Emma hoped that she could contain the black dragon inside the Viscount, and not let it break out prematurely. It seemed as if Barbara was about to tell these people everything she thought about them. It's good that her partner appeared nearby and asked her not to do anything stupid. Very soon they would arrive at the edge of the forest, but until then, they had to keep themselves in hand. For Barbara, comrades in arms were always those people to whom she could trust her life without hesitation. They were the ones who could be considered true comrades, but they all died long ago in battle with monsters. With these words, the girl turned sharply towards where the two strangers were. From afar, the Viscount noticed Barbara, who was walking quickly towards them. The girl was unhappy with her new role, and believed that the Viscount was much weaker than he wanted to appear. Even the lowest expectations were too high, meaning that allied assistance could be useless. But the guy didn't want to waste time on stupid conversations and simply asked her to step aside. Barbara continued to claim that Regelza was very interested in the Viscount's power, but she had a different opinion. After all, he wasn't even able to fully control the beast inside himself, which meant that he still posed a danger to the entire group. Amelia couldn't understand why Barbara suddenly attacked the Viscount, as if she still harbored a grudge. And yet, in her eyes, the Viscount was a time bomb that could explode at the most inopportune moment. The guy asked her nicely to leave everyone alone, and it would be better not to anger him even more. Barbara couldn't stand this attitude towards herself, and warned that she also had sharp claws. If he wanted to test their strength, he could do it right now, although the girl was not responsible for the consequences. However, if he didn't get out of here as soon as possible, she could personally tear him to pieces without leaving the spot. Since she seriously wanted to hear his answer, it was time to put everything in its place. While she was still alive, she would have been better off listening to this guy who still had a giant monster lurking inside him. There was one person, however, who could calm everyone down, and he quickly used his ability. The next moment, instead of the Viscount, Barbara saw only a pile of dried bones in front of her. Looking around, she could not understand how she ended up here, and what to expect now. Suddenly, a loud sound and a female voice were heard in the distance. Could it be that the Queen herself had come here? Taking a closer look, Barbara realized that she had been wrong to snap at the Viscount, and that she might get into trouble. Queen Regelza personally visited this place, which means that the beginning of their mission will take place soon. The Viscount, like this girl, was easily immersed in an illusory space. One more false move and the enchanting hypnotic abyss will replace the real world for the Viscount. The guy felt bad about being ordered around, but what could he do against this vile girl? However, their problems were just beginning, and there was no point in wasting time on nonsense. Instantly pushing Emma away from himself, the guy prepared to meet someone who was more terrible than any hypnosis. At first, she didn't understand what was happening and why the guy behaved so rudely. Looking back, she saw a giant snake that had been waiting for them for a long time at the other end of the forest. The local predator could swallow any of them alive, and it was not worth joking with such monsters. Edward loudly warned everyone about the danger, although it was worth doing it a little earlier. But next to the tree where his partners were, a giant snake was already in full swing. Edward immediately ordered 10 fighters to set off in pursuit of him before it was too late. However, he was not alone here, and another group of mutants was already approaching them. The cavalry was getting closer with every second, but this herd was very different from ordinary animals. Each of them contained a dark essence, for these beasts had long been dead. Right now, they were a serious threat, so Amelia activated her ultimate ability. Several wooden stakes immediately burst out from under the ground and pierced the bodies of the revived monsters. The girl loudly commanded all the fighters to take positions and prepare for another wave of attack. These creatures came in packs, and killing a few of them did not solve the problem. Barbara's problem was no less, and it was good that the Viscount noticed it in time. He covered her mouth tightly, hoping that she wouldn't scream loudly and attract the local monsters. The giant snakes were so close that they could spot hidden victims at any moment. One of the snakes, which could detect the Viscount and Barbara faster than its relatives, crept up very close. It seems that they started an argument at the wrong time, and such stupidity could cost them their lives. Of course, the guy could have taken the form of the Black Dragon. But then Barbara's life would have been in danger. It soon became clear that he had no other choice, because he had to somehow get out of the stomach of the giant snake. The guy had his claws tightly gripped her insides and was ready to tear everything into small pieces with one movement. Never in his life had this monster felt himself being torn apart from the inside. But today, it was time to get to know this feeling. For the mutant himself, this would only end in one thing, because it is impossible to live with a torn belly. The giant snake was no longer a threat, meaning the lives of the two were saved. It was only thanks to the Viscount that they were able to survive this day, and Barbara should finally change her attitude towards this guy. Right now, he was carrying her in his arms, although just recently she was ready to finish him off herself. Barbara was unconscious for a long time, and we had to wait until she came to. When the girl opened her eyes, at first she could not understand what had happened to her. Looking around quickly, she saw the same Viscount, who was waiting for her to wake up. This girl turned out to be very lucky. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the fact that she was still alive. The strange thing was that they were both almost naked, and Barbara was tormented by the question of what the hell the Viscount was doing next to her all this time. The girl was embarrassed by her appearance and had to hide well from prying eyes. In fact, they only miraculously managed to survive by escaping from the snake's stomach. This guy not only protected Barbara, but also saved her from certain death at the most dangerous moment of her life. His body's regeneration has slowed down, and he will be unable to move for some time after this. It was like snake toxin or acid was coursing through his blood right now. It had been a long time since they had separated from the main group, and the help of the rest of the fighters here would clearly not hurt. Suddenly he grabbed her wrist tightly again, pulling her towards himself. But what was he planning? If he had already saved her life once, Barbara should have believed him at least this time. The danger was still somewhere nearby, and any wrong move could cost them their lives. The snakes were still in that place, which meant that their lair was somewhere around here. Wherever he stepped, there were these mutated creatures. But now the Viscount could no longer repeat his trick. All this time he was haunted by anxiety, because these monsters looked like demonic creatures under someone's influence. If he was going to fight them alone, it was a bad idea, as Barbara had warned him from the start. But the guy never learned to fully control his dark essence, so it was better to come up with another way. If he uses his abilities to their full potential, he will again fall into an uncontrollable rage like before. It was impossible to give themselves up to be eaten by these creatures, so they had two options. In the first case, they could accept the fight, and then the awakening of the entity would be inevitable. In the second case, they could quickly escape and meet their allies at the other end of the forest. The choice was theirs alone, although Barbara was clearly leaning towards the second option. There was a third option, because if they broke through the snakes to the final point at the edge of the forest, they would almost certainly survive. If he already understood the situation, then this time they would have to become allies, not enemies. Hundreds of snakes out hunting were a good reason for such an alliance. By meeting the others, they could increase the number of victims and bring trouble to their partners. After a long conversation, the Viscount asked Barbara to briefly answer what choice she had made. The choice was made a long time ago, but until the very end, the girl did not want to experience it again. She wasn't happy about this situation, but it was the only way they could get out of here alive. Now she had to cover a long distance quickly, and the Viscount had to hold onto her more tightly. As she rushed forward, the hungry snakes immediately caught the scent of a nearby victim. All the snakes rushed after them, like spiders that sensed a midge fluttering in their web. However, their victims could hardly be called defenseless midges, because instead of wings they had sharp claws. Taking the form of a giant wolf, Barbara tried to break through the mutants to safety as quickly as possible. One of the snakes quickly blocked their path, but it was this snake that became Barbara's first victim. It was not difficult for her to tear one snake into pieces so that it would not get in the way under her feet. Within moments, they were racing towards the far edge of the forest where they were going to meet up with the rest of the group. The mutants could only watch the fugitives and the wolf, who spat a piece of their relative out of his mouth. Previously, the Viscount could not even imagine that this fragile girl was capable of transforming into such a dangerous predator. If they had held on a little longer, they would have found themselves next to their partners, who were already fighting. But it was now that Barbara noticed a creature in front of her that was more dangerous than any snake. In the middle of this wasteland, someone's appearance was visible. Could someone have tamed a giant snake? The stranger was indeed sitting on a giant snake, something the Viscount had never seen before in his life. He was calmly reading a book, as if the snake next to him was a completely normal thing. The cobra seemed to be completely subordinate to him, and, together with its owner, remained quietly in place. Turning to them, the old man apologized, but warned them that they could not go any further. Creatures capable of turning into huge monsters were already swarming at his feet. These little snakes quickly grew into the same huge individuals from which they had recently escaped. Looking at them, the Viscount realized that he would not be able to dodge another flock and would have to accept the fight. Suddenly, Barbara, in her wolf form, grabbed the Viscount's hand tightly. But what did she want to do? This girl decided to repay him with kindness and threw the guy aside, saving his life. All the snakes that had gathered around her, on one command, attacked from all sides. The Viscount could only watch from the sidelines at this unequal duel, which was not at all part of their plans. Barbara felt the pain of snake bites firsthand as they latched onto her, seeing her as their prey. The Viscount certainly couldn't allow this, even if he had to take on the form of a monster and attack. That's exactly what the guy did the next second, because there was still a chance to save Barbara. By that time, the girl was already seriously injured, and her monster form was eaten away by hungry snakes. Now they were even, because Barbara had saved the life of the man who had recently saved her from death. The old man continued to stand in his place, and warned that such a feat was useless. Looking menacingly at the Viscount, he was ready to set all the snakes swarming in this forest on him. Another second, and the damned old man would force him to do what the Viscount had not wanted until the last moment. If he had no choice, he would awaken the black dragon essence within himself and tear the bastard apart along with his damned snakes. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, the battle was just as brutal, and the others also had to prove themselves. Using his ultimate ability, Edward wielded swords like a true master. One after another, he pierced with blades the mutants in whom the dark essence had lingered for too long. His blade carried the power of light, so he easily ended the lives of these monsters. And yet, it was unclear to the guy where they came from and who set these mutants on them. Amelia was tormented by the same question, because in such a team they were definitely not in danger of meeting such creatures. It seems that this time there were no serious losses and all the main team members were in place. Edward turned sharply to Amelia, trying to understand what she was thinking. The girl explained that these monsters were not going to attack directly. But then why did they come to this place? It looked more like they were trying to escape from predators that had been chasing the entire herd for a long time. Perhaps it was due to the giant snake that swallowed two of their partners, and that was why all the other monsters were fleeing. There was no time for reasoning now, and Emma asked everyone to take a break from talking for a bit. The group needed to find the Viscount as soon as possible, because the guys were still in serious danger. At some point, the situation got out of control, and it was better not to see how the Viscount saved his partner's life. With his ability, he sucked out all the poison from her blood and spat the poison to the side. From the very beginning, he warned that such an escape plan was useless, and it was worth listening to him in advance. The snakes of the devilish old man possessed the strongest poison, which could poison even demonic creatures in the blink of an eye. Logan warned that the Viscount would not have time to deliver his comrade in arms to the doctor anyway, and the girl was doomed. But the longer the old man continued to talk, the more the Viscount wanted to use the last method. Carefully placing Barbara on the ground, he prepared to quickly interrupt the vile old man's speech. Turning to him, Barbara warned him that it was too dangerous and not worth doing. It was already too late, because the black dragon had already awakened inside the Viscount and was slowly approaching Logan. Looking at him, Logan immediately realized that the giant's flesh was imbued with an ominous aura of the curse, and remembered that this was exactly the kind of dragon Magnus had spoken of. The old man also had a serious weapon in reserve in the form of snakes that obeyed his orders. With their help, he was ready to enter this battle and prove his worth in practice. The poison of these snakes was very dangerous, and even the black dragon could become its victim. Right now they were approaching the giant, their poisonous mouths wide open. But just as easily their heads were cut off from their bodies and now they were useless pieces of meat. It was simply foolish to count on the help of one's creations against someone who could destroy even a deity. The dark essence inside Edward was just waiting for its moment, and now the moment has come to fulfill its desire. Her main desire was to destroy everyone who stood in her way, and now there were just a couple of such targets. He was very fast, and everything Magnus said came true before our eyes. The speed of this dragon was difficult to compare with anything, except perhaps with Adam's own ability to move. With the force with which the dragon knocked old Logan to the ground, he could easily have died on the spot. However, he remained conscious, hoping that this fight was not over yet. The Viscount's agility was excellent, but what would he do with the number of snakes that had coiled around him? This should have been thought about before starting this stupid attack on the Snake Lord. The main thing was something completely different, because it wasn't only the Viscount who could take the form of giants. Compared to the giant mutated snake that Logan had turned into, the red dragon seemed no bigger than a pet. Barbara understood who he was going to deal with, and that was the only reason she asked the guy to stop. Now the only way to stop the fight was to wait until one of the fighters fell dead. She had to watch from afar as the Viscount fought fiercely against an opponent who was much larger than him. He had fought many strong opponents before, but today was different from all the others. Remembering the Queen's words, Barbara seemed to imagine Ragelsa in front of her. She once said that you can unconditionally trust your life to a comrade in arms and, in turn, be ready to give yours for him. Right now, Barbara was the very comrade in arms that the Queen had told her about many years ago. If she followed her instructions, the girl was simply obliged to enter this duel with the Viscount. Without a second's hesitation, she once again assumed the form of a giant wolf, because they both promised Ragelsi to return home alive. Logan, in his new guise, did not slow down and brought down a barrage of blows on his opponent with increasing force. Suddenly he realized that he had lost one of his limbs, but who dared to attack him from behind? The monster's green paw fell to the ground, and now he will have to spend time regenerating. Next to him, he again saw that unbearable girl, who was now in the guise of a mutated predator. He missed this vile attack only because he thought she was long dead. So how could she be reborn again? But the main thing was Barbara's ability to instantly cut through flesh, after which Logan felt like his body was being cut into pieces alive. These blows were so fast that he was unable to parry a single attack, and all of them hit the target. She was wrong to underestimate her enemy, although Barbara was ready to fight until the last minute. After a strong throw, she was thrown to the side, and Logan was still standing on his paws. The main surprise was waiting for this mutated snake ahead as soon as she looked back. Right in front of him, he saw his first opponent again, who had become even bigger. All that was left was to howl like a beast, because even his faithful snakes would not save him from a real demonic god. With one blow, he cut down his pets and finally grabbed Logan, squeezing him entirely in his huge, toothy mouth. This guy also had demonic creatures, and Logan's previous advantage became useless. In a fight with such an opponent, the risk of going to the next world is too great, and it would be better to understand this while still alive. This is exactly what happened with the appearance on which Logan made his main bet. Instead, he will soon have to experience the wrath of a being who has been driven by nothing but hatred all his life. Where there had recently been a flat wasteland, the image of a black dragon appeared in the sky. The Viscount was hovering in the air and had no intention of stopping until he had completed his task. This fight was the hardest in Logan's life, because he understood that the very embodiment of conquest stood before him. The mission to eliminate the uninvited guests began, and the old man decided to use his main forces only now. The demon was still fighting against him, its power growing with every minute. It was impossible to possess such power as Old Man Logan had without the direct support of heavenly patrons. Looking at his opponent, he realized that all the Red Dragon's threats were just an empty bluff, and his advantage was gone. The Viscount himself did not expect to meet such a powerful opponent, because he would not be able to withstand another such powerful curse. Releasing a curse to consume a demonic creature was called extermination. But would he be able to use it this time? If the enemy was not subject to him, then the energy of the curse instantly devoured the one who was nearby. In order not to involve the girl in the fight, he had to think of something urgently before it was too late. The mutant in front of him only increased his onslaught, and this could end badly for the Viscount. It was at this moment that the form of the beast in which his partner was hiding appeared next to him again. Using her ability, she was ready to keep her promise and repay the guy in the same coin. Looking at this, the Viscount understood that it was impossible to deal with such a ferocious monster using the usual form of a beast. The very next second, Barbara was thrown far to the side and she had no strength left to fight. For a moment, the Viscount watched in silence as Barbara's lifeless body, in the form of a beast, fell to the ground. He wasn't ready to lose another person, and right now the guy was filled with an ominous dark force. It tripled, and now it was possible to quickly finish off the damned old man. An unquenchable flame raged inside the giant dragon and grew stronger with each passing minute. This was not enough to finally decide the outcome of the fight and finish off the main opponent. Looking up at the sky, he realized that Logan still had a huge reserve of strength and was floating freely in the sky. He had no intention of losing and hoped to throw the black dragon off balance. To this end, he activated an even greater charge of energy, which rushed towards the ground at once. He had prepared for this fight in advance, and it was no accident that he ended up here. At the instigation of his master, he came here for only one purpose. But the Viscount was not ready to accept this. Only killing and absorbing Logan can put everything in its place and finally put an end to this problem. Since he had decided to awaken the Black Dragon, there was no point in turning back, and it was worth unleashing all his dark powers. If the price of this battle was Barbara's life, the Viscount was ready to use the last resort to save her. Logan felt great and hoped that this battle would end much better for him than it began. The rest could be left to the Viscount because this guy had been on the brink of life and death more than once. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he would forever have to be in the guise of a monster. but the Viscount simply had no other choice. A couple of hours later, the rest of the group appeared at this location and discovered Barbara in the distance. The girl was only now able to open her eyes for the first time in a long time, not understanding what had happened to her. She dimly saw familiar faces in front of her, realizing that she had been unconscious for a long time. Amelia was happy that the girl had come to her senses and would now be able to heal her wounds. She survived that nightmarish fight with Logan, although it's clear who she had to thank for her salvation. She raised herself with difficulty, trying to find out what had happened, but Amelia felt that she shouldn't worry. The injury was too serious, so they injected the girl with an antidote, because there was no other way to save her. It was the Viscount who brought her to the base in his hands in time, which means he learned to control the Black Dragon better. Barbara couldn't believe that this guy had saved her life a second time and she had never repaid him in kind. It was strange that she still thought that this guy had only learned to kill in his life. Instead of thanking her savior, she again said stupid things, forcing the guy to come here himself. Just recently, she called him an idiot and threatened to attack him, and now she behaved like a stupid girl. The Viscount himself put his life in serious danger and almost died in a duel with Logan. The guy simply replied that she needed to take care of herself first, and then think about his life. She needed to stop acting like a little girl and accept the fact that he was stronger. The last phrase caught her by surprise, because the Viscount had never said such words directly before. Still, she couldn't forget everything right away, because their last quarrel was still before her eyes. She would be fine, and Edward had no doubt that the antidote would work. She was a steadfast girl, although first of all, the Viscount should be thanked for her salvation, which is what Barbara's partner hastened to do. Amelia had already heard that her friend had fought with one of Adam's subjects, and wanted to find out the details of this fight. It turned out that the damned old man Logan knew how to summon snakes from his shadow, and only for this reason took the initiative in the duel. They turned out to be just clones, incapable of acting rationally, although they caused the guys a lot of trouble. Most likely, these creatures were supposed to catch those who wandered onto Logan's lands and were ordered to return to their master. The Viscount did not know what other orders Adam had given his subordinate, but he had no doubts about his last words. The boy felt as if a part of the branch had grown inside him and was giving him no peace day or night. Emma didn't doubt for a second, because lately the guy felt his curse much better and was able to control the dark essence. Such a strong effect from a small piece was impressive, and this girl always liked strong men. None of them understood Emma's role in the Viscount's life, because she skillfully hid her intentions. But it was difficult to hide anything from Amelia's gaze, and she had long guessed who she really was. Suddenly, Edward, who had been silently listening to the conversations of the young members of his team for a long time, took the floor. He was sure that an elite group of assassins working for Adam was involved. An elite squad of chosen warriors guarded the incarnation of Wings, each wielding the power of a branch just like their master. These were the most elite warriors, known as the Five Disciples, and all of them were representatives of the highest ranks of their category. If Edward was right, then their appearance here was not accidental, and soon one of the top 5 would come to visit them. The power they possessed was so great that any move they made could cause a natural disaster. Logan was no weaker than any fighter from the elite group, especially since he still had a giant snake at his disposal. Today he came here to meet a creature that could even match the Viscount himself. However, the old man looked as if he was shocked to the depths of his soul. But what happened to him? Was there really a daredevil who could break Logan's pride and put him in such a stupid position? It seemed that the old man could not escape the contempt of this guy, who was rightfully considered the best embodiment of conquests. It was worth reminding him what exactly the old man's duty was and what he should have done from the very beginning. Understanding where Bruce was heading, the old man said that his main task was to block the path to the Darklands. He also needed to destroy those who were disobedient to Adam, and this task was more difficult. The embodiment of conquest looked him straight in the eye, and it was worth explaining in detail everything that had happened between him and the Black Dragon. The best thing would have been to simply show Bruce the way, and he could have dealt with this matter himself. Soon both found themselves outside the interdimensional portal, having covered thousands of kilometers in seconds. At first, Bruce looked around for a long time, trying to figure out whether this place was a trap. But ahead, he immediately noticed the embodiment of Wings and a bodyguard who was always next to him. Magnus immediately advised him to stand still and not come closer until Adam allowed him to. It was not worth having such conversations with this guy, because he could respond with a flurry of deadly blows. A low-born bastard like Magnus would do well to keep his mouth shut until this guy got angry. Standing opposite each other, both warriors understood how their skirmish could end if it began. But as long as Adam was with them, this would definitely not happen, because he would not allow the death of one of his allies. If Bruce had listened to him calmly, he would have understood why the old man had been looking for the boy in foreign lands for so long. Hearing his name, Logan immediately knelt before the embodiment of wings, awaiting his master's command. Bruce also had no right to refuse and, following the old man, acknowledged Adam's strength. Their spy had obtained information about the plans of Queen Regelza, who was soon going to set out for the neighboring lands with a group of fighters. It seemed that she was following in the old footsteps of Adam, and her goal was only the embodiment of divinity. She had already tried to grow a defective branch, and the fruit of this mistake had to be gotten rid of as soon as possible. Logan immediately volunteered to take on the task, hoping that the master would trust him with such a difficult task. Surely he remembered Balzac, whom Adam personally banished from this world. The boy had already fought the Black Dragon once, and in the end, this fight cost Balzac his life. He was the strongest warrior who stood against Magnus and the incarnation of wings, which meant he was worth working with on the same team. Bruce immediately smiled and asked only to name the person who should be killed. Such courage was commendable, but Adam knew from experience that one could end up like Balzac. The creature opposite him was the embodiment of conquest, and was renowned for his brutality in every duel. It was no coincidence that Magnus was his bodyguard, because this fighter had an indestructible shield in reserve. Thus, an almost invulnerable alliance was created, and with the support of Old Man Logan, this bold plan could be carried out. Bruce was the main link in this chain, because the guy did not respect Lord Adam, and in his eyes there was only blind rage. It would have been better to set out with the fourth or fifth pillar. But why didn't the Overlord entrust this task to Logan? Suddenly an artifact appeared in his hands that the old man should have known well. The defective branch he held was implanted into the unicorn's heart and made him a different creature. Compared to them, she really was just a pathetic excuse, which Bruce had guessed from the very beginning. Throwing the branch aside, he wanted to carry out the order without artifacts that only complicated the task. The sacred relic for which many would give their lives was now discarded as useless trash. Old Man Logan couldn't believe his eyes, but it was already impossible to find her in the darkness. This was not necessary, because it was clear from Bruce's look that he was only aiming for victory. He destroyed enemies so quickly that many did not even have time to change their appearance and died in the first seconds of the battle. The demons that ruled these lands followed him closely, and Logan needed to follow their example. It was hard to believe what this guy was saying, but Logan had never seen anything like it in his life. Looking down from the cliff, he realized that the power of the embodiment of conquest was much greater than what was said about it. This warrior was a true demon slayer, and with Adam's support, he would be able to quickly solve their main problem. If he could stand against them, he could certainly be trusted with the mission of destroying the Black Dragon. Somewhere in the distance, his enemy did not know what was in store for him and which warrior he would face next. The Viscount was surrounded by his partners on all sides, and Emma was annoying the guy more and more with each passing minute. A week later, all preparations were completed, and the portal between the two spaces was soon to open. Now nothing stood in the way of setting out on a journey that could bring victory to the Allies. The Queen could not let her subordinates go alone and was ready to move forward with them. That day, she behaved as confidently as if such forays were a common occurrence for Regelza. The subordinates had not seen their queen in such a good mood for a long time, and were glad that everything turned out this way. In response, the queen thanked her charges for their courage and expressed hope that each of them would return alive. Both of their new allies put up a great fight in the last battle, and it would be good if they showed the same performance this time. Turning around, the girl saw a whole army of loyal people in front of her, and this could not help but please the queen. 50 sisters from Regelza's personal guard were already here, which meant that none of the fighters would waver today. Suddenly the boy asked how it was for the queen to stand on the scorched lands of her homeland. This question caught Regelza off guard. She didn't expect the guy to remind her of the most painful thing. He also knew the queen's feelings, but now he wanted to hear her answer. For a while, Regelza looked into the distance in silence, trying to understand what she really felt. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ava, who thanked the queen for her trust and wanted to bring her up to date. She said that a week ago, a tall column of light was seen in the direction of the former capital. Such a phenomenon usually meant the birth of a new creature from the branch, and this time everything could repeat itself. The emergence of the sixth pillar and the awakening of the branch was a very important event, and had to be announced immediately. The queen was the first to receive such news, and realized that their common enemy was preparing a trap. The situation deviated greatly from the plan, and in order to use Eve's power, one would have to wait at least 3 days. If she was still going to go forward, she should have told her main informant right away. Looking at her sisters, the queen was silent for a while, trying to figure everything out. However, they arrived in their homeland, where they were born and raised, and therefore had every right to defend it. Many years ago, they left these places under the onslaught of the incarnation of wings, and the queen swore that she would return one day. Those who once lived in pain and suffering had been through too much. But now Regelza had enough strength to take revenge. When that time comes, the souls of her fallen comrades will hear the call of the queen and will be able to rest their souls forever. She shouted furiously that the sacrifice of these people would not be in vain only if they could complete this mission. It is only because of the sweat and blood of these people that they stand here and will mourn their feet for the rest of their lives. The queen loudly commanded her compatriots to fight alongside her and show the demons their true place. Her hand was raised high up, and such courage could not fail to resonate in the hearts of her subjects. With tears in her eyes, Olivia loudly cheered for her queen, hoping that together they would see victory. Only the Viscount remained calm, because this guy had a completely different goal in mind. All these people were ready to lay down their lives in a duel, but this guy had no plans to die at all. Their plan was quite simple. All they had to do was remember the expedition's route. Before the night hike, Eva and Emma decided to spend some time discussing the upcoming expedition away from everyone. The girl really wanted to see all this from the flank, especially to see the Viscount in a real fight. She seemed genuinely upset that they were left behind, even though it was much safer here. Since the Viscount had learned to control his rage, Emma no longer had anything to do on the front lines. Whatever the outcome of the expedition, Eva's abilities were vital to them. They needed not so much protection as the opportunity to survive thanks to their unique totems. Even though she was still not trusted, it was still worth continuing to support this team in any way possible. Suddenly Emma asked if Eva really thought this expedition had any chance. She understood the essence of the question perfectly well, answering that the expedition itself and its outcome were not at all important to them. What was more important was that this warrior became stronger and could better control his dark essence. All the rest will be ground into dust, because no one except the Viscount will be able to survive this expedition. It's hard to say whether Eva was right, but the first shots from the team members had their effect. As usual, Olivia and Tina worked together and the arrows hit the giant snakes' heads accurately. Tina easily chopped them down with her axe, hoping that it would be much easier to get rid of these creatures. There were so many brave fighters with them that even snakes could not stop them. It soon became clear that there were too many snakes and it would take 10 armies to deal with them. Regelza commanded her squad, understanding faster than anyone how their opponents would act. These monsters were approaching from all sides, and it was worth raising shields and going on the defensive. The Viscount had a better plan, and his pet could easily help him with it. Ruby had a unique ability, and the small size of this dragon only lulled the vigilance of his enemies. The volley of fire that the pet poured from above on the mutated snakes left no chance for any of them. His young owner could only watch his pet act and did not even have to intervene. Amelia also showed great skill when commanding her rhizomes to destroy monsters. It was a rather bold tactic, because any mistake could cost the girl her life. Looking at his allies, the guy couldn't believe that they were so confident in their powers, as if they were omnipotent. Surely, the presence of the queen gave them courage, because Regelza did not leave the battlefield for a minute. She could have controlled the course of the duel from cover, but the queen preferred to participate in everything personally. It was clear from the look in this girl's eyes that Regelza would not back down from anything until the demonic creatures were dead. Suddenly, Tina's loud voice was heard next to her, asking her queen to look away. It turned out that they were already very close to the watchtower, which meant that the goal was within reach. No one knew that the same old man who had once clashed with the Viscount was already waiting for them in this tower. All his wounds were healed, and now he wanted to fight these fighters with renewed vigor. Logan was sure that he would witness the demise of all these creatures. But it was at that moment that he saw an arrowhead in his monocle. The arrow almost reached his body, and only at the last second did he manage to wave it away. Somehow this little girl snuck into the tower, and instead of making grand speeches, she shot a sharp arrow in his direction. The crawling pets could not allow the death of their owner, whom Olivia was quickly able to anger. Now she had a chance to experience what the old man's rage was capable of when he was disturbed by unworthy offspring. All the other fighters could do was watch from below what was happening at the top of the tower. Regelza couldn't believe that one of her charges had gone off alone to fight the old man, taking on too much. Logan's abilities had only increased in recent times, and now he had control over other freaks. Not only snakes, but also other dead creatures could stand up for Old Man Logan. Realizing the danger this posed to her people, the queen ordered her soldiers to take up a defensive position and await orders. However, they had to act as quickly as possible, because a shell was already flying in their direction. He hit exactly the spot where the group of soldiers would have been if they had not managed to retreat in time. Through the clouds of dust, the queen tried to make out in the distance what kind of projectile it was. This strange substance was scattered all over the ground, as if a monster was about to emerge from it. Regelza looked ahead for a while, but what she saw could not have been dreamed of even in a nightmare. After all, from this slime, the appearance of a creature with which she was once familiar gradually began to appear. It was hard to believe, but this damn old man was able to resurrect from the dead and tame her old friend. Now he looked so ugly that only Regelsa could recognize him as Ethan. Yes, it was definitely Ethan, but how did Logan manage to turn him into an ugly mutant? Knowing the power these creatures held, the queen once again commanded everyone to run for cover. All the worst dreams have come true, and now even meeting giant snakes will seem like a light workout. The monsters had the same power as Old Man Logan himself, as they were directly fed by the embodiment of the wings. The snakes no longer posed such a danger, and became only food for this creature. The monster wanted to receive the same nourishment from Amelia's warriors, but it was unlikely that this would come true. Tina was the first to notice this and rushed to help her partners. It seemed that this substance was alive, and could fight on par with other monsters. There was a creature hidden inside her that Logan had been cultivating for a long time and was now unleashing. Having broken through the shell, the monster began to quickly break out and would soon be on the surface. And indeed, the unicorn, which died many years ago, has now come to life again under the banner of the dark forces. He no longer served the light forces, but those dark entities that gave him a second life. Apart from Queen Regelsa, no one would have been able to recognize the beautiful young man in this ugly monster. Once he had been just like that, but now he was rushing towards them at full speed with only one goal. But it couldn't end so easily while the Viscount was nearby. It was he who first attacked the unicorn, firmly clinging to the appendage on its skull in order to deal with the creature personally. All the other fighters were also ready to join the battle, and Barbara was the first to rush into the attack. Together they could deal with this monster, although its strength was comparable to that of a deity. There was no need to fear death when such a strong warrior as Queen Regelsa was by your side. Opposite her stood a huge mutant, but only she understood that her faithful childhood friend was trapped inside it. True, this still had to be explained to the Viscount, who did not see the difference between childhood friends and monsters risen from the dead. He was threatening the living, which meant that he was the Black Dragon's target right now. The unicorn was prepared for such a confrontation, because a creature that had died many years ago had nothing to lose. He had no purpose other than the one Logan gave him to fight his enemies. By firing a projectile towards the Black Dragon, the unicorn hoped that it would be able to pacify the damned lizard. It turned out that the projectile had spun into a funnel, which gradually began to suck the Black Dragon into itself. Blood sprayed in all directions as the edges of the black hole cut through his flesh like a razor. Once again, Barbara saw her savior suffering, but again she could do nothing to help him. After that, the dragon fell to the ground, without even having time to carry out a single full-fledged attack. Barbara was ready to tear this monster to pieces if she just got close enough to it. The size of this creature was staggering, as were the tendrils that wriggled around it. It seemed as if he had several abilities at once and could create new mutants right during the fight. However, Edward had not trained in fencing all his life in vain, because with the help of a sharp blade, it was easier to deal with these outgrowths. Armed with 2 blades at once, he was the first to rush to Barbara's defense. The guy easily managed to cut off the nasty shoots that had spread too far along the ground. Now it was up to Barbara herself to show what she was capable of, and what she had learned in the past. In her eyes, there was only rage and a thirst for revenge against the monster who dared to attack her new friend. True, the appendages were not the mutant's only weapon, and a new projectile flew towards the opponents. At the last second, Edward turned around, realizing they might miss that tricky shot. They should have noticed this earlier, because the green ball hit the target, and acid instantly sprayed in all directions. One drop of acid hit Edward in the shoulder, and at that moment, he was very lucky to survive. The vile witch dared to take away Logan's right hand, and for this, the old man was ready to take revenge on her to the end. He wanted to personally tear the flesh off the witch, and his loyal pets could easily help him with this. Each of them has long protected their master, because it was Logan who once gave them eternal life. From above, it was much easier to fire such dangerous acid projectiles at targets. It looked like they would have a hard time in this fight, but the same determination was still visible in Edward's eyes. It was only necessary to figure out what to do with the acid balls, although Barbara preferred to simply run away from there. She took a friend with her, and it was a very timely step. After all, if they hadn't done this, they could easily have become a target for the dragon, which itself would have come under fire from the ground. The arrows that attacked the dragon were made not only of metal, but also of the magic that Olivia used. This girl was not only strong in spirit, but also possessed the magic of free wind, endowing her arrows with it. Each such arrow that hit the target usually killed the enemy, or caused him irreparable damage. Meanwhile, Tina commanded the 3rd and 4th squads to take their places next to the commanders. Logan realized it was time to take on his normal form again, and show these pathetic humans what they were worth. At that moment, a monster, well known to Logan from their previous meeting, was already approaching him from below. Barbara, in the form of a giant beast, carried her partner, who was supposed to pierce the green dragon. Although Barbara herself could have done the same if she had been confident of the success of the attack. The old man will fight to the last, and only death will stop the giant lizard. It was a very tempting offer for Edward, whose sword was also imbued with the power of the free wind. Only at the last minute did the lizard realize that a rival was approaching him, who only seemed like a simple man in appearance. His blade had such destructive power that it was capable of destroying even such a monster. The green lizard was thrown far to the side and its blood splashed everywhere. It was hard to believe, but they actually managed to defeat the creature that had recently caused so much trouble. Looking at his broken blade, Edward only regretted the loss of an excellent weapon. But was it worth thinking about this at a time when they could lose their own lives? Moreover, the battle ended only on their side, while the same meat grinder continued below. A whole squad of the best fighters rushed to attack Logan's pet, hoping to snatch victory with a combined onslaught. At the same time, Amelia tried to heal the Black Dragon, who had been badly damaged in that fight. She remembered that it was the Viscount who had been the first to rush to the Queen's defense and had taken the brunt of the blow. Thanks to this, Regelza was able to avoid a collision with the creature, after which she would certainly have died. The monster was still close to her and ready to attack again at any moment. Fortunately, the warriors quickly carried out Tina's order and surrounded the Queen with iron shields. Tina never took her eyes off her opponent for a second, who took a long time to decide on the next step. But his new blow was so strong that it scattered the entire squad of fighters. Ethan did not have such power in life, and only the dark force endowed him with it. If he wants to end his suffering forever, then his ex-girlfriend could easily help him with this. Looking at this disfigured creature, Regelza knew that Ethan himself would not have wished such a fate on himself. He didn't have to wait long, and the next sweeping blow hit the monster right in the neck. The Queen saw Amelia in front of her and ordered her to speed up the Viscount's treatment. To win, she had to do something she hadn't done in years. She threw off the bandage and it became clear that she would need dark power. The same one that gives the Black Dragon its power. There was no point in hiding it anymore, because otherwise she risked losing all her people. The girl brought the heavy sword down on the ground with all her might, and a destructive wave of fire was directed towards the monster. Having barely reached the mutant, the divine power did its job and quickly turned him into ashes. Regelza could only watch from afar as the creature that had once been her friend burned. However, he had been dead for a long time and hardly felt the pain that Ethan would have felt in his place. Imagine Regelza's surprise when, instead of a charred corpse, she saw a mutant again. The monster was still standing in front of her. Couldn't divine power destroy it? This young man looked completely different, and it was he who the Queen once admired. Now he has turned into a hideous mutant whose only goal is murder. Clutching the hilt of her sword tightly, she hoped that her friend, once in heaven, would understand her. If Regelza was the one who was destined to finish him off, she was ready to put Ethan out of his misery. It was very difficult for her to make this decision, because an old friend stood before her eyes. Even in this ugly form, he could still make sounds, trying to tell her something. Once upon a time, in peaceful times and under clear skies, their story of friendship began. Sophia and Tina begged the Queen to come down and not put her life in such danger. It was Ethan who was able to dissuade her from a rash act, knowing that she had more than just friendly feelings for him. A very young Regelza asked everyone not to worry, especially Ethan, who would start lecturing her again. She believed that she had nothing to be afraid of heights, because a princess should stand above everyone else. It was hard to argue with this kid, although Ethan had no intention of doing so. With a smile on his face, the guy agreed with her, but was ready to come to her aid at any moment. He made sure that nothing happened, and one day Regelza became the most beautiful of all queens. The creature standing before the Queen did not look like the beautiful young man Ethan had been. Suddenly, the monster spoke in human language and remembered the Queen who was once a little princess. Suddenly, he asked why she became like this and chose this thorny path for herself. However, upon seeing his mutilated hands, the monster momentarily returned to being the old Ethan. Now Ethan understood what he had become, and what danger he represented to this world. The Queen reached out her hand and tried to help her friend, but what could she do? A dark magical seal tightly bound his consciousness, and now he was doomed to serve a dark creature until the end of his days. The day Adam enslaved his mind, there were many casualties before he got to Ethan. Adam's path lay over the corpses of the Queen's loyal guards, but he easily made such a sacrifice. The main thing was that this young man was now completely subordinate to the embodiment of darkness and could not resist. He was covered in blood, and this scoundrel had already taken possession of his horn, holding it in his hands. Seeing this, Regelza commanded her fighters to immediately attack and tear him to pieces. But could they resist a creature patronized by the Lord of Darkness himself? The Queen's fighters were quickly destroyed by beams of divine energy that pierced their bodies. Regelza herself was not touched by a single ray during the first attack, and one can consider that she was very lucky that day. But after the second volley, one of them hit the girl in the face, forever determining her fate. Unfortunately, Ethan could no longer do anything if he watched his girlfriend suffer. It was like Adam, because he was always used to stepping over corpses on the way to his goal. Right now, it was hard to believe my eyes when I looked at Ethan's mutilated body. This monster had an eye in its mouth, which meant that its consciousness returned at the most inopportune moment. A moment later, in its place there were only drops of black liquid that replaced his blood. Watching from afar, Amelia understood that talking to the monster would not end well, and she needed to be on her guard. She was right. The next moment the queen was grabbed by the rhizomes, but why did Amelia suddenly decide to attack her? It turned out that the girl was only trying to save her life, and ordered the rhizomes to pull Regelsa out of this hell. There was a very dangerous monster next to her, which only resembled her old friend by description. In fact, there was nothing inside him anymore except the dark entity that had long enslaved his mind. The Viscount's pet was also having a very hard time now because his young master was still lying on the ground. The Viscount was still in the form of the Black Dragon, but his hacked-up body left little hope. This was not the first time Ruby had seen his master in such a state, and he did not hope to see him alive again. Fire was still under his control, and, if necessary, the baby was ready to follow his master. He was ready to defend the dragon inside which the Viscount was imprisoned until the last minute. At the same time, the queen's life was no longer in danger, because thanks to Amelia she was safe. It would have been wiser to retreat and take care of the wounded, but Regelsa was ready to continue the fight. At some point, the queen began to panic, because Ethan's strength had already reached its limit. She ordered Amelia to gather the remnants of their army and finish off the creature with one final blow. Turning sharply, they realized that they had better get out of the way and make room for the other creature. Thanks to his pet, the Viscount was able to rise to his feet again and incinerate all enemies. His new appearance was somewhat reminiscent of the previous Black Dragon, but this time it was even more powerful. It was as if the spirit of flame had entered into him, and he began to resemble the monster that was akin to Adam himself. Now this monster was heading straight for Ethan, or rather, for what was left of this nice guy. The Viscount had not known him in life, but did it matter now, at such a moment? It would have been better to simply burn this dark creature, which had already managed to cause so much trouble. The Viscount had been preparing for an attack from afar for a long time and released a previously prepared fireball. The monster still had impressive strength and was ready to send the same ball in response. It was completely black, and this ability was very different from the Viscount's fireball. These two balls collided somewhere between them and energy waves flew off from them in all directions. The flames that instantly spread everywhere were far more dangerous to the dark monster than to the Viscount. The fire was not terrible for the one who himself consisted of hellish flames, unlike this mutant. The Black Dragon was already flying towards him to finish what he had started. If fire couldn't destroy this freak at once, then the Black Dragon was ready to finish him off in another way. Black needles pointing in different directions would hardly have been able to help him in such a situation. The dragon's strong scales would have withstood any barrier, much less dealt with these stupid appendages. The fist was already rushing at full speed towards Ethan and was burning just like the fire projectiles. The Viscount saw before him only a coward overcome with fear, and he was worth finally consuming in hellfire. For everything this monster had done today, the Viscount was ready to burn him to the ground, and in this form it seemed entirely possible. It's a good thing there weren't any fighters from the Queen's squad nearby, otherwise none of the people would have survived. By clinging to life, this monster condemned himself to eternal torment, and only flame could stop it. Amelia watched everything from afar, but she didn't intend to stay away for long. With the help of the rhizomes, she quickly grabbed the monster, or rather what was left of it. Now Ethan could no longer use the abilities that the dark creature had given him. A bright beam of light instantly flashed in the sky, which meant that Queen Regelsa herself decided to take matters into her own hands. Only she had the right to put an end to the being with whom she shared a common past. But today everything was different, and I had to muster up the courage to take this step. By order of Queen Regelsa, her friend will be sent forever to the afterlife, where he has long belonged. Finally, with tears in her eyes, she begged him to forgive her. But this was the only way to rest Ethan's soul in peace. After saying these words, she unleashed her most powerful wave of energy on him, leaving the monster no chance. As in the distant past, light suddenly cut through the dark clouds and poured onto the earth in a yellow beam. This light illuminated both the earth and the souls of the fighters, long darkened by endless killings. Many of the participants in this battle will never see the light of day again, but that was the choice of each of them. The victims were not only people, but also mutants, because each of them was controlled by an embodiment of wings. Ethan was one of them, but today was the day his soul was set free. Neither on earth nor in heaven will he ever forget those happy days when he and Regelsa looked at the same sky from the roof. That day the sun seemed especially bright to him, because everything around him was transformed when he was with his queen. Now she was no longer a little girl, and instead of flowers, she held a naked blade in her hands. The blade was aimed at Ethan himself, because, having become a monster, he became dangerous to everyone. Looking at this sky, the queen said goodbye to him in the hope that someday they would see each other in the afterlife. Large drops of tears rolled down her cheeks, because with her own hand, she killed the person closest to her heart. Destiny could not be changed, and each of them did only what was destined by heaven. The same applied to the Viscount, who was still in the form of a giant dragon. On the head of the black dragon sat his faithful pet, about which the Viscount, however, did not know much. Now, it was necessary to understand where he got the strength that helped his master win the battle. Clutching the hilt of her sword tightly, Regelsa had already come to terms with her loss and was ready to finish what she had started. She plunged this sword into the hard ground and remained for a long time next to the relic, which replaced her faithful friend. Quietly approaching from behind, Amelia offered the queen her sincere condolences, understanding her feelings perfectly. It was necessary to pay tribute to all the fallen soldiers who sacrificed themselves to save the motherland. However, there was no time to shed tears because many fighters still needed her help. The battle was not over yet, and a meeting with the main enemy awaited them ahead. Looking around, Olivia realized that the main battle would take place very soon, and she needed to prepare for it. With such a team, it was possible to take a risk and go forward, hoping for luck. Looking at this from the edge of the stone wall, Edward understood that old Logan had gone too far and had become Adam's victim himself. Barbara had already taken up the matter, trying to explain how much this damned old man had done and how much blood he had shed. The girl was ready to do anything, just so that he would not die peacefully and pay for his sins. Swinging, she screamed one last time what he needed to hear before he died, but Logan stopped her in time. It would have been far better for them to die on the battlefield than to find out what he had in store for them in the end. Barbara couldn't understand what the old idiot was muttering, but there was too much confidence in his eyes. Edward realized that this was not the end, and that the entire battle was just a distraction by the main villain. Adam was still where his servants were safely hiding him, and his main messenger was far away. With confident steps, he moved towards the place where he hoped to meet the main target. Bruce had long dreamed of meeting the Viscount in person, and was not afraid that he would appear in the guise of a black dragon. An enemy was spotted on the main road, and the Viscount was the first to see him. Soon, everyone else realized that the decisive hour of this battle was approaching, and it was worth quickly gathering into one group. The guy knew that he could be met by dozens of the best fighters. But why did he dare to go there alone? This is what the Viscount wanted to find out. Without waiting for the enemy to get too close to the stone wall, Edward did not expect such a reaction from the Viscount, hoping that they would all meet the uninvited guests together. Looking down, he realized that the decision had already been made and the black dragon would soon clash with this wanderer. His speed was so great that he instantly broke through the stone wall with his body and flew out. In a matter of seconds, he found himself where his main rival was. The huge red fist came very close to Bruce's face, but the guy didn't seem to be afraid of the blow at all. It was his right, but now he had to feel the full weight of this blow and bear it. Immediately after this, the guy was thrown far to the side, although anyone in his place would have died after the first blow. For a while, the black dragon remained in place, looking after his opponent. No one expected such a reaction from the Viscount, although it was only worth getting to know the guy better to understand what was on his mind. Bruce was the best fighter from the elite squad of the Chosen Ones, who faithfully guarded the embodiment of the wings. It included only the strongest incarnations, possessing the power of the branch, which endowed them with special might. The appearance of this guy could only mean one thing: soon all the other fighters could come to them. Among them, Magnus, Adam's chief bodyguard and squad leader, stood out in particular. Bruce remained where he was, glad that he no longer had to look everywhere for the Viscount. Looking at him, he suggested attacking again, since one blow would not decide the outcome of the fight. The black dragon decided not to delay, and since he himself wished for it, his wish would be fulfilled. However, what the Viscount wanted to do to this scoundrel would hardly have pleased Bruce himself. Their battle was predetermined from the very beginning, because only Bruce could fight the giant monster. Yes, we have to give credit to this guy who decided to do such a thing on his own. The Viscount had such incredible physical strength and quick reactions that they were not inferior in speed to Adam's agility, but in the hands of his opponent was the same destructive fist of the great mountain that had brought him victory many times. With such a powerful blow, he intended to inflict damage on the black dragon that it would not be able to recover from. Perhaps it might have worked if Bruce had shown up here a few hours earlier, But now the Viscount's pet had discovered his greatest ability and was ready to bestow it upon the Black Dragon. With this power, the giant was much more dangerous for any opponent, which means the fight with Bruce would be much more interesting. His entire body was engulfed in fire, which would soon be concentrated in one point. It is clear who has become the Black Dragon's target and who is destined to turn to ashes. It's strange that Bruce didn't think about this beforehand and realized everything only at the last second. It was difficult to look at the bright light that the Black Dragon emitted, although Regelza did not look away. This guy's condition was now at its lowest point, and the Queen had never seen anything like it in her life. This was bad news for Bruce, although he still tried to block the fire beam. The monster had enough fire in reserve that it would be enough to incinerate everything around, but it was better to direct it at only one enemy. Bruce continued to block this onslaught, hoping that at some point the Black Dragon's strength would leave him. He couldn't resist forever, because even a strong monster has weaknesses. Amelia realized that it was better to help her friend right away, before his strength was completely exhausted. Looking ahead, she realized that she could not see either the Viscount or his rival. But where had they disappeared to? The girl tried for a long time to make out at least something in the clouds of black smoke, but everything eluded her gaze. It was hard to believe that the Black Dragon could so easily deal with Adam's elite fighter, although it could not be ruled out. The giant still stood in the same place, hoping that this volley of fire could solve the problem. He was wrong, realizing too late that his opponent was even more powerful. When the smoke cleared a little, everyone suddenly saw the same Bruce, whose body remained the same as a few minutes ago. Is this guy so strong that even the dragon's fire couldn't melt his body? This psychopath was ready to withstand at least 10 of these fiery volleys, although he recognized the power of his opponent. He believed that the Viscount would be forced to submit to his power, and even his little pet would be of no help. Ruby did a good job today, but he should have stepped back and not gotten involved in this argument. The fight with Bruce turned out to be much more serious than the Black Dragon had expected, but he was ready to continue it without delay. If this monster was serious about fighting until his last breath, then the Viscount was someone who could compete with him. However, he was not ready to celebrate victory until the Viscount's lifeless body was at his feet. Only Adam would have liked this. But instead of words, it was worth getting down to business right away. The Black Dragon was the first to rush towards his opponent, wanting to strike first. He could crush anyone with one blow, although Bruce was indeed a tough nut to crack. Now these two stood face to face, and only the outcome of the duel could put everything in its place. After a monstrous onslaught, Bruce was thrown aside, but was already ready to reveal all his trump cards. Besides its tough scales, the Black Dragon's enemy had something else that had yet to be discovered. The Viscount has always been renowned for his speed, especially in this guise, but today he has a new competitor. Soon the mutant's body began to grow even faster, already causing serious concern to the Viscount's allies. Pushing off the ground with force, he rushed towards the enemy, his fist thrust forward. No one could withstand such an onslaught, and one could only hope that the Viscount had enough strength for it. It is not surprising that the Black Dragon missed the first blow, and blood gushed in all directions. He was ready to use all his abilities, using the power of the enemies he killed. However, Bruce had a similar ability, and kept within himself the powers of fallen warriors who fought with him. With their help, he attacked his opponent again, hoping that he would soon lose his vigilance. At some point, the flurry of his blows became so fast that it seemed they never stopped for a second. The Viscount still managed to hold out, and then responded with an equally powerful barrage of attacks. His blows were like a hammer, and anyone else in Bruce's place would have fallen dead long ago. The monster turned out to be much stronger, and there was still not a scratch on his body. He was ready to counterattack and grabbed the Black Dragon's hand tightly. Then he swung his arm wide and threw it so far that it would have taken a long time for it to reach its victim. Looking at this from afar, the girls themselves wanted to enter into a duel, but it was unlikely that this could bring any benefit. The Viscount assumed his true form, and the being that gave him power was immortal. His main ability was unlimited regeneration, and his strong psyche allowed him to withstand such a battle. The Queen had never seen such a destructive creature up close, one that could take the form of a human. This unbending will that the Black Dragon showed time and time again reflected his entire fighting spirit and resilience. Regelza was sure that under this armor there was a man who could not be broken by any curse. She had already met such a person once in her life, and perhaps it was he who was hiding inside this creature. He was supposed to win this victory, and yet Amelia turned to her with one more request. In her hands, the girl held a sacred relic that could help the Viscount gain the upper hand over Bruce. It was difficult to understand who was in the lead in this fight, but it was clear that the battle was difficult for both of them. This creature, which was slowly walking towards him, had an unshakable iron fortress. However, any fortress, even the most impressive one, always has its weak points. Suddenly, members of the Viscount's team appeared behind him with a new prisoner. Barbara, in the guise of a giant beast, managed to capture the vile old man who had been helping Bruce all this time. Things were not going well for Logan, and he had long regretted going against the Viscount. From afar, Bruce watched as the black dragon devoured Logan, but did nothing to protect him. He watched calmly as the monster found himself alone with the old man, leaving him no chance. In the last seconds of his life, he loudly asked for help, hoping that Bruce would hear him. However, this was the last thing the damned old man managed to do before the toothy mouth closed on his body. Immediately after this, Logan's life branch broke into two parts, and his path ended there. Almost immediately, it merged back into one whole, giving the dragon new strength. This is exactly why these two came here, because this was the only way to help the dragon win. The Viscount was already a powerful monster, but now he has become a real killing machine. Even his appearance had changed greatly, and in addition to his dragon scales, he now had control over Logan's snakes. From that moment on, the old man's former pets served their new master, which meant the second round could begin. A real battle was unfolding before Edward's eyes, and for the first time he saw such a powerful force of a predator. Of course, this could impress anyone, and Bruce understood what this threatened him with. But instead of regretting the dead old man, he watched with joy as his powers flowed into the dragon. The very next second, Bruce took the form of a strong armored ball and rushed towards his opponent. Snakes could frighten anyone, but not a creature that could quickly get rid of them. If this was all the Viscount was capable of, then he should have thought about defense in advance. Although the snakes were in his power, it was still not worth relying too much on them. The armored ball easily crushed the head of the snake that was the first to cross its path. These two needed to quickly grab the survivors and take them to a safe place. It was no coincidence that Adam sent this particular fighter here, who was supposed to seriously scare the opponent. Bruce was indeed a man of great power, but the Viscount had also seen a lot in his time. The battle was one of attrition, and it remained to be seen which of the two would run out of strength faster. Bruce, in his monster form, had accumulated enough strength to make a high jump and instantly attack first. He would not stop for anything in the world until he personally saw the death of the dragon. Although for this he might have to wait an eternity, because this creature was immortal. With each new acquisition of abilities, the dragon became more and more dangerous to his enemies. It was easy to crush one snake. But what would Bruce do if there were dozens or even hundreds of them at once? Old Man Logan managed to create so many snakes that the dragon now had a whole army of these creatures at his disposal. In a mortal battle, you cannot take your eyes off your enemy even for a second, especially if your enemy was chosen by heaven. The memories were not pleasant for Bruce, but today he had the opportunity to take revenge on his main enemy. The creature had come so close that it was finally possible to fulfill its long-standing goal. At that moment, something changed in the monster's gaze. Did he really feel fear? Anyone would doubt their own strength when faced with such a powerful opponent, but this decision was his alone. This means that you will have to withstand the Viscount's next attack and try not to fall dead from his strongest blow. Just recently, when he saw a clear sky instead of these ruins, he had the opportunity to turn back. But the meeting with the local owner predetermined his entire future fate. At that moment, Bruce was also in the form of a giant monster and was looking for a worthy opponent here. As if hearing his thoughts, the enemy was so close that the wait would soon be over. The giant walked slowly towards the one who dared to rule over his territory. A big guy named Hector was immediately amused by the threat that for some reason the local warriors were afraid of. But he was the embodiment of destruction, which means that today, this threat will no longer exist. Even though Bruce was the messenger of the Great Wings, he still faced someone stronger than him. Hector thrust out his fist, ready to crush him into a pancake before he could land his blow. The very first blow hit the target, and this fist could even destroy mountains. Instead of an answer, he suddenly saw the same creature in front of him, without a scratch on its body. Yes, it made the big guy wonder why even his strongest blow was useless. Bruce wasn't the only one who could take on the form of a monster, and today he had to meet the same giant. True, his size was several times larger than his opponent's, and this was one of his main advantages. 3 days later, on a high mountain cliff, an interdimensional gate opened especially for Adam. He was a witness to the deadly duel that had recently taken place on Earth. In their battle, Bruce won an unconditional victory, almost immediately destroying his giant enemy. This is how he attracted the attention of the Incarnation of Wings, who hoped to soon add him to their army. Looking at him from the ground, the guy for a while could not believe that he dared to go against him one-on-one. He had heard a lot about the power of Adam, and now it was worth getting to know this deity better. Adam said that he was chosen by heaven itself, and only because of this he had such power. The monster that Bruce had defeated in battle was now forced to give up his powers forever. From that moment on, his abilities rightfully belonged to Bruce, who had won the fight in a fair fight. Finding himself right in its mouth, he delivered the same blow that his opponent had just recently used, piercing its head right through. The mountain-destroying fist was in his power for the first time, and it could be considered that the victory had borne fruit. Bruce was ready to unleash all his power on his true opponents and win, because that was his destiny. The guy considered himself the pinnacle of all incarnations, because he was called the embodiment of conquests. Adam liked such brave warriors, and it was worth extending his hand to him as a sign of friendship. Right in front of Bruce stood the top of the world named Adam, to which Adam himself considered himself. It was no coincidence that he was called the Incarnation of Wings, because with the help of heavenly power, he could fight anyone. Luckily for Bruce, there was another creature that he could kill to take away its power. The Black Dragon was the one they were talking about, because with its power, Bruce would become almost invulnerable. This was an opponent that the guy had to defeat at any cost, and only after that could he calm down for a while. It was not worth raising a hand to Adam, because meeting him in a real duel could easily end in death. The heavenly seals placed on all sides of Bruce made it clear who was the leader here. This heavenly light could easily bind his inner abilities and block his hidden powers. However, the easiest thing to do was to simply bind him with divine rays, not allowing Bruce to take a single step forward. It seemed that the monster had encountered such power for the first time, and he should have thought again about who to choose as an opponent. In fact, Adam had no intention of killing him at all and offered him to surrender in order to serve under his command. This would give him a chance to survive, although Bruce had no intention of losing the battle. Adam looked at the fool in silence for a while, but was ready to fulfill his wish at any second. With his hand outstretched, Adam was ready to rip his flesh to pieces if there was no other way to calm the monster. The last thing Bruce saw at that moment was a bright beam of light hitting his eyes. It was this light that became the energy that instantly deprived him of his sight. One could imagine the wild pain of a creature whose eyes had just been burned out after a sudden attack. The wound had to remain in his soul, because only in this way could a beautiful tree grow out of him. There was no point in trying to persuade the monster any longer, and Adam delivered a final sweeping blow. Now before him, the Black Dragon saw the creature that Adam had enslaved that day. It immediately became clear that he was dodging attacks on his wounded left eye, trying to preserve the remains of his vision. The guy didn't even flinch as Bruce's fist hit him hard in the face. He was ready to endure anything, just to remain sighted and become a burden to everyone. Once his weak point was discovered, the Viscount had a path to a quick victory. Thanks to this, it was possible to finish the duel much faster, without engaging in head-on combat with him. After the next attack, Bruce realized that his opponent had figured out his weak point, and that his eye was indeed too vulnerable. Watching from afar, the Queen did not understand whether they should interfere in this duel. The whirlwinds are already swirling over the heads of both opponents, but who will emerge victorious? The wounds received in battle were reflected in the soul, tearing it apart from within with agony. Anyone who had ever taken part in such battles knew this very well, and did not wish such a fate on themselves. Although such wounds would not cause irreparable damage to the Black Dragon's body, which was made of iron, the same was true for his opponent, which is why it was so difficult to fight Bruce. Looking up, the Viscount realized the true power of the branch his opponent wielded. The guy was ashamed of this ability for a long time, and did not want to show it in front of everyone. After he destroyed the armored monster, he would challenge the embodiment of wings again, so it was worth going for it. His opponent had also challenged the Great Wings, but was it worth taking such a hasty step now? It was too late to think about it now, because only one was worthy of the honor of fighting with the top of the world. The Viscount didn't care about all this, because Bruce threw a whole tantrum over a minor scratch. If he wanted to fight the winged monster, he should have prepared himself to be torn to pieces. Yet the Viscount's new pets were too easy a target for someone who could cut them down with a single blow. The armored monster had dispatched too many powerful enemies to fall for such a trick. The snake attack was not the only trump card of the creature that was rushing towards him at full speed. The wild roar that the Black Dragon let out could be heard a mile away, although an unpleasant surprise awaited him. The very next second, he was cut off with one movement by a weapon that appeared in the hands of his opponent. The claw was sharper than the blade of a knife, and with its help, he inflicted irreparable damage on the dragon. A little more, and he would have been able to defeat his opponent. But is it possible to kill an immortal being? This fight could have lasted forever if one of them hadn't eventually given up. It was unclear who was stronger in this pair, because each of the monsters had many powerful abilities. If the battle continues like this, they will cut each other to pieces until they run out of strength. The ability to regenerate was an asset that Bruce certainly never had. Having instantly healed the wound, the Viscount prepared to strike back straight at the head of his armored opponent. It was impossible to overcome him with this force, and it was necessary to come up with something else. The guy was asking for tough measures, and he could easily provoke the dragon to use his main tool. Looking at him from afar, Bruce couldn't understand what else this monster had prepared for him. If snakes and fast movement were all he could do, then it clearly wasn't enough to win. Therefore, it would be better to attack the dragon first, before it uses regeneration again. However, he did not take into account that each new victim added not only abilities to the dragon, but also new sources of power. At the last second, he managed to look into the eyes of his death, but death was already too close. A powerful energy beam, fired right on target, put an end to this confrontation. Even a thick shell could not withstand the blow that the Viscount delivered in this battle. Now all he had to do was make sure he succeeded and finish off his opponent if necessary. In addition to the dragon's appearance, he also had at his disposal the second pet of the murdered Logan, which also possessed divine powers. The Viscount's appearance was now unrecognizable, but his rival's affairs were going much worse. Both of these creatures were carnivorous predators that destroyed hundreds of enemies in their lifetime. Each of these enemies had no doubts about their victory and realized too late what was threatening them. It was through these skirmishes that Bruce gained the power he used in his battle with the Viscount. He surpassed the most cunning and skilled fighters, who were not inferior to him in strength. During the battle, the creatures whose lives he did not value ended up becoming excellent bait for the monster. Exactly the same can be said about the Black Dragon, who hunted his victims, tracking them down and devouring them. This means that both of these creatures were of the same species, and it was difficult for them to get along with each other. That is why they were willing to kill their own kind again and ultimately challenge the heavens themselves. Suddenly, Bruce jumped to his feet and pierced the dragon with one movement. The rest of his team had better hurry, because with his sacrifice, the Viscount had ensured their quick retreat. The evacuation of the survivors was now complete, and the Queen hoped that she would be able to finish the expedition. Looking back, she realized that she had unfinished business that no one else could complete. This is precisely why she invited Amelia to the expedition, because only this girl had the necessary ability. Amelia was able to sense magical power that was inaccessible to any creature on the planet. The branch in her chest resonated with Ethan's branch, and now this connection could help their partner. The sprouts possessed great power that transformed the body of their former host. If the carrier was not strong enough, the branch would absorb and destroy it, leaving behind only a sprout. Now, if the girl manages to control this power, she will be able to finish the fight that has begun. It was difficult to keep the energy under control, but this was the only way Amelia could create a great spear that could pierce any shield. The strong armor that reliably protected Bruce's body could also be considered such a shield. If Ethan had known what his divine power would be used for, he would certainly have been delighted with his mission. Yes, his death was not in vain, because soon a white glow flashed next to Amelia. To protect those who were so dear to her, the girl was ready to risk her own life. Such a risk would not have been justified if she had not been able to harness her enormous energy. Now the power was on the side of the creatures who had come here with the Viscount. By the way, he himself did a pretty good job with his opponent, but this fight dragged on too long. Neither of them gave in to the fight, and every second tried to pull the initiative in their favor. Even if the dragon were to be torn to pieces right now, it would still be able to restore its body. Amelia now had a magic spear at her disposal that was supposed to end all of this. Throwing it with all his might towards the two monsters, all that was left was to wait to see how it would all end. At that moment, neither of them suspected that Ethan's death would prove decisive in their duel. Unexpectedly, the spear pierced the dragon itself instead of hitting its opponent. This only happened because Bruce saw the flying spear in advance and managed to dodge it. It seemed that their team's main trump card was now dead, which meant that Bruce was able to achieve the long-awaited victory. It was even a bit of a shame, because for the first time in a long time he found a worthy opponent. It all ended too stupidly, because the fight that had begun should have ended in his triumph. The Viscount warned that he was immortal, which meant that the spear could not send him to the next world. Instead, he became even stronger than he had been a minute ago, and the energy of the branch was now in his control. It was with this energy that he fell upon his opponent, piercing him with a horn that could pierce any matter. Even Bruce's armored scales were no match for such a monstrous blow. He easily pierced the armored skin that had been protecting his opponent all this time. A black whirlwind instantly swirled above them, becoming a portal to another space. For Bruce, this only meant that his star was about to fade. Along with this ability, the Viscount discovered something else within himself. And this weapon was more terrible than any spear. The crater left by the impact clearly showed which of the two opponents was stronger. In the depths of this crater, Bruce could be seen, his chest pierced by the dragon's spear. Looking at the sky, he realized that for the first time in his life he was defeated, and now only the deity decided his fate. He was bleeding while the victor towered over him, already celebrating his triumph. The guy was finally able to defeat him, although it seemed like they had been fighting for an eternity. Suddenly a slight smile appeared on Bruce's face, and it became clear that he had long been tired of earthly life. Looking at him, the Viscount could not understand why this warrior was laughing, even when death was so close. But it no longer mattered what exactly caused the laughter of the guy who had one foot in the next world. He was bound by the bonds of a curse, and grew a flame within himself that burned away everything. One day this fire will consume the deity that has long haunted the Viscount throughout the land. Even if Bruce becomes only a part of this flame, the winged deity still does not have much time left to soar in the skies. Now the Viscount could return and devour his fallen rival, taking all of his best abilities for himself. There was no point in delaying this, and if that was all, the guy was ready to begin the now familiar process of absorption. In the form of a dragon, he rushed towards his opponent's body, seeing a familiar smile at the last second. The dragon was the embodiment of vengeance, and the blood on the stones served as the best proof of this. After this, the Viscount remained alone for a long time at the bottom of the crater where their duel took place. He had a lot to think about, but now was not the time to waste on it. In fact, the guy spent a lot of energy after the battle, and didn't want to see anyone for a while. The dragon shouldn't have stayed here either, because the guy needed to be in his human form. However, the monster believed that this foolish mortal was able to touch great power, but denied it, as he had many years ago. It was not worth forgetting about their agreement that they made on that cliff. Since then, nothing has changed, and even the dragon's curse was just a tool for the Viscount. If the Viscount could kill Adam with his own hands, his own life would mean nothing. It was hard to argue with these words, because the dragon had been accumulating anger all this time, which could be used to crush enemies. Realizing that it was useless to talk to him now, the monster disappeared into thin air, only to appear later. Until the Viscount meets his fate, he must wander the earth, fulfilling the will of the dragon. Suddenly the guy felt that someone had managed to sneak up on him from behind, and his instincts forced him to come to his senses. Turning around, he realized that he had slept too long after the fight, and it was time to leave the hut. It was difficult to understand who was pursuing him, but soon he himself would find out everything. At that moment, the guy suddenly grabbed his chest, realizing that some new warmth had appeared inside. Strangely enough, he seemed to sense an invisible energy coming from somewhere far away. Looking outside, he realized that some strange ritual was being prepared here in memory of the fallen soldiers. Everyone was silent for a long time until the queen ordered her subjects to light fires and say goodbye to all of their fallen brothers. Sophia carried out the order without delay and brought the torch directly to the deceased. Flames instantly engulfed the bodies of fallen soldiers who heroically gave their lives. It is understandable why it was so difficult for Barbara to hold back her tears, since many of her loyal comrades died in this massacre. However, in the distance a man appeared who brought them victory in this massacre. He was slowly approaching, but he hardly wanted to find himself in the center of this ancient ritual now. It was worth going to him to talk to the Viscount about what happened in private. Approaching him, Amelia realized that the guy was feeling much better, although he didn't know how much time had passed. Half a day had passed since his victory, and the queen and her subjects had already taken care of the wounded. Unfortunately, less than half of the fighters remained, but surviving such a brutal battle was already a great success. If it weren't for the Viscount and the fallen warriors, they wouldn't have defeated Bruce in his monster form. However, something else was more important, because Amelia understood very well what kind of power this guy now possessed. The cursed aura surrounding him was so powerful that the girl could feel it even from several miles away. Thanks to this aura, he became much stronger and now possessed power comparable to that of a god. It was worth discussing this later, because Amelia was not the only one who was glad to see the Viscount here. His pet was also glad to see his owner, realizing that there were more important things to do now. The Viscount knew that it was still impossible to kill him, although the fight with Bruce had dragged on too long. He was glad that his pet was safe and carried out the order on time, which played a major role in the overall victory. Only now did the guy realize that his pet had been hiding a truth from him for a long time that was worth talking about. At this moment, many new guests gathered in the heavenly temple of Adam, who would soon form another team. Each of these powerful beings was ready to serve Adam and carry out any of his orders. However, these were not just monsters, but his best warriors, and with their help he intended to get even with the Viscount. The first such warrior was rightfully Carolina, who among them was the embodiment of the Abyss. Today, Magnus called a surprise meeting where he wanted to see all his fighters, although first he should have explained the reason for the rush and why he distracted everyone from important matters. One of today's main guests was a creature that owns the glaciers of the far north. Most of all, he didn't like it when he was called to the temple without reason, when there was no reason for it. Just recently, Yakov's glorious comrade fell in battle with a vile enemy, and for this it was worth changing plans. This is precisely why all warriors were created, each of whom possessed divine power. If even such powerful warriors had to be disturbed, there was a good reason for it. Even Agatha had to be awakened, although she was not very worried about Bruce's death. The main reason was that after Bruce, the Black Dragon could take on any of them. It was unlikely that Kyle wanted to join a warrior who would no longer be able to come to this heavenly temple. Using his ability to open portals, Magnus easily found himself in the same place where the three were. Opening the doors, he saw before him all three incarnations who were supposed to fulfill a special mission. He hoped that not a single warrior would waver, and that they would fulfill their duty for the glory of Adam. Suddenly, Kyle, instead of mourning the death of his comrade, burst into loud laughter, although Caroline was in no hurry to cry either. Most likely they had remained in their worlds for too long, and everyone was impatient to start a new battle. This sorrow, tearing the soul apart, could only be redeemed by the blood of the enemy, and together it was much easier to achieve this. Each of them was ready to perform the funeral rite in honor of the fallen comrade, and then take revenge on the winner. At the same time, Amelia was ready to meet with Barbara for a serious conversation. The girl had long been worried about the Viscount's fate, and wanted to know what was happening to him now. It turned out that he asked to be left alone with his pet for a while, and did not tell her anything else. He was not as frank with her as Amelia wanted, although it was difficult to admit to herself. Still, it was worth waiting until the conversation with Ruby was over to find out how things were going with the guy. All last night they wandered through the wastelands together, remembering the past battle. Finally, the time came to return to the place where the long story of his life began. Once upon a time, in this place, he and his older sister had a wonderful time, and it hurt that she was no longer around. The guy promised that he would definitely come back here one day and asked his sister to wait for him at least for a day. But it was the Viscount who became the man who brought death to his lands, condemning his sister to death. Many years have passed since then, although the boy never forgot for a minute about the suffering he caused to his brothers and sisters. He was ready to wander here for an eternity, and seemed to still hope to hear a painfully familiar voice. Looking into the distance, the boy understood that on the day of his sister's death, he could not have known anything in advance. The meeting with this creature also turned out to be an accident. But was it possible to somehow change the usual course of events? He would very much like to believe that the death of his sister and the rest of the villagers was not his fault. If it weren't for the utter horror that the boy had to see with his own eyes, life would have taken a completely different turn. Instead, the Viscount was left holding his sister's charred body in his arms, mourning her death. From that very day, hatred for Adam filled his entire heart, making him accessible to dark creatures. A wild desire to take revenge on him for what happened erased all other emotions, leaving only hatred. Otherwise, he would not have endured the trials that the boy had to endure in the following years. Every time he stood under the open starry sky, the same thoughts came to his mind, returning him to the distant past. And the creature that once again found itself behind the Viscount knew perfectly well about his fate. More than anything in the world, the guy hated earthly incarnations, and Adam was the main object of his hatred. At the same time, the Viscount did not like being deceived, especially by those closest to him. For many years he searched for a reason to continue the fight and fought not for himself, but for his sister. Adam and Amelia were two sides of the same coin, and each of them deserved to be hated in their own way. They were ready to use any force to achieve their goals, and for this alone, they could be avenged. But the creature that had been hiding all this time under the guise of the Viscount's pet was also an incarnation. Now there was no point in hiding the fact that this very girl had been next to him all this time. With tears in her eyes, she begged him to forgive this deception, explaining that this was the only way to gain his trust. Previously, she hid from him, not wanting the guy to hate her too, along with the rest of his incarnations. However, it was worth remembering that it was she who gave the guy the power with which he defeated Bruce. She came down to him from the heavens themselves because that was her main mission. Looking into this blue emptiness, he had to reconsider his attitude towards many things. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be transported back to the moment when the fight was not going in his favor. When the Viscount absorbed the sprout, he suddenly felt a new power, capable of destroying everything around him. Something inside the Viscount suddenly changed, as if this was precisely the strength he had been lacking all his life. It is no coincidence that immediately after this, he put an end to the long confrontation by destroying Bruce. The guy seemed to see those memories of Ethan that he did not want to forget. It's strange what memories are being discussed, and why the Viscount speaks in such a tone. It turned out that he had always lived only in the past, and at that moment he understood a lot. Coming closer to her, he decided to say something very important, something that until today, there was no point in discussing. There was no point in crying, because she always walked side by side with him, and this could well be called her destiny. This meant that the Viscount should have apologized to her and thanked her for her help in difficult times. After these words, tears flowed like a stream from the eyes of the unfortunate girl, who had been afraid to reveal the truth for a long time. But today she was ready to hug tightly the person closest to her heart. The stronger the branch of incarnation became, the more powerful was the power hidden within it. Ethan's branch was filled with pain and regret, and the memories dear to his heart were dedicated only to the Queen. Bruce's branch, on the other hand, was burning with rage, which had now turned into destructive energy. Standing face to face, he looked very much like the Viscount himself and wanted the same from life. There was a bottomless hole in his heart, and that's why the guy became a mad and merciless beast. It felt like he only realized this today, although the girl was very worried about his fate. There was no need to be so sad about the past, and it's good that the Viscount finally understood this. She will never allow a repeat of the story with Bruce, and will be ready to stand up for him herself. Yes, it was very sweet of her, but it's unlikely that the guy will need such help now. Until he avenges his sister, his earthly journey is not over, and they will go towards this goal together. The battle promised to end soon, but until then it was worth being patient. They could visit the Viscount's deceased sister together, on whose grave beautiful flowers grew. The same respect was deserved by the fallen soldiers, in whose name an entire cemetery was erected. Now it was time to talk to informants who could tell the Queen important news. The girls were already ready to listen to any of her orders, if the mistress had one. However, the order to transfer reinforcements to them had not yet been carried out, and it was worth explaining about this first of all. Although their main ally had not appeared here for a long time, where was the Viscount now? The Queen had not even finished the burial ceremony when these two girls arrived to deliver the message. It turned out that their target was Leviathan's fortress, but this came as a surprise to Regelza herself. Ava's power only allowed her to travel to safe places, and she was not prepared for such a journey. If a place did not meet the requirements, Eve's amulet would always inform her about it. This only amused her friend, because such a useless amulet needed to be parted with as soon as possible. But it was worth explaining why the hell her amulet didn't consider the fortress safe. Looking at the enraged Queen, she quickly told her the whole truth about this incident. This only happened when the creature in that place was in an aggressive mood. There was a high probability that the fortress was now securely guarded by the new servants of the incarnation of the wings. If this is true, then the enemies were as aggressive as an evil monster against a defenseless rabbit. Long ago, when nothing existed in the world, a wave swept through the entire universe. This wave started out as a small drop, but soon grew to global proportions. Space and time expanded infinitely, gradually revealing the horizon of the universe. In the midst of all this, the first creatures appeared, which soon filled the space. The divine beings who ruled over blessing and life were the holy gods who created light. Besides them, there were also divine beings who ruled over curses and death, who were later called demonic gods. The gods of magic ruled over miracles and laws, helping people in the first millennia of their stay on Earth. Besides them, there were gods of witchcraft on the planet, who were responsible for the cycles and harmony of nature. Of course, the gods of war were born together with everyone and ruled over all the discord between people. However, there was another deity, who later became known as the machine gods. The 6 absolute gods competed with each other for a long time, but soon merged into one. Finally, it was possible to move on to that blue planet on which all people still live. Teresa continued to tell how the gods created countless lives, including humans. The Almighty found it necessary to create prophets to ensure the coexistence of life in their name. They bestowed divine revelations upon the 5 beings, which contained the power of the gods. Suddenly the boy interrupted her story, asking about the first 6 incarnations. Yes, it was an interesting question because, unlike the gods, powerful creatures decided to create a ruler for themselves. The machine gods took on the matter personally, and soon created a completely new creature. It was created in the image of humans. It had no flaws, and became the main one of all the incarnations of machines. However, this peace did not last long, because soon a winged incarnation appeared. The winged incarnation seized the divine revelations and destroyed the first incarnations of the other gods. So right now, the Queen was preparing for battle with her fighters to defeat the sinister winged avatar. The girl also had a question about what would happen if something happened to the Queen during the expedition, but there was no need to worry about that, because her main commander was already here. Joseph would never allow this to happen, because he was always close to his ruler. He explained to the children that the incarnations and soldiers followed Her Majesty in elite squads. Queen Regelza herself was a valiant fighter and would definitely return from the expedition alive. The commander apologized for interrupting the children's story, although Teresa was not against his visit. Pointing his finger at Sophia, the boy decided that she too must have been just as strong, since everyone knew who she really was. However, the girl was still too young and did not know her true abilities. Although it was clear from her appearance that she already guessed a lot and that her magic would soon manifest itself. It's strange how such a small child like Sophia was able to become an incarnation. It is known that incarnations could not have children, but their power was often passed on by inheritance. Surely Sophia received power from her parents, and with its help she could give life to other creatures. In that case, the boy would also like to have such parents, and always dreamed of seeing Joseph as his father. It was too frank on his part, and the man did not know what to answer. Looking into the eyes of this boy, he understood that one day he would be able to fulfill his dream, although it would not bring anything good to the world. He wanted to be as strong as Sophia, and he was ready to do anything for this. It would have been worth warning the baby about the consequences, although it was too early to do so now. Meanwhile, evil was gradually approaching the walls of the castle where Teresa was surrounded by children. The guards were the first to hear some noise below, but they still didn't understand what it was. It soon became clear that the enemies were much closer than the queen had warned. A minute later, a bell rang loudly everywhere, alerting the inhabitants of the castle to the impending danger. Yes, Teresa hadn't mixed anything up and was hearing the intruder alarm right now. Joseph was prepared to meet the invasion of enemies at any second, but even he did not expect such a sudden attack. Moreover, this attack was prepared in advance, and the best warriors were among the attackers. The attackers were moving towards the castle walls, and the target was already very close. This was the entrance to the impregnable fortress, which no enemy army could take for many years. Looking at her from below, Yakov decided that she was worth capturing as soon as possible. Moreover, today he had at his command a giant creature that was capable of doing this. With the help of a mammoth, it was easy to break through the impenetrable walls of the fortress and break through to the local residents. Without a second's delay, Joseph rushed to the guards to find out everything personally. Finding them in the observation room, he demanded an explanation of what the hell was going on here and why the enemies had gotten so close. Looking out the window, Joseph realized that at that moment, they really missed the queen. The magical ice hammer was already firmly gripped in Yakov's hand, and with it, he was ready to launch an attack. He slammed his hammer into the ground, hoping that magic would quickly do the work for him. And indeed, the ice wave instantly rushed towards the fortress, creating a fast, direct path to these walls. Soon, ice covered the entire area near the entrance to the fortress, and now nothing prevented the attack from starting. It was the turn of the mammoth, who had to take on the most difficult role. True, with his size it was not at all difficult, and he rushed forward, shaking the entire earth. Soon he got so close that it was impossible to stop him. If things continue as they are, they may lose their main advantage and become vulnerable. Joseph ordered immediate preparations for a collision, since a minute's delay would be too costly. A huge mammoth stood in front of the gate, and nothing stopped the giant from smashing it to pieces. This is exactly what happened the next second, when cracks appeared throughout the entire fortification. Immediately after this, the walls shattered into small stones, opening a passage for the remaining warriors. But someone was already ready to meet this giant creature in order to throw it away from the gate. Jacob did not expect that they would be answered from behind the walls of the fortification and tried to guess who dared to come forward. Through the thick dust, one could make out the silhouette of the best fighter of the royal detachment. Second Commander Tarkin was ready to engage them before they got too close. He had been watching the two of them moving towards the fortress for a long time now, and he hated it when strangers entered without knocking. It was in vain that these daring creatures set foot on this land, because its fortress was reliably guarded by this warrior. At the very end of the icy path created by Yakov, the main problem awaited these two. Although it was clear from the smile on the young man's face that he was looking forward to meeting this famous fighter. At first, the giant mammoth declared that he would go ahead, but at the last moment he retreated. I wonder what will happen if Yakov himself takes a step forward and goes to meet Tarkan. However, these words seemed unfair to someone who was ready to do it himself. The monster was too stubborn to admit his weakness and wanted to prove his worth in practice. His attacks could not be stopped by the power of an ordinary mortal, and something else had to be thought of. He was confident that with his ability to increase body mass, the monster would turn his opponent into mincemeat. Looking out the window, Joseph knew he would never allow this to happen, and, if necessary, he would go down personally. He had already begun his attack, hoping that Tarkin would become easy prey in this quick duel. With monstrous force, he delivered his first blow, and his heavy fist landed right on the chest. The mammoth soon realized that it would have been better if he had not done this, but it was too late to think about it. It was no coincidence that Tarkin was considered one of the best warriors in the kingdom and was ready to prove his power to his opponent. He had no magic, but in his hands he held a weapon with which he had already smashed the heads of a dozen of these scoundrels. He could have smashed his head to pieces, which is what he did the next second. Jacob only watched from afar as this pure embodiment of conquest acted with force. Without a doubt, the young man saw before him the favorite of the god of war, who had granted him divine power. He was the strongest commander of the royal detachment, and Regelsa herself entrusted him with this high honor. Joseph was also already here, and was ready to continue the fight with his friend. Tarkin arrived just in time, because together it would be much easier for them to deal with the last upstart. To Tarkin's surprise, his first commander prepared for battle, although he could have been directing it by giving orders from above. The tribe's divine artifact that guarded the northern ice wall was already tightly clutched in Yakov's hands. It was clear that this young man, the embodiment of frost, had to die today, and that was Joseph's main duty. But before making such threats, it was worth stepping forward and proving them in practice. The frosty land of the northern ice wall has been famous for its inaccessibility for many centuries. Despite the harsh conditions, this land has always been protected from wars and invasions. It was considered a true paradise where people and incarnations could live together. The warrior who had earned fame in battles on the continent and won countless victories was now Jacob's main rival. People who had never been to war were afraid to even hear the name of this formidable warrior. Only one person sincerely pitied Joseph and was kind to him until the last minute of his life. It was a girl who had long since become the embodiment of snow, and today she extended her hand to him as a sign of friendship. In fact, Joseph had never known anything but fighting before, and was surprised by such a gesture on her part. However, he was saved by the care of the girl who kept the love of the whole world in her heart. As usually happens, the young people fell in love with each other and soon went through life hand in hand. Blessed by all, they tied the knot, and after a short time they had a child. And yet, they were not able to live happily ever after, because the child turned out to be completely different from the others. The creature was not a human baby at all, and instead, a real monster lay on the white diaper. The girl was filled with pity and longing, worrying about her future child, who would be rejected by everyone. It was at this moment that the savior appeared, ready to save the unfortunate girl from her suffering. This was the winged incarnation that came to them from the other world and appeared in human form. She said that Joseph was a complete fool and that he shouldn't have treated the child that way. Deceived by the promises to save his child, Joseph did not even think about the consequences of this decision. It was hard to say how many years had passed since then, but now this child of Joseph's was standing right in front of him. In fact, he looked little like a monster and greeted his father cheerfully. The warrior before him saved Yakov's life, but can he seriously be considered a real father? If this was his way of evoking pity from the queen's first commander, then Jacob would hardly have succeeded. Moreover, the sharp blade of Joseph's axe was already raised over the head of the monster who dreamed of enslaving the entire kingdom. Joseph, as Regelsa's first commander, could not allow this to happen, even if it meant going to extremes. He still remembered the image of that girl, who remained in his memory forever. Since this scoundrel has seriously decided to go against everyone, he should experience the power of resistance on himself. Never had Joseph fought so fiercely against such a strange opponent, but he alone knew his true intentions. Jacob was even a little disappointed by this, because such a warrior was called the divine embodiment of valor. Judging by the way he fought, Joseph was not worthy of bearing such a high title and being called the best. Instead of attacking seriously, he swung his axe around ineffectively in the hopes of winning. The freezing ability was far superior to the speed the big guy had demonstrated. After the wave of the icy whirlwind, the commander was thrown far to the side and had to work hard to stay on his feet. Previously, Jacob was just a monster, but now he has gained true strength, having received the power of his parents. Joseph had a hard time fighting his own child, but Tarkin had a completely different opinion. He was ready to enter this duel at any second if the commander gave such an order. Still, Joseph was not ready to give up even with the severe wounds covering his entire body. It was even fun to fight against this big guy, although Yakov could have fought Tarkin right now. Although first they had to complete the mission for which they had come to these gates. There had long been creatures inside the fortress that were in league with Jacob. They quickly got rid of not only the guards, but also those unfortunate people who got in their way. Local residents ran with all their might in the opposite direction of the corridor, hoping to save their lives. But on this day, many of them were unlucky, and the bodies of the unfortunate were cut in half. The embodiment of radiance itself had quietly crept into this place, and was ready to act according to the plan. The monk hoped that at the last moment this creature would come to its senses, and not take a grave sin upon its soul. His skull being pierced through quickly made it clear that this creature simply could not have a soul. The embodiment of silence was a being that did not care about any sacrifices and felt no regret. Suddenly the girl felt the sweet smell of pomegranate, but for her it did not bode well. The monster would never tire of him, no matter how many times he had to commit these bloody massacres. The embodiment of madness wanted to spend this evening in luxury, looking at the endless rows of corpses inside the fortress. It was worth hurrying if the civilians still hoped to save their lives and save their children. The entire group immediately moved to the secret shelter, finding themselves in the middle of the stone bridge. Teresa asked the boys to be careful and follow only her, without turning aside. At that moment, Sophia noticed a crack in the stone ceiling above her head and a sound that could not be confused with anything else. A giant centipede rushed from above straight onto the heads of its victims, and now the escape route was cut off. Along with her were two more evil incarnations, ready to tear their victims apart. Never before had the inhabitants of the settlement seen such terrible monsters, and it is difficult to imagine what was going on in the minds and hearts of these unfortunate people. The monsters were not going to waste time on long conversations, because each of them was too hungry. Agatha was the first to decide to rush into the attack, hoping that she would get the most delicious pieces. Jacob was still close to the man who could be considered his biological father. Only now did Joseph realize that the boys' invasion was a pre-planned sabotage. It was a little strange that this experienced warrior only realized everything now, but it was worth thinking about what he should do with the ice wall that instantly appeared on all sides. Tarkin had seen a lot in his life and was ready to smash it to pieces if necessary. Now they were in enemy territory, which meant they gave him some advantage. Only by breaking the ice shell could the previous appearance of the area where they had been just a minute ago be restored. It was unlikely that the opponent would allow them to do it so quickly, so there was no need to swing their hammer. The attempts were completely useless, especially since Yakov had prepared for this meeting in advance. If they wanted to escape, the boys had no choice but to defeat him in the heart of the icy gorge. This place could have become a requiem for Joseph, who was always considered a revered leader of the royal guard. The ice hammer was tightly gripped in the hand of the monster, who would hardly leave anyone alive. Looking at it, Joseph remembered how in the distant past he held this creature in his arms, which had not yet managed to harm anyone. But years later, the baby grew up, and today a giant mutant stood before Joseph. Perhaps this really was their karma for once abandoning their own child. It is clear why hatred burned in the heart of this creature, and why it took such revenge on its father. Besides Joseph, there was another warrior here who had no mercy in his heart. He directed all his rage at the one who had already taken up too much of their time. Looking straight into the enemy's eyes, Yakov noticed that Tarkin looked slightly agitated and wondered what had happened. Could meeting him in the icy gorge really have scared such a brave warrior as Tarkin so much? He probably wanted to defeat him as quickly as possible, but Yakov definitely didn't agree with that. It will be too difficult to win, even if Tarkin uses all the abilities he received since childhood. He had the power of two incarnations at once and a special branch that flowed in his veins. He can only save his life if he is prepared to withstand such a strong combination of abilities. However, if everything goes as it is now, then no one will be able to defend themselves from his blows. Suddenly, Joseph's menacing voice was heard, tired of listening to this brat's empty threats. First, it was necessary to test Tarkin's strength and demonstrate his abilities in a real fight. It seemed like this guy was determined, although Yakov was also well prepared for the fight. Jumping forward towards his opponent, he was ready to tear him to pieces, even if it meant using up all his strength. It's not hard to guess that today's fight will be much more difficult than he expected. For the first time in a long time, he felt a wild fear somewhere in the depths of his soul, looking at this beast. It is no coincidence that Tarkin was considered one of the best warriors and was soon to replace Joseph in his post. That is why this creature was worth fearing, and even Jacob's abilities could be powerless. If he intended to fight against two brave knights at once, today was his chance. It was too late to appeal to his father's pity, for Joseph himself had now taken on the form of a monster. The commander of the second squad, together with Tarkin, stood side by side and were ready to crush the little mutant into a pancake. Meanwhile, things were going much worse for the settlers, who were still trapped. The monsters have already killed many of the local residents, including the fortress guards. At some point, it became clear that it would not be possible to simply break down these stone doors and that another method had to be devised. Since they still haven't opened that damn door, it was time to move those useless creatures. Instead of the door, they would have been better off getting rid of the uninvited guests who were behind Agatha. Agatha herself did not want to waste her energy on stupid things, and instead decided to break down the door. No one dared to disobey her order, and both monsters agreed to do so. The cries of the unfortunate victims, audible even behind the thick doors, attracted the monster. They always seemed to Agatha like just pathetic little people who were unworthy of living. The dying breaths of the warriors who sacrificed their lives still echoed within the walls of this place. That wall that Agatha had placed her paw on was a great place to get inside. It was clear that she didn't intend to spend much time persuading them to open the door, and soon a trace of acid appeared on the wall. Its acid was capable of burning through even a stone wall, and soon the image of this monster appeared in the opening. If Agatha had decided that none of them should be left alive, It would have been easy for her to kill all the settlers here. She was willing to give them one last chance if they agreed to carry out the order. The children who surrounded Teresa from all sides were the main target of the hungry monster. The mutant was willing to free everyone else if Teresa agreed to bring the hearts of these children to the door. Yes, if they did everything she ordered, Agatha promised to spare all the other prisoners. Looking at the door, many realized that this was complete madness, although they had no choice. But they were ready to do anything, just to protect these unfortunate children from the enraged monster. Finally, Teresa shouted loudly that she would not let the monster confuse her, and hoped that the settlers would quickly come to their senses. None of them would dare touch a hair of these unfortunate children, who were already scared to death. This answer clearly did not please the creature, who was just planning to have a hearty lunch. She gradually became irritated by the stubbornness with which Teresa defended these children. The desire to talk completely disappeared, and the monster stretched out its ugly paw forward. With the help of magic, she could arrange everything herself. But then all the other settlers would have to die. Teresa covered the children with her body, because this brave woman was ready to die herself. Even if she has to pay such a high price, the rest of the children will be saved. It was hard to imagine what these unfortunate children felt, but without a doubt they will never forget this day. The most amazing thing is that it was Sophia who stood up to protect her friends and stepped forward to meet the monster. This amused Agatha a little, because she had never seen such a brave child. Besides, the girl was holding a sharp knife in her hands, which meant that the upcoming meeting would be quite funny. Looking at her through the hole in the wall, Agatha was already anticipating eating her unfortunate victim. In the midst of the crisis, she was able to awaken her powers, and for such a small girl, this was even too much. To protect her beloved people, Teresa risked not only her own life, but also the lives of other settlers. Although Agatha was only happy about this, because this way she would be able to eat much more satisfyingly today. It was just strange why this disappointed her so much, and why it was Sophia who attracted her attention. The mutant also had something important for this child, because she was the most amazing creature in this world. Even now, her thoughts were occupied with Adam, whom she considered the most noble and precious in the world. The monster would not allow anyone to take his heart and believed that it belonged only to her. It was this girl who was the obstacle between Agatha and Adam that needed to be removed immediately. Before she died, she should have found out the name of the feeling that was still hidden in the depths of the mutant's soul. This feeling was called love. But is it possible to destroy the weak for the sake of love? For a long time, Sophia could not understand why the enraged mutant chose her as his main target. Agatha was in no hurry to explain anything, and just wanted to deal with her as quickly as possible. Covering her face with her hands, Sophia tried not to see the horror that was happening around her. For a second, Agatha thought she had talent for this fight, but now it was clear that she was defenseless. However, while Teresa was alive, the woman would not have allowed her to commit this meanness. No matter how scary this mutant was, the courage of a brave woman would be enough to stand up for small children. The very next second, blood gushed in all directions and stained the stone floor of the gorge. Luckily for Sophia, she did not see the last moment of Teresa's life, who was now too close to death. Looking at the girl, she only hoped that this sacrifice would not be in vain, and that Sophia would be saved. But her body was already pierced through by the monster's tentacle, and Teresa had no chance. Yes, she really did sacrifice herself so that Sophia and the others could leave this place. Agatha still thought that everything that was happening was like a boring melodrama, and that a small bloody show was needed. Grabbing Teresa's body with her giant paw, she wanted to have a little fun with her before she died. Dissolving a human body with acid that she released from her paw could hardly be called fun. However, Sophia was still alive and still had a chance to survive. Now, only chance could decide whether Sophia would save her life or follow in the footsteps of her dead aunt. It was at this moment that the girl realized that a completely different, unknown force had awakened inside her. Hatred seethed in her soul so strongly that even the knife gradually began to change its usual appearance. The child clearly did not want to stop at threats and was ready to get down to business. Teresa's death awakened the demon in her, and now all her hatred was directed at one creature. This creature was the cursed giant centipede, although it was still unclear to Agatha herself who she had awakened. It was worth thinking about this earlier, because the monster's appendages began to fall to the floor one after another. Agatha's subordinates couldn't believe that there was a person capable of fighting the monster. And yet, could one call the Sophia whose form she took on in this struggle a human being? This damn bug had already ruined everyone's lives too much, and her death had to be used to atone for the loss of Teresa. The power of destruction directed at the monster was like that of a god in its most powerful incarnation. Agatha wasn't going to give up so easily and aimed a counterattack at her target. In the clouds of dust, it was difficult to tell whether she had reached her goal, but Sophia's voice suddenly died away. Even if Agatha had crushed her and swallowed her whole, it would not have brought pleasure to the bloodthirsty monster. At that moment, 2 other mutants appeared behind them, hoping that their mistress was okay. She lost her tentacles to those 2 idiots who couldn't even handle their pathetic role. It was in vain that she was distracted by these conversations, and became an easy target for the next throw. Right in the center of the hall, such a fierce battle broke out that the balance of power changed dramatically. Another uninvited guest has appeared in the distance, but who will dare to duel with Agatha? The Queen and Edward only learned a few minutes ago what was going on here, and had not yet had time to give all the necessary orders. However, their own strength was enough to fight the enraged mutants and quickly reduce their numbers. The web would not have saved the mutant who only watched Regels's battle from afar. The swordsman Edward was not here by chance, and could easily have kept his queen company. The pairs of opponents have already been determined, and 2 fights will soon take place, the outcome of which was still unclear. The main thing was still to save the children who had fallen into the monster's trap. Amelia was also nearby, and by that time was tightly hugging little Sophia. This girl had been through too much today and was shaking with fear like a leaf in the wind. She was very scared by the sight of the bloodthirsty mutants, and needed to be given some time to recover from what she had experienced. Amelia would never allow another mutant to harm this child. She asked her to show her true appearance and return to the people who had given her happiness for many years. At that moment, the entity inside her seemed to hear Amelia's call and instantly responded to her words. Sophia, crying loudly, remained in Amelia's arms for a long time, but now her life was not in danger. Only from afar did the children watch as the girl regained her human form and understood that it was she who saved the lives of each of them. Surrounding Sophia, they rejoiced with her that everything ended well, and the Queen's help arrived just in time. But for Amelia herself, everything was just beginning, because the fight with the mutants was still ongoing. She would not be able to watch from the sidelines as these creatures ran amok and simply wait for the results. The rhizomes had already been prepared and had helped her more than once in the most dangerous situations. She was ready to unleash them on the mutated creatures that had come here uninvited. The Queen and Edward would have managed without her help, but fighting together was much easier. It didn't matter now how exactly they got here, because Agatha was still intent on flaying each and every one of them. She should have held back her emotions, because excessive shouting only hindered the monster in battle. The unfortunate settlers who fell victim to Agatha's acid attack will never open their eyes again. Their mutilated bodies were impossible to forget, and each of these mutants deserved only death. Coming closer, Amelia saw only a pitiful semblance of an incarnation, although the same dark creature was hidden inside. It was worth thanking them for being terrible villains all their lives, and now Amelia's conscience will be clear. It was now that there was no longer any need to doubt her actions, and she could use all the force available to her. If Agatha and her damn charges had anything to say in the end, it was better to do it right now. There were still 2 monsters standing opposite each other on the stone bridge, but one of them had long since crossed over to the light side. Agatha seemed to be experiencing déjà vu, and Amelia's essence reminded her of someone. She experienced a feeling similar to when she saw a strange girl in front of her as a child. Despite her appearance as a bright embodiment, Amelia carried with her the type of malice that only evil spirits exuded. There was only hatred in her eyes, as if Amelia had been carrying 2 sides of herself inside her all her life. For the first time in her entire existence, Agatha felt an animal fear, as if instinct was telling her the outcome of this fight. No one dared to look at her with the same look that a hungry predator looks at its prey. This girl didn't look like a predator at all, which meant there was no point in being afraid of her. Then why was she still standing there and not planning to run away? On the contrary, the inhuman power hidden inside Amelia was ejected as a deadly wave of energy into one point. Her target was the main monster leading the attack, and she was ready to destroy it with her own hands. It was not déjà vu at all, and this aura was familiar to Agatha from the very beginning. Only those at the top of the food chain had such an aura, which meant that Adam himself had passed on his power to her. Finally, Amelia asked the monster to tell her his true name, and this word was to be his last. This was the only way Amelia could remember this creature so as not to confuse it with her other victims. At that very moment, outside the fortress, the duel continued with Jacob, who already regretted having come here. Opposite him stood 2 strong warriors who had taken the form of animal entities. As the leader, Tarkin was responsible for this attack, and the Queen would hold him accountable for everything. Joseph always relied on critical hits and tried not to take serious damage in battle. It was unlikely that these 2 could lose to just one opponent. Although even in this case, much remained unclear. Even in the face of death, Yaakov understood that fighting them was not the best idea. But he also could not betray the ruler. To loosen his grip and lower the ice hammer would be a betrayal that his master would never forgive him. It would have been better to gather all forces in one point for another attack. because the opponent also had weak points. This is what Yakov did, directing dozens of sharp ice stakes at his opponents. The ice sheet he released towards the two mutants hit Tarkin right on target, but he was prepared for such a trick in advance and managed to block the magic shot. Yakov arrived in time for the next attack, and with one sweeping movement knocked him off his feet. Although it was not worth forgetting about the first commander, because Joseph wore his high title for a reason. He grabbed Jacob's arm with his powerful jaws and almost broke his bones. This warrior knew the basics of combat very well, because he had already started his career as a fighter many years ago. Still, Jacob did not back down, hoping to send all the damned beasts to hell, starting with Joseph. Although he underestimated his opponent and realized too late that he couldn't keep up this pace for long. The same could not be said of Joseph, who did not let go of his grip even after so many blows. The ice hammer was still tightly clutched in the monster's hands, and he was ready to teach the brave ones a lesson. But first he had to figure out how to escape from his partner, who was behind him. Tarkin grabbed Jacob tightly by the neck, and Joseph continued to sink his sharp fangs into his body. In fact, this fight was a light warm-up. But now it's time for the most interesting part. It was difficult to fight these two, but what would he do when he saw a giant dragon in front of him? Looking up, he realized that the hellish flames were already flying towards them, and the black dragon's target was only Yakov. It would not be difficult for the Viscount to deal with such a creature, because he had learned to fight with the strongest fighters. After the fight with Bruce, he gained such power that this mutant bear would not be a problem for him. For a long time, it was difficult to make out anything in the thick clouds of gray smoke, and it was necessary to wait. Looking at them from afar, the Viscount did not understand why they were wasting so much energy on one enemy. In their place, he would have dealt with the embodiment of cold long ago, and not put his life in danger. It's a good thing the Viscount was here in time and quickly solved this little problem. Reinforcements from Adam were already close, which meant the duel was not yet completely over. Instead of helping, the two chatted non-stop and began to irritate the dragon. What irritated him most was the damned ice giant, who still didn't want to go to the next world. Its armor was too strong to penetrate, and it took a powerful fire blast to melt the ice. Finally, Joseph warned that Jacob was Adam's fifth best fighter and was no weak opponent. He should have relaxed, because Barbara had seen with her own eyes what the Viscount was capable of. The black dragon was much stronger than he thought, as the Viscount was much better at controlling it. It was hard to believe, but he actually went up against the giant ice monster alone, seeing it as just an easy target. And if he was going to continue his threats, it would not end well for him. It was simply absurd to rely so much on his powers as a fire tamer, and the ice giant intended to quickly put the scoundrel to rest. The blow was aimed right on target, although Barbara understood that it was all in vain. It is impossible to defeat the black dragon with one blow, especially if your technique lacks speed. It seemed that the girl had no doubt whatsoever about this guy's victory, and only hoped that it would happen faster. Just recently, he defeated a creature that could single-handedly destroy several of these monsters. Never before in its existence had the monster encountered such amazing power as that emanating from Yakov's rival. This monster was the embodiment of revenge, and all revenge was now directed towards one goal. Of course, he didn't want to go to the afterlife so early and tried to do at least something to save himself. But the Viscount's power in the form of a dragon was already gathering into one point for the final blow. This blow happened much earlier than Yakov thought, but it was already too late for him to think. The incredible force could have thrown him so far that it would have been difficult to survive such a blow. Yakov instantly assumed his human form, since he no longer had the strength to maintain the fight. If necessary, Magnus could personally come to the rescue, although Jacob would not have had time to call on him. He had been watching the fight for a long time and did not need to send a special invitation. A crack formed at the top of the ice dome, and a bright white glow appeared in the center. A second later, the portal shattered into pieces, opening a passage for Magnus. Looking up, Joseph couldn't make out what kind of creature they were expecting right now. Only the Viscount understood who they had to face today, and who would be their next opponent. Magnus has not appeared in the earthly world for a long time, but now it is time to show himself. The Guardian of the Wings granted him so much divine energy that Magnus could fight several opponents at once. At that moment, no one knew what kind of meanness Adam had prepared by sending his subordinates here. The monsters were just bait for the strongest defenders of the fortress. But the most interesting things were yet to come. Queen Regelsa realized this before anyone else when she was defeated by the mutant. She knew that there was a traitor in their ranks, but she didn't expect that it would be someone so close to her. Coming too close, Edward pierced Amelia's body with his blade, who did not expect such a blow to the back. Amelia remained at a distance, not approaching the monster and waiting for her first move. But there was a need to hurry, because the mutant had enlisted Adam's support from the very beginning, and was very dangerous. The monster was ready to show Amelia the difference in strength by using all of her abilities. One of her abilities could destroy anyone if an ordinary person were in Amelia's place. Turning around abruptly, both rivals realized that a serious battle was brewing. Edward realized the same thing, hoping that Amelia would gain the upper hand in this duel. In the thick clouds of dust, it was difficult to see what was happening and who was dominating this fight. The queen ordered the swordsman to immediately stand behind her and not make any sudden movements without orders. She plunged her sword straight into the stone floor of the gorge, hoping that her magic was still strong. However, the monster's attitude towards Amelia up until this moment could be called special care. Instead of suffering, she prepared a quick death for her, which would come sooner in the waves of the mutant's poison. It is unlikely that Amelia herself expected this, especially in her different guise. Her new appearance was imbued with a dark essence that could guarantee her victory. The giant would soon experience fear and shame, and it was useless to fight these feelings. The energy that the girl released at the target could instantly end the monster's life. It was foolish for Agatha to expect mercy after everything she had done here. It was useless to call on her master for help, since it was he who had once given Amelia strength. With this power, the girl continued to wield the dark magic that had been hidden inside her from the very beginning. Her only goal was this overgrown creature, and it was worth getting rid of him as soon as possible. It is clear that the monster did not expect such a trick, because even his loyal subjects were powerless. Her corrosive poison was not producing results, and it was time to come up with something else. In this case, Amelia could only be killed with her own appendages, which could in no way be called hands. The mutant's target was the creature ahead, which fearlessly continued to stand in place. Putting her black paw forward, the girl was no longer herself, and instead the dark entity dictated the conditions. If Agatha had understood from the very beginning who she was making a deal with, she would have refused it immediately. Seeing the creature at the very end of the dark tunnel, she gazed into the distance for a long time. However, the creature itself approached the girl who was soon to become its puppet. The unfortunate victim, now completely at the mercy of the monster, was destined to become just like him. She didn't look like the girl who encountered the mutant, and her appearance changed forever. It was foolish to count on anyone's understanding in this castle, because death had long been prepared for her. The head was severed from the body and fell down right in front of Amelia. Rising with difficulty, Agatha no longer expected to win, even if the deity itself came to her aid. It was a very stupid death, but that is what is prepared for such vile creatures. She failed to defeat this girl in battle only because she had enlisted the support of a dark creature. Regelza had never suspected before that Amelia was not who she claimed to be. It seems that Amelia was able to defeat the monster on her own, and didn't even need the queen's help. Looking down at her, the girl silently watched the last seconds of the mutant's life. Agatha understood perfectly well what the end of the meeting threatened her with, but still fear prevented her from coming to terms with it. Only at the last second did it become clear that the traitor was so close that even the dark entity did not have time to react. Edward mercilessly plunged the dagger into his girlfriend's back, deciding the outcome of this battle. For Agatha, this was a real salvation, although she did not expect such a feat. The same can be said about the queen, who gave no such orders at all. Now these creatures had a chance, and the monster brought down splitting blades on the heads of its opponents. Regelza fought off the blows as best she could, although the initiative in this fight was almost entirely on the mutant's side. Very soon her body was paralyzed after a precise hit from the enemy, and now the girl could not even escape. The queen collapsed with her whole body on the floor, but still hoped for help from the Viscount and her loyal subjects, although she should be thinking about how to avoid death at the clutches of this monster right now, before help arrived. Everything was planned exactly this way from the very beginning, and the traitor Edward was the main trump card of the enemies. No one but him could have gotten so close to Amelia and pierced her with a treacherous blow. Finally, he asked her for forgiveness, hoping that one day she would learn the whole truth. The girl will learn the truth only in the afterlife, which the queen really did not want. Edward managed to deceive the girl and distract the attention of her allies, giving his comrades the opportunity to act. This young man's anger towards the winged monster was not a lie, and he had been planning an attack from the very beginning. It would have been worthwhile to behave a little more quietly, because Queen Regelza would still need her strength. Edward only asked that they not hurt the queen if they wanted to subdue her easily. Turning to Agatha, he ordered her to finish everything quickly and carry out the master's order. He did save her life, but Agatha did not tolerate being ordered around. If the monster had not been in mortal danger, Edward would never have intervened in the fight. Now that this incarnation was destroyed, the powerful branch returned to its owner. At the last second, he suddenly realized that his guess had been hasty, and this duel had only just begun. Instead of dying with her heart pierced by a dagger, the girl suddenly stood up again. The queen had never seen anything like it in her life, and hoped that Amelia would be able to return to life. The dark being would not allow her to die until she fulfilled his ultimate testament. It gave her the strength to survive even a blow that would be fatal to any ordinary person. Black branches instantly gushed out in all directions from the girl's body, whose essence was already completely different. If Edward wanted to save himself and Agatha, he had to run away as quickly as possible. Looking at all this from afar, Sophia watched what was happening with tears in her eyes. At the last moment, Edward turned around, realizing what this sudden resurrection would mean for him in the future. Flapping his wings, he only had to push off the ground once to escape. And so it happened, and the next second they, together with Agatha, were floating high in the air. Only this little girl looked after them, not expecting such betrayal from her friend. It is difficult to say what was going on in the heart of the queen, who lost 2 friends in one day. The monsters no longer threatened her life and were securely captured by black tentacles. This girl herself was akin to those mutants whom she now firmly restrained. It was useless to call on her Dark Lord for help, for no being would stand against her. Right now she had reached the limit of her power, and was ready to take revenge for everything. Her appearance had changed so much that Amelia no longer resembled the girl she had been before. At that moment, a portal opened again high in the sky, and a bright light appeared at the end of it. Only one creature could move so quickly through space, and it was clear that it was Adam. This light at the end of the dark tunnel only foreshadowed a meeting with the embodiment of Wings, which was rushing here at full speed. A white-winged creature appeared before the monster to see his best creation in person. He was glad to meet Amelia in the form in which he was accustomed to seeing the girl before. Adam believed that now he would easily gain access to her inner essence and be able to control her like the others. To open the horizon of the world, all that was needed was the flowering of branches that fed on the desires of it and their owner. The world that the girl had dreamed of all her life was bright and beautiful, and there was not a single dark spot in it. If she wanted to lead the change in this world with him, all she had to do was reach out her hand in response to Adam. It is difficult to say with what eyes Amelia looked at this world, but it is clear that the creature had already enslaved her consciousness. That day and its sunset were forever remembered by the girl, although it was difficult for her to recover from what she had experienced. The first thing she felt was the water touching her body on the shore. She rose with difficulty and for some time could not come to her senses, trying to remember what had happened. The girl looked towards the horizon, but there was no one in this place except Amelia. So where did she end up? Just recently she had fought with a mutant, and the sight of that terrible creature still stood before her eyes. She fought precisely with Agatha, who was almost at the peak of her abilities. But at the last moment, Edward snuck up from behind and pierced his former partner with a sharp blade. The scar still remained on her chest, and the blood stain on her clothes reminded her of her brother in arms' betrayal. It was very strange why she was still alive, as if someone had brought her back from the other world. Suddenly another creature appeared nearby and quickly explained to her what was going on. Turning around sharply, she could not understand for some time who this strange creature was. It looked like 2 peas in a pod with Amelia herself, but they had never met before. It turned out that the girl's heart was no longer beating, and she would feel it if she put her hand on Ruby. All this time she was controlled by a raven, who moved the dead like a puppeteer. An evil copy of Amelia named Rebecca had been watching her for a long time and always wanted to meet her face to face. There was no such opportunity before, because while Amelia was in charge, Rebecca had to remain just her shadow. Enough of this nonsense. The girl has already been through too much lately. She had to tell him who she was immediately, otherwise Amelia would show her divine power again. The creature immediately responded that it was her dark copy, whose existence she was destined to learn about. It was the world's first evil goddess named Rebecca, and now Amelia's body was the best physical embodiment for her. In the past, in the times of myths, peace reigned on earth and life flourished in abundance. The only spirit beast, which was called the embodiment of sorcery, was given human form. The great western forest, filled with all the grandeur of earthly nature, accepted and honored him as its prophet. At that time, this being was known as a divine entity that was supposed to bring cornucopia and wealth. For a long time, he ruled over all earthly beings, and with his help, balance reigned throughout the earth. Every mortal, forgetting about his ephemeral nature, sought beauty and harmony in this nature. It soon became clear that these were just empty dreams and endless wars began on Earth. In that era of violence, everything human required flesh and blood and could only develop in this way. In those days, the 6 incarnations were considered the most terrible punishers, burning people for their sins. At times they even defended humanity, like strict judges who wanted to correct it. One day, the great forest was suddenly invaded by foreigners, who quickly destroyed the harmony and balance. The invaders in golden armor were fighters of the great army, led by the embodiment of a warrior. The forest tribes united to resist the invaders, although the forces were unequal. Until the last moment they tried to save their inhabitants, and fought desperately together with the rest of the inhabitants of the forest. It was impossible to reverse what fate itself had destined for this forest. The main defender of the forest was struck by several spears at once and could no longer resist as he had at the beginning of the battle. A magnificent death awaited the one who was chosen by the supreme god, and the commander of the knights was ready to finish what was started. The death of this creature would be forever imprinted on his heart. But he could not turn back. Turning around, the forest lord noticed the very warrior whom someone had advised to commit such a cruel reprisal against the innocent. He had no intention of asking for forgiveness, and for the sake of a higher goal, was ready to bear the stigma of a cruel murderer. He explained that quite recently there had been a providence, and it was he who was destined to become its chief priest. The embodiment of magic, capable of seeing the future, told him about this providence. She predicted the destruction of this land, and predicted the emergence of a terrible, never-before-seen world. She was completely right in her prophecy, although in the end this deity took her life as well. Now the Lord saw before him the one who had taken the lives of innocent beings only because of the vague prophecy of some magician. Were there any guarantees that humans wouldn't become the next victims after the night dealt with the Lord of the Forest? There was no time left for long conversations, and it was time to finish what he had come here for. The defender of the great forest had to fall by his sword, and the great incarnation was worthy of only such an ending. It has developed within itself the desire to kill, although it respects the honor and dignity of all life. Anyone in the Lord's place would have trembled at the sight of this creature consumed by seething anger. He became the one who stood in the knight's way at the last second and was ready to accept the fight. Soon the embodiment of magic disappeared without a trace, and not even memories remained after it. The heavenly Lord summoned here the protector of the forest and those incarnations who were granted human form. I wonder what happened to those incarnations that possessed primordial malice, like people. This is exactly what Adam wanted to find out. Holding in his hand the extracted tooth of the killed animal. It would be fair to call these creatures evil gods, although people were no different from them in their evilness. It was truly impressive, and Adam had not seen such a bright battle for a long time. It turned out that he was nearby from the very beginning, and it was Adam who was seen in that providence. Adam spread his wings and confessed that he intended to obtain the divine treasure. Having abandoned his foolish talk of cycles and harmony, he would soon have turned into a monster consumed by malice. If this was Adam's will, he would have to first fight someone who was much stronger. He could take this relic that the dark entity was holding in its clutches right now. There was, however, one condition that Adam was obliged to fulfill above all else. That day, Amelia made a contract with the embodiment of wings and ended up on this shore for a reason. If Amelia collects all the divine treasures, she will one day be able to pass on part of them to her copy. Rebecca really wanted to change this world by uniting it with the world of dark creatures. The girl didn't expect that everything would turn out exactly this way, but they say it's true that you can't escape your destiny. Amelia was created only to suppress the anger of her dark essence, but she failed to do so. She and Rebecca were two sides of the same coin, and it was Amelia who was the avatar of the two. Most likely, it was she who sent Amelia the same dream, which always ended the same way. In this dream, the girl was running away from an unknown monster that had lived nearby for a long time. She had always been afraid of him before, but now her fear had suddenly disappeared, and in its place a completely different feeling had arisen. For some reason, it always seemed to her that this creature was sad and regretted what it was forced to do. Rebecca wanted to change this world, not only because of the power of the artifacts she acquired. She clearly regretted her helplessness and the fact that she was unable to protect her loved ones. If Amelia was truly a part of Rebecca's being, then this heavy burden lay on her too. This means that it is she who must stand up to this girl's malice and protect what she must preserve. Yes, it was a brave act, because the good copy of Rebecca needed enormous strength for this. On the side of her dark copy were the same creatures that protected the girl herself. In this form, the creatures were filled with dark essence and became much stronger. The ice wall was about to collapse, and everyone had to get out of here quickly. Magnus just watched from above, hoping that his allies weren't hit. But if he waited any longer, the monster below would become too powerful and needed to be stopped. The dragon was not afraid to meet face to face with Adam's chief warrior, appointed commander. Now, these two stood opposite each other again, and fate brought them together for the second time. There was nothing in the world that Magnus's fist couldn't destroy, meaning his advantage was still strength. It was necessary to get Jacob out of here as quickly as possible, as he had already experienced a lot during the battle. He was the first to enter the interdimensional portal and was able to quickly move to a safe place. Magnus encountered a similar creature again, and the enemy was once again full of strength. Although it was worth giving credit to Magnus, who managed to acquire new abilities during this time. These abilities were granted to him by the incarnation of wings, so the Viscount should not overestimate his enemy. This non-entity, who could never compare to the embodiment of wings, now wanted to fight with General Adam. This man became a dragon and was willing to give up his own soul to gain its power. Before the dragon died, Magnus asked to say his human name out loud so that he would remember it forever. There were no problems with this, and the Viscount quickly introduced himself to the enemy as the Black Dragon and the descendant of a god. He was on Earth only to destroy all the evil gods of this world and then go after them. But his main mission was still to kill the incarnation of the wings that had once determined his fate as a child. For a long time, he could not understand why he came to this world and why the creatures here were so different. The power of destruction, capable of destroying space itself, was now under the control of an earthly being in the form of a mutant. It was on that day that Magnus first met Adam, who explained to him the nature of his divine power. The chick destroys its egg to see the light, although for it this egg was the whole world. They did this to find out why they were born and what was hidden behind the strong shell. Sometimes you need to destroy the world that surrounds you and is just an obstacle. It was Adam who was ready to give Magnus answers to all questions, and from that moment on make him his strongest bodyguard. That day he became the very embodiment of destruction, and with divine power was ready to destroy his opponent. The sinister sword of disaster, which he wielded to perfection, was the main weapon in Magnus's hands. The Viscount knew his opponent's weaknesses, but he managed to take care of them. The divine beam of light shattered the pieces of ice in its path, freeing him from any unnecessary obstacle. Looking at this from afar, Barbara understood that today's battle would not end well. It was as if Magnus had gathered the last of his strength to bring it down on one target. Even having gained his power, the Viscount could well have lost in battle to this general, who, not for nothing, led Adam's best detachment. There was no shadow of doubt in Magnus's eyes, and he believed that victory would soon be in his hands. Even if the dragon had used the ability to revive Hellfire, his master would still have brought Magnus back to life. However, his opponent's main advantage was not fire, but something completely different. The dark creature that now permeated the dragon's body had long since crept into the Viscount's soul. With this power, he was ready to destroy everyone who stood in his way to the scoundrel Adam, who had long been destined for hell. If Magnus wanted to stand in his way today, he would bring death upon himself. It would have been easier to do this with the sharp blades that instantly emerged from his black paws. Armed with this power, the black dragon rushed at his opponent, seeing no obstacles in front of him. Magnus expected something like this, but he had never seen such energy in front of him. The dragon has always been famous for its speed, but now it has other abilities as well. After the first blow, Magnus was thrown far to the side, and only a miracle could help him win. Although the power of heaven was also a real miracle, and one should not underestimate its power. But Barbara didn't believe in miracles, and saw that Magnus had surpassed himself in this duel. Looking back, she saw two partners who could also join this fight. But right now, it was necessary to find out where Queen Regelza was, and whether all the other allies were safe. Barbara reassured the first commander, because the queen was now inside the fortress next to Edward. Looking back towards the fortress, they noticed a bright white beam that shot into the sky. Only one person could create such a flow of energy, and it was unlikely that anything good would come of it. The very next second they saw Edward fly out from behind the fortress. But why was he holding a wounded mutant in his arms? Barbara couldn't believe that their old friend had turned out to be a pathetic traitor and was now running away. There was no doubt that he was heading towards the very interdimensional portal that led to Adam. There was no point in trying to catch up with him, and it was necessary to urgently find the missing queen. It was difficult to make out what was happening in the place where the duel between the monsters was still going on. The black dragon was not inferior to his opponent, but he was also quite good. The Viscount's little pet would not have forgiven himself if he had not helped his master in some way. Right now, Barbara needed to help the Viscount and asked to borrow some strength. With this power, she would be able to intervene in the duel at the right moment, endowing it to the Viscount. Looking at the way the black dragon was acting, it was hard to tell which of them needed help. For a long time, Magnus was unable to land a single blow and wasted his strength in vain. He could still strike with an iron fist and only then repel this terrible onslaught. The very next second he carried out his plan and the Viscount was thrown far to the side. Defeating the true power of the embodiment of conquest in a simple way was difficult, if not impossible. No one has ever managed to truly kill a dragon and send it to the next world forever. It seemed as if his body was made of iron and no area could be penetrated. A battle of spear and shield could decide who was stronger. But these two were complete opposites. The dragon's advantage was not only in speed, but also in the ability to devour enemies, appropriating their best abilities. Although it was worth giving credit to the speed with which the Viscount rushed at his opponent, Magnus's fist was already at the ready and he could meet the blow at any second. If this fight had dragged on, it is unlikely that Magnus would have been able to so deftly repel the onslaught of such a strong opponent. One could become blinded by the bright beams of energy that flew in all directions after the collision. It was difficult to see anything in the thickening smoke, which reliably obscured the dragon. There was no way Magnus would have believed he could have destroyed him with one blow. But where was he right now? Still behind the smokescreen, the black dragon waited for the right moment. At some point, Magnus felt like the ground beneath his feet was becoming too fragile and cracks appeared all over the ice. He was not mistaken, because under his feet was indeed his opponent, who had gotten there too quickly. The very next moment, the dragon burst out from under the ground, breaking through the thick ice with its body. Now it was worth remembering the appearance of the monster that would send Magnus to the next world. However, first it was necessary to understand that their meeting in heaven would take place again, and the duel would continue. Surely the black dragon could use those main abilities that were still hidden in his soul. But his opponent was also quite strong, and could draw on the energy of the incarnation of wings. In the very heart of Magnus, the branch beat madly, carrying the impulse throughout his entire body, bestowing its magic. If Adam had not once given him this power, he would never have been able to enter into today's duel. But, to the Viscount's surprise, he had not yet seen all of this warrior's abilities, and the main thing was still ahead. He had no intention of giving up a single meter of land in the place where the battle was taking place, and was determined to use the wide field for maneuvers. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the distance, indicating that the battle was only just gaining momentum. At some point, everyone watching from the side was almost blinded by the brightness of the flash. At that very moment, Eva found herself between two rabbit holes with a watch in her hands, realizing that it was her turn to act. This technique was used as a last resort, as it was the only way to safely move the queen. At the cost of losing one's power, one could travel to any distance, but only 2 locations were available. Regelza should have known that no more than 3 people could fit in a rabbit hole. This meant that they could only take 6 people away and had no choice. Unexpectedly, the queen announced that she had already made a decision, although it was quite difficult for her. The starting point was the entrance to the fortress and the deepest shelter in this place. Inside, she was supposed to be with Amelia and Edward, and soon everyone would meet at one point, defeating the enemy. The outer group should have included the Viscount and Barbara and, of course, their little pet. Ruby played a far from insignificant role in this relationship, and for the pet himself, this was big news. The enemy probably threw most of its forces into breaking through the defenses at the entrance to the fortress. This means that this battle will be decisive, and the queen asked the remaining ones to help the wounded. Having said these words, she headed towards the rabbit hole, realizing that this fight would be very difficult. A few seconds later, the portals instantly closed, transporting the travelers to a new location. The watch was still in Eva's hands, although its dial had instantly cracked. She just hoped that after this move they would be able to recover and that it wouldn't take too much of their strength. But Eva was very happy that the result exceeded all her expectations, and her efforts were crowned with success. During the fierce battles, this man in the form of a monster gained power much greater than they expected. The encounter with this dangerous mutant was big news not only for Magnus, but for all his allies. It was time to get back to the task at hand, and not keep the older sister waiting for long. Soon their dream could come true, and Eva would finally achieve her goal. This cunning girl was already waiting for the moment when she could reach the moon, which was very close. However, another member of the group suddenly appeared behind them, overhearing their conversation. The wind whispered to her that the two had ulterior motives that the queen did not know about. With a smile, Eva only replied that under the queen's wing lives the man who allows himself too much. Apparently, they were too sad that they would not be able to be with the queen at the moment of her main battle. Yes, there was no point in denying that, although Sophia didn't want to continue the conversation at all. However, the queen was not mistaken in her judgments, choosing the Viscount as her main trump card. Moreover, his little pet was truly a divine creature that could greatly help him. Yes, he was a spirit, although he could also be called a mystical beast. The power of the gods who created this world did not have a specific form, but over time, it began to change. Along with these changes, a black dragon appeared, which was now fighting with Adam's messenger. The creature that had been reborn from a divine beast into this incarnation was no longer equal in any battle. It was rumored to have a potential that rivaled even the first 6 incarnations. The black dragon's form was completely different from what he inherited from his descendants. If Magnus had known about this at the very beginning, he would have probably thought twice before engaging in combat with him. But this warrior would have had enough strength for a long battle and victory if his opponent had weakened even for a second. Along with the black dragon, there was now another monster, into which Barbara had transformed. She offered to fight side by side with him, and was ready to turn the damned general into ashes. Magnus was still in the same place, but his death was already rushing towards him at full speed. Barbara covered the distance in an instant and delivered a precise blow with her fiery fist, nearly knocking him off his feet. At the last second, he managed to stay on his feet, although the blow was unexpected. But Magnus wouldn't be himself if he didn't prepare to strike back. With a series of powerful blows, he instantly knocked the target off his feet and hoped to finish him off. Fighting against two was much more difficult, but General Magnus had no other choice. Moreover, the scarlet flame seal that Barbara possessed was already aimed in his direction. Among the true gods, she was a divine beast, born from the demon god. This connection gave a power that even Magnus was not accustomed to fighting, although he had seen a lot during his service. Anyone in his place would have finished this fight before it was too late and death was too close. However, this warrior was different from the others, and for the sake of the recognition of the Lord, he was even ready to die. Therefore, the devilish beast in the flesh now stood opposite two powerful creatures, ready to fight alone. If that was all his power, he would hardly last more than 5 minutes. It is strange why such a wise warrior continued to believe the nonsense that Adam told. Magnus couldn't follow such an idiot, knowing who the incarnation of Wings really was. But does it really matter what the reason for such courage is, if this madman has long forgotten his own name? If he was so thirsty for death, these two monsters were ready to fulfill his wish. However, first they themselves should look into the eyes of death, which was rushing towards them at full speed. At that moment, a sharp blade appeared from the black dragon's paw again, ready to crush everything around. One of them had to die, and the dragon was not going to become a dead man. Most likely, the brave man who believed Adam's tales and decided to fight him will die. At first glance, their powers and abilities were approximately on the same level. The only difference was that the black dragon could not die until he had completed his mission. That is why he was not afraid of death, which was always lurking somewhere nearby. Today was supposed to put a lot of things in place, and after the battle with Bruce, the Viscount was ready for anything. They had collected the last pieces of the mosaic of this world, and there was only one fragment left to complete it all. Suddenly, high in the sky, the dragon saw his main target, which meant that his long search ended with a long-awaited meeting. The incarnation of Wings itself appeared before them, holding a painfully familiar girl in its arms. It was Amelia, but now she looked completely different and exuded an evil, demonic aura. Instead of a girl with a kind look, Adam held in his hands one in whom a dark essence lurked. Adam understood that Amelia could regain control of herself at any moment, and perhaps it would happen very soon. She had great willpower, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to control the entity. However, soon her fragile heart will break, and then Adam will not be able to continue these atrocities. All that was left was to wait for Amelia's essence to merge with her evil dark copy. At first, it was difficult to understand what Adam was planning, and why he was still holding Amelia captive. Her friends would never allow something terrible to happen, and were ready to accept the challenge. If Amelia dies, the dragon will not have time to repay her for the act that no one has ever committed against the Viscount. After all, she once saved his life, and he was obliged to snatch her from Adam's hands. Adam himself understood that the dragon was always driven by hatred, but now it was directed only against him. However, it didn't matter so much when he had the main trump card in his hands. The time had come to fulfill the contract, and now this fateful meeting was inevitable. Many years ago, when a misfortune befell the Viscount's settlement, he swore eternal revenge. From then on, he decided to surrender to the all-consuming anger that enveloped him entirely. It was the culprit of that tragedy who was now hovering high in the air and holding a person close to him in his arms. It was clear that Amelia was not in control of herself, but it was not too late to save her. That fool, obsessed with a petty revenge, did not understand with whom he would have to deal. Previously, Adam could not even imagine that the Black Dragon would be so persistent and would go towards his goal until the last minute. If the dragon wanted to kill him, then he should have thought twice before engaging in a duel with a deity. He dreamed of the impossible, and it wouldn't happen until the whole world turned upside down. Instead, he would be better off thinking about how to defend himself from a barrage of energy projectiles. The light energy was similar to fire and could destroy everything in its path. Right now, Adam's targets were below and were easy targets for a hail of magical projectiles. Besides, his general was not in any danger, and Magnus could feel safe. This warrior had only one goal, and he had to enter the duel that had begun in time. However, the Black Dragon's speed was astounding as it covered vast distances in the blink of an eye. It seemed that this creature was truly invulnerable, and only death itself could stop it. Until then, he had to fight for himself and for those who could still be saved. This giant inspired fear in everyone, but not in the one who gave birth to him. It was Adam who sent the Black Dragon to the cliff where they first met the Viscount. According to his plan, the guy was supposed to give in to anger and scream until exhaustion, tormented by his own powerlessness. But instead of empty chatter, something happened that changed his fate forever. The Viscount's anger spread throughout his body, and all he wanted was to kill his main enemy. But instead of Adam, Aurora was looking at him and was amused by the sight of the reborn dragon, who looked very similar to his predecessor. The land was a barren and deserted wasteland, and therefore was a match for its new owner. Although the master's mind was obsessed with the desire to burn everything to the ground, there was someone who was truly worth sinking his fangs into. Not understanding what she was getting at, the guy continued to stare ahead. Ahead of him, he saw a swirling fiery whirlwind that seemed to be pulling him into the very abyss. After that day, he saw the giant in whose body he was destined to reside. Right now, he was facing an enemy that was many times stronger than him. His opponent would have remained the Viscount's sworn enemy until his death, if one of them had not lost the duel. It was the incarnation of Wings that was the cause of all his troubles, and the death of his older sister. The Viscount will never forget the day when the incarnation of Wings brazenly deceived him, forcing him to expose all the people close to him to harm. As a child, he did not understand who he was dealing with and how their walk through the wastelands would end. He treated him as if he were his older brother and wished him nothing but the best with all his heart. But the Viscount will never forget that look, because the cold in Adam's heart was clearly visible in his eyes. What followed was monstrous destruction that eventually led to the death of his loved ones. He wanted to immediately get into the lair of that bastard who was only worthy of being burned. However, this was impossible, and Aurora warned the Viscount about this from the very beginning. It hardly seemed like a simple request, and one should think twice before refusing. However, the power of the curse hit the guy in the head too hard, and he had to hold back his anger. He should have known his place if he didn't want to follow his loved ones into the next world. The day when the dragon's fangs will penetrate Adam's body will never come, and they will exist on Earth forever. It was difficult to accept this revelation, especially when the Viscount had managed to gain such power. Courage without strength was just empty pride, and the bravado of a weakling who was incapable of anything in the real world. If we believe her words, then what did Aurora want from this guy, and what did she prepare him for all his life? Clutching his head, he loudly admitted that he would never be able to defeat him, even if he used all his strength. Now he needed to hear the truth that the only way to achieve his goal was to overcome his own weakness. Yes, he had to surpass her, and only then would all his power burst forth, and he would become truly invulnerable. This power is capable of turning a person into a devourer of other creatures in order to take away their abilities. The Black Dragon was able to release his demonic essence, and in this form confront even deities. But in essence, it is the same as becoming a leper, if of course, he reaches the very edge. Surely the Viscount also saw the branch that created a creature like him. These creatures were catalysts of evolution, and were capable of turning any leper into a divine incarnation. This is exactly what Aurora proposed to do, because such a contract could regenerate the Viscount. When the time came, she intended to take up a new body and finally leave this hated cage. Having gained the power of the branch and the curse of the evil spirit, the Dark Lady could regain her true power and take revenge for everything. Reaching out her hand to him, she hoped that the Black Dragon's heir would listen to her words. If he agreed to such a deal, it would be possible to conclude it today without delay. Luckily for Aurora, the guy didn't think long and agreed almost immediately. However, there was something else that this Dark Lady had not taken into account before meeting him. It is revenge that will be his main source of strength, and the Viscount will never give it up to anyone else. It was a little funny, but it was good that he was finally able to find out what he was capable of. If he decided to raise his hand even against her, then it's scary to imagine what will happen to Adam at the moment of their meeting. The clouds of death and terror were supposed to lead him straight to the target, and then he himself would be able to get even with the incarnation of Wings. Until then, the Black Dragon must bear his burden, destroying anyone who stands in his way. However, time passed, and soon his main goal was very close. Now nothing could stop the dragon from entering into battle with him, and fulfilling his main purpose. The monster immediately directed a scorching stream of fire straight into the sky, hoping to knock down the enemies with a lethal blast of fire. Adam immediately responded from above, striking with a previously prepared beam of magical light. At great speed, both energies collided between the two irreconcilable enemies, throwing out streams of destructive energy in all directions. It's hard to say which of them was looking forward to this meeting more, but both were determined to win. Rebecca didn't want to be a burden and was also ready to join the fight with her master. Without even waiting for his answer, the girl immediately rushed down to meet the dragon. The Black Dragon was already ready to meet her with a clawed paw raised high above his head. If only the girl could remove the spell and understand who she was fighting, she would never forgive herself. But was it worth thinking about it now, when the moment of their collision was almost inevitable? Rebecca put her hand forward, and the one who gave her life was ready to help from above. With his help, it was much easier for her to deal with the Viscount, and she completely forgot who he was to her. It looks like the takeover was successful, and soon Amelia will be completely enslaved. Her strength was still beyond the control of this monster below, and every blow she threw hit the mark. A simple wave of the hand was not enough to solve the problem with the dragon. Therefore, the incarnation of Wings was ready to use his final ability to put an end to this. But he completely forgot that the dragon was still immortal and could not die even after several of his attacks. In response to this, he himself was ready to release a deadly wave of energy that could wipe out any opponent. All this time, Adam believed that the Viscount was just a puppet in his hands, who could be easily enslaved. But the puppet certainly couldn't create so many problems for its owner, because there was something else hidden in this creature. The man's connection with the dark entity was almost complete, and it was difficult to understand who the Viscount really was. At the same time, Barbara hoped to help her friend and tried her best to shout to him. Ruby was there too, but like Barbara, he could do nothing to help his master. However, looking up, she realized that all her efforts could be crowned with success if she managed to carry out her plan. After all, in one of the cells, she saw the person who was dearer to her than all the others. True, his appearance almost no longer resembled the Viscount she was accustomed to seeing. The dragon's skull was crushed, and he remained motionless for some time. Now it is clear why Adam was so worried about this fight, because even after such a blow, the dragon was still alive. Even if he incinerated this creature, there was no guarantee that he would win. This fool was just a vile phantom of the ancient race that could not resist the divine power. Adam's wings were charred, though that was not the extent of his curse. In the sky above, the dragon's head was his only enemy, whose only goal was to subdue the scoundrel. But the chief general was already rushing to help his master, and he could not allow the irreparable to happen. Having broken through the portal's strong barrier, Magnus rushed straight towards the Viscount, wanting to force a new round of combat. The blow was so strong that the monster could not withstand such an onslaught and fell to the ground with his whole body. Barbara felt the blow instantly, not understanding what was happening on the surface. She could see what was happening to the Viscount from the inside and was the first one to be in this place. It seemed as if she herself was experiencing the same pain that the Viscount was feeling right now. His faithful pet was ready to do anything, just to help his young master in some way. Looking into the distance, he saw how he lay motionless and his whole body was wounded. Yes, this guy had a very difficult time, because not everyone is given the opportunity to clash with the incarnation of Wings. But that was exactly why Barbara was here, because who else but her could help the Viscount? True, if he himself does not do anything to save himself, her stay here will be useless. She was ready to protect him until her last breath, just as he had once saved her. Besides Barbara, there was another being who was able to be there at the right time, every time. In the hands of this creature was the same divine power that the Viscount had wielded against Adam. Now, in the form of this girl, the Viscount's pet could heal his wounds, giving all his strength to it. Looking at this, Barbara couldn't believe that all this time there was a girl hiding inside Ruby. But it didn't matter anymore, because regeneration helped and the wounds on the Viscount's body began to heal. While the wounds on his enemy's body were healing, Adam was already ready to celebrate his victory. His faithful servants were also nearby, and one of them stood high on the giant's body. The man Rebecca had been watching from her inner world all this time was also suffering from immense grief. He lost a loved one in his distant childhood, and it would be generous to let him pass away painlessly. After hearing these words, Adam looked towards Rebecca in silence for a while. Then he suddenly turned to his general, hoping for the fulfillment of his recent order. But looking at his hand, he realized that he would no longer be able to fulfill the girl's request. The curse had already reached his body, and the essence of the dark dragon was in his palm. It was nothing other than the curse of the creature that had controlled the Viscount's body since childhood. It was hard to believe, but even after such a strong blow, the guy could rise from the dead. It was necessary to urgently come up with something before the regeneration process was completely completed. But no matter how hard Adam tried, the Viscount still managed to shoot from the very depths of the darkness where he was. The blow hit the target, and Adam's head was pierced through and through. There was now no doubt that this creature could not be killed, just as death itself could not. Looking at this, something changed in Rebecca's soul, and Amelia gradually began to regain control of herself. This was very opportune, because now the Black Dragon, together with his pet, was ready to attack. All of Adam's minions who had served him faithfully up to that day were destined to regret it. If all this time Magnus saw fear only in the eyes of his opponents, now he himself was overcome by it. Besides, Barbara was not in this place for nothing, and she was just waiting for the right moment to attack. She appeared in front of Magnus so suddenly, as if she herself wanted to tear him to pieces. Adam began to realize that his plan might fail if things continued like this. Looking at the Viscount, he no longer smiled as before and his gaze changed dramatically. There was something different in his eyes now. Something that the Black Dragon would soon have to learn about. Although the Viscount didn't care about his opponent's new abilities, because the immortal couldn't die. At the same time, far away from there, the agency's informants were closely following the progress of the battle. Ava was ready to report on the situation of the battle that had unfolded at the foot of the fortress. She reported that the incarnation of Wings had attacked the fortress and could soon capture it. But the dragon entered into another brutal battle with him, the outcome of which was still unclear. The monster suddenly gained such powerful strength that even Adam could not defeat it. It seemed as if the creatures from the darkness were feeding him with their energy, and before that they had only hidden in its depths. She promised to inform her superiors about everything as soon as the outcome of this battle became known. But right now, it was necessary to pay closer attention to what step Adam would take in response. While this dragon was soaring high in the sky, his life was in mortal danger. If this creature dared to cross the line, it would soon regret it. Adam could have been the one to bring him down to earth and force him to take his place. But Rebecca suddenly asked him to control himself. Otherwise, he would do something irreparable. Adam had a demonic curse on him that turned the target into this monster. If he continues to hesitate, the dragon will devour him and there will be no turning back. Hearing these words, Adam silently watched his ward for some time, who asked him to retreat. But could someone who had already raised all his best warriors to fight retreat in such a situation? Magnus continued to fight his new opponent, and did not expect him to be so agile. At that moment, Adam did the unthinkable and with one easy movement cut off his left hand. The hand fell to the sandy ground, and now his long-awaited goal was much closer. From the outside, it looked terrible, and only Adam understood why he had done this. This was the only way to open the gates that would let him into a new parallel world. It was for this purpose that Magnus slammed his fists together with all his might, following his master's order. The gates instantly opened before the incarnation of Wings, and Adam remained on the threshold for some time. The dragon did not want this fight to end so ineptly, letting go of his main enemy. It was clear from Amelia's expression that Rebecca had long since taken over her consciousness and could do nothing to help her friend. Quite the opposite. Now these two were opponents, and only a fiery flame separated them. Taking someone else's body was too mean even for Rebecca, but there was still hope for Amelia. If the desire to survive was really so important to her, then it was worth using the last chance. Only now did she shed her human form, taking on her true form as a dark entity. This was no surprise to the Viscount, and he immediately hit her with several fire blasts. Anyone else in Rebecca's place would have burned alive, but she was ready for this cheap trick. When the first rays of the sun lit up the sky, it was time for Eva to go on reconnaissance. The only achievement in this battle was the curse of the incarnation of Wings, but at first the goals were somewhat different. Approaching the place where the fire volley hit, she was convinced that the ground was contaminated. It was difficult to tell how much damage Adam had taken, but it was clear that he was meeting resistance for the first time. Eva reported that the incarnation of Wings was seriously weakened after the battle and could soon lose allies. This means that the enemy will soon retreat, and then the next step can be taken. She was ready to continue reporting the damage, but Ava was scared away by someone else. Tarkin hit the wall with his hammer with all his might, smashing the stone obstacle to pieces. Right in front of him, he saw about 90 people who had survived this meat grinder. The 400 fighters under the Queen's command fought with dignity and deserved only respect. Although it was clear from the Queen's appearance that the battle had not been easy for her, and her strength was running out. The main thing is that the faithful swordsman Edward turned out to be a vile traitor who stabbed him in the back. Suddenly, a voice on the phone asked what was happening to the incarnation of vengeance right now, and whether the guy had managed to survive the fight with Adam. In fact, everything was fine with the Viscount, except for the pain he had experienced. Yes, the guy was truly invulnerable, but only Barbara understood how difficult it was for him. For some time, he silently recalled the terrible moments when death was too close. It was worth thanking the pet for the fact that Ruby was there again at the right moment. With friends like these, one could move mountains, but first one wanted to get rid of that scoundrel Adam. Ruby's appearance began to change the moment Emma held him in her arms. Instead of a small lizard, she suddenly saw a girl who was hiding under the guise of a pet. It was easy to guess from Emma's appearance that she knew everything, and there was no point in keeping it a secret. However, there was no point in wasting time on talk until the main goal was achieved. If they continue to allow Adam to attack, innocent people will become his victims every time. Of course, the Queen had brave warriors with her, but even they could not protect everyone. Now the Queen will have to mourn for the rest of her days the soldiers she knew from childhood and lost yesterday. These were only the lamentations of the survivors who had lost hope and loved ones in this crazy fight. Until today, the Viscount had not yet taken the main thing from Adam, and was ready to continue the fight for this purpose. If only he could get into his lair, he would personally tear that bastard to pieces. But instead he sits here and talks about the useless nonsense that Emma constantly starts. The girl had a completely different opinion, and hoped that this gloomy mood would soon pass. Sometimes it was important to let out everything that had accumulated and follow the example of this little girl. However, she whispered in his ear that she was grateful for his efforts, and that she would be able to thank him someday. Understanding what Emma was hinting at, the Viscount threw her away from himself with one movement, not wanting to listen to this nonsense. And yet it was worth listening to Eva, who had just arrived with a new report. Most recently, the Viscount defeated Adam's second pillar, destroying one of his best fighters. The battle with Magnus was also remembered by everyone, because this guard could easily have died in the duel. Even Adam was mortally wounded, and he never experienced anything like it. However, the changes in Amelia came as a complete surprise to both Eva and the other informants. The Viscount launched a counterattack that no other incarnation could have managed. Only he had access to this, which means that his other abilities will soon be revealed. The main forces of Leviathan were still alive and had lost almost none of their former strength. Barbara immediately interrupted her, saying that they urgently needed to prepare a new base for a counterattack. However, now there is not a single intact fortress left where civilians could be sheltered. That's exactly why Eva was here, because as usual, she had one brilliant plan. There was still an excellent location left in reserve that would suit all survivors, and where a fairly large group could be hidden. Soon, they were presented with a secret apartment of the organization, where they could stay for as long as necessary. And as a token of gratitude for the dedication of the soldiers, there was another piece of good news. The informant was ready to reveal the truth about the embodiment of the wings, which the Viscount had never heard of. The guy even stood up from his seat and reminded her that the next such ritual would cost her life. Eve's words were supported by a severed hand that once belonged to Adam himself. If this argument convinces the Viscount, he will finally be able to take her words seriously. The embodiment of the wings was wounded so seriously that it could no longer fight properly. This being was by nature the last of the first 6 incarnations, and by destroying it they would get rid of all the others. Besides Adam, only the embodiment of mechanisms remained, wandering the earth in the form of a robot. If you remember, once upon a time Edward was completely different, and did not want to end up among the ranks of traitors. Looking at his beloved, he truly wanted to live, bringing only goodness and light into this world. There was only one thing that Edward regretted, and could not forget to this day. He regretted that he had never been able to wish happiness to the person who deserved it more than anyone else. And now the guy looked completely different, and a gloomy look replaced his smile for a long time. With this look he entered the space where Adam lived, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Along with General Magnus, Caroline was also there, hoping that the owner would not be too angry. The usual smile quickly disappeared from Kyle's face, and he silently looked at this guy. Agatha was very much mistaken if she thought that she could save her skin and get away with it. Having come here with nothing, she brought nothing but the shame that she deserved. Agatha could not stand this attitude towards herself, but she had nothing to say in response. It was clear that this guy helped her escape, and it was only thanks to him that the girl was still alive. Although he was once a candidate for the 5 loyal followers, he dealt cruelly with the 4th, and earned only contempt for it. The 7th pillar, whom the incarnation of Wings had dismissed from his duties in anger forever, was now out of work and merely awaiting orders. But Agatha believed that this bastard's place was at the post. So what the hell was he doing in the throne room? It was not her position to ask such questions, but the time had come to set the record straight. After all, at the end of the portal, 3 silhouettes of those creatures were already visible, which determined the further course of events. Looking down on them, Adam knew the look his subordinates would give him. Agatha could have expected anything, but not such a severe injury to her master. Now the wing incarnation only had 1 arm left. Was the black dragon really that strong? Tears instantly gushed from the monster's eyes, because she was ready to give her life for the sake of her master. Finally, Adam explained that they had only launched this invasion to appease the spirit of the fallen soldier. You can only expect to be destroyed without resistance if the enemy is too weak. But the power that his opponent showed in the last fight forced Adam to reconsider his opinion. Those who were entrusted with the fragments of sacred relics met their death at the castle walls. The same thing could have happened to Agatha if Edward had not appeared in her life. Rebecca said that was enough words and asked to get as close to the point as possible. She believed that they were simply unlucky enough to encounter her in a duel. Otherwise, everything would have ended completely differently. Moreover, Agatha acted unfairly by placing all the blame on her charges. Yes, there was sense in her words, but sometimes a reward bears more fruit than a punishment. From that moment on, Adam wanted to establish a different hierarchy in their union, and for this purpose, he called everyone together today. He congratulated his subordinates on the successful completion of the spy mission, and Edward was appointed as the 6th pillar. The incarnation of Frost was removed from his post and replaced by a new monster. Now it was time to talk about Rebecca, who from that moment on occupied the place of the second pillar. The beginning of a new story was already near, so it was time for Caroline to think about the future. Together with his brother, under the protection of Adam, they were to go beyond this world and capture the lands of the gods. Once the final preparations are completed, they will put an end to this long journey and finally gain power. At the same moment, their enemies on Earth also did not waste time and only strengthened their alliance. The ball spinning in the center of the hall spoke of the arrival of only one creature, turning sharply in his direction. The Viscount could not understand for a long time why this light show was arranged. It turned out that this was the only way to get into Eva's secret apartment, where she was ready to hide all the survivors. This labyrinth was a famous place, securely protected by magical seals, but Barbara immediately stated that the others were not there. Although there was no need to worry about these people. It took a bit of work, but they managed to gather everyone who had gotten separated from the group in one place. No one promised an easy and quick move, so even the Queen had to wait a little. Was this how the transition that Eva had been learning since childhood was supposed to happen? Now she had to report to the Viscount as well, explaining that the engine for movement had only recently been created. Teleportation was a very complicated process, so they should be grateful that they were here at all. But soon their patience paid off. And right in front of him, the guy saw the main informant. Eva jumped forward, ready to introduce the two young people personally. However, instead of a person in front of him, the Viscount saw a creature named Adriana, who was in charge of the local base. Once upon a time, he seemed to have already met her in his past, unless of course he had mixed things up. If you compare, all these girls were so similar to each other, as if they were the same person. Although Adriana behaved a little differently, and for a long time it was difficult to notice the catch. Then her face suddenly changed, saying that this personal meeting could have confused anyone. It was no coincidence that they were so similar, and it was simply a matter of getting used to. It was Adriana who included the Viscount in her plan, and only thanks to her did he find out about everything. It's strange that this girl didn't even try to hide her true intentions, because she just wanted the guy to work for her. Yes, it was precisely the Viscount's submission that Adrian craved, and there was no point in hiding it. But such a union was beneficial not only to her, because she and the Viscount were similar in many ways. They were united by a common enemy, whom they hated with all their hearts, and whose death they desired most of all. If she continued to talk like that, she would have to listen to everything Barbara thought about her. After all, she hadn't brought her here for small talk, and it was time to finally talk business. Of course, she was right, although this tone confused Adriana. Soon, the guests of this secret apartment were already sitting at the same table, and Eva was hurrying to bring hot tea. While she was pouring tea, Eva pricked up her ears and listened attentively to every word. Finally, Adriana was the first to start the conversation, hoping that the Viscount was already aware of the situation. Surely he has at least once encountered the obsession to know everything about the object of his revenge, including his loyal allies. It was malice and hatred that from the very beginning nourished the Viscount's heart and gave him the will to live. It seems she has started to repeat the same nonsense again, although she recently promised to tell us about the main thing. She apologized with a smile, explaining that, unlike the Viscount, she was not used to frequent meetings. In the room where she wrote down all the information she had collected, the shelves were filled to capacity with books. The story Adriana wanted to tell her guest was very different from anything he had heard. He probably didn't know that there was a nameless incarnation that began its journey in this desert. On the day when this creature first met a man, it was especially hot and light outside. Fiona, who had become the chosen one of the nameless creature, was as thirsty as her camel. In the end, the animal could not stand it and fell with its whole body onto the sand along with its rider. There were at least 10 kilometers left to the nearest settlement, and this threatened Fiona with only one outcome. But it was at that moment that she noticed the one who saved her life ahead. The stranger walked slowly towards her, and there was not a single servant with him. He looked like he was the real master of this desert, and the lack of water did not bother him at all. Looking at the exhausted camel and his owner, the robot knew that only he could save their lives. The main principle of its creators was to benefit people. It was for this purpose that the robot was created, which Fiona met in the middle of the endless desert. There was only one question for the creator: what was the point of observing this rule? This independent logical chain, which came from outside, was supported by a complex system of mechanisms. It took a lot of research to develop emotions and self-awareness in this mechanism. As a result, it was possible to create a robot that saw the main goal of its life as helping earthly creatures. This was exactly the kind of creature he saw right now in front of him. But Fiona did not see him as her friend at all. She warned loudly that if he came even one step closer to her, she wouldn't care who he was. First, she needed to get to know this creature better, and for this, the robot prepared to remove the mask. He had a core principle built into him, and he would never, ever harm Fiona. The woman in front of him needed urgent help, and he came here for exactly that reason. She could boldly tell him her name, and after that, the robot would take her to a safe place. In telling this story, Adrian explained that until now the girl was alive and unharmed. The first contact with the embodiment of mechanisms happened unexpectedly, but for Fiona herself it was a real gift of fate. Finally, after listening to this story, the Viscount asked to stop telling stupid stories and get to the point. He only needed information about Adam's location, because that was the only reason he came here. The guy was not at all interested in where he was and what he did in the past. He only cared about what was happening in the present. Once again, Adriana realized that this young man was behaving too provocatively, and that it would be difficult for her to get used to his character. He was too excited and needed to calm down a little to continue the conversation. It was clear from Barbara's look that she supported Adriana in this, although their relationship did not work out at first. The origin of the embodiment of mechanisms became a turning point when it absorbed the will of Adam. This is what can help them find the weakness of their sworn enemy, and soon they will finally be able to get rid of the embodiment of the wings. If the Viscount wants to know as much as possible, he should listen to the end of this story about Fiona's meeting with the robot. It was hard to argue with a man who had the information so necessary to find Adam. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare for a long story, because Adrian had a thick book in his hands. It described in detail every day and every night of the event that changed everything in this world. The robot did not lie, and soon Fiona's life was no longer in danger. Her new iron friend had one question, and he wanted an honest answer to it. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers from the settlement, a person's chance of survival was negligible. So why did she go here? It was difficult to understand what had forced this young girl with such serious injuries to end up in the very center of the desert. With a smile, Fiona replied that the robot's manner of speaking was difficult to get used to, and she found it quite amusing. It seemed that even the camel found it funny to listen to the mechanical voice of this robot, which was so different from human speech. Since childhood, the girl was used to traveling a lot with her parents across the desert. There were so many people in that desert who needed her family's help that they couldn't refuse. But insatiable criminals always didn't care about human lives. They were only interested in profit. It is scary to remember how many civilians died in those bloody clashes when bandits committed robberies. It was at this moment that one of the settlers loudly ordered Fiona to run away and was ready to cover her with his body. The next second, an arrow pierced his back, and this became the last minute of his life. Fiona will never forget that terrible moment that put an end to the life of this wonderful guy. Wandering through the desert, she looked for hidden gangs of robbers who could still pose a danger to the settlers. But more and more often she recalled with tears in her eyes the dying cry of the one who protected her from death with his body. Looking at her, the robot admitted that the expression on this girl's face was familiar to him. He wanted to understand what this feeling expressed, and whether it could be confused with anything other than human sadness. Instead of answering, Fiona apologized for crying right in front of her savior, and quickly wiped away her tears. But there was no need to apologize to the robot, because emotions were a completely normal reaction for any person. For the robot, this was a huge field for exploration, because this was the only way he could better understand the world of people. Fiona had already heard stories about creatures in human form that the robot talked about. Those beings, 5 of whom were faithful servants of heaven, often became the heroes of stories that were told during long journeys. This was the first time Fiona had heard of the embodiment of mechanisms. Could such an embodiment really exist? The robot explained that a mechanism is a device that uses energy to perform tasks. He was a servant of the god of machines, who ruled over creation and destruction. It was created with the sole purpose of helping people develop and had no other purpose. He considered his main principle to be the introduction of new useful technologies into the world of people. Everything the robot said was a little difficult for Fiona to understand, and it was worth finding out more about it. They will still have plenty of time for this because now they will walk side by side. Fiona had something else to see, something the robot had kept silent about at first, wanting to hear the girl's words first. But now such a bright light flashed next to her that she had to close her eyes for a while. Opening her eyes, she saw something in front of her that she had never even suspected before. Right there, underground, a dark portal opened up, and it was worth explaining thoroughly what it all meant. The robot explained that if there is no source of water nearby, it can be obtained in this way. A fountain suddenly burst out of the dark abyss, instantly cooling everything around. If we learn to search for underground currents and desalinate seawater, desert tribes will no longer suffer from thirst. It was a real miracle for Fiona that the robot agreed to help her awaken the dried-up lands. The robot claimed that these were just simple technologies and that new generations had advanced much further in their research. The girl did not fully understand his words, but she felt that she had an important role to play. And at that moment, looking at the gushing fountain, she swore to herself that she would become a guide between the robot and people. In response to her oath, the robot turned sharply to her and realized that today he had found a true ally. A year later, many saw with their own eyes the young girl about whom legends were composed throughout the country. In the deserted city where she was met on the shore, Lady Fiona's ship appeared in the distance. With the help of mechanisms, she developed civilization and technology throughout the region. Thanks to her, the desert land soon blossomed, and a new era of development began everywhere, leaving drought and famine in the past. It was Fiona who dug up the water sources and created abundant oases everywhere. She sold desalinated seawater, and it quickly brought Fiona huge profits. In less than a year, she became the most famous trader in the desert, and visited all its corners. The robot recalled that foreign trade had grown significantly, and the entire infrastructure, including roads and ports, could no longer cope. It was a law of retribution, by which criminals always received a severe punishment corresponding to their crime. But the girl thought that this was stupid, and the law should protect people from bandits. However, in these barren lands, anyone who took away other people's lives and property became known as bandits. The special zone rejected everyone who was in any way connected to them, or even similar to them. Although they could have lived together peacefully, Fiona decided to divide them into enemies and allies. If punishment is seen not as a protection of society, but as an end in itself, it will only lead to destruction. People will never stop killing each other, no matter how much Fiona wants to change that. Now, more than ever, workers were needed to develop the special zone, which meant it was better to open the doors to bandits. He offered to accept them and use them as labor. But the girl no longer wanted to listen to him. She will always be grateful to this robot for his help, because thanks to him, this place has truly blossomed. Not only Fiona, but everyone else was indebted to the robot, and she promised to take this into account. However, if he helps those who should be behind bars, he will find an enemy in her. The robot had never heard such words from this young girl who was gaining power. Looking at her, he didn't understand what the problem was, and why she changed her attitude. Besides, the dead cannot speak, and they are no longer of any use to society. The only people that were important to him were living people, whom he could observe and better understand the new world for himself. Such people surrounded them on all sides, and it was worth taking a closer look at them. Those who took innocent lives without a second thought could not be considered human, and Fiona still saw them as criminals. She angrily declared that they were unworthy of being called people like the rest of the settlers. Yes, she was seriously angry at the robot's offer. Although this had never happened to her before, Fiona was never able to overcome her grief after the death of her family at the hands of bandits, and therefore insisted on her own. Before she noticed the crack in his being, all her fears about the mechanisms were confirmed. Soon a group of warriors on horseback were moving towards where they were to meet him. There was someone ahead, which meant they were almost there and they should speed up. Urging the horses, their commander was ready to do anything to move forward, even if an ambush awaited him there. Everyone else supported him and were ready to clear this place of unnecessary people. However, putting his hand forward, the robot did not intend to fight for long and came up with something better. At that moment, the main idea that Fiona was trying to put into his iron head became even more clear. It was worth thinking about what makes a person human, and he could find the answer to this question. First, it was necessary to get rid of those whom Fiona herself did not consider human, because they easily took the lives of others. It was not difficult to deal with these bandits, and they soon disappeared into thin air. Weapons such as blades were not at all needed by the creature from the future, and seemed to him to be a relic of the distant past. With the help of destructive energy, he could break down their bodies into small molecules in a matter of seconds. Soon he had to throw off these useless shackles and reveal his true form. Fiona learned too late about what had happened and the atrocities committed by the robot. The servants asked their ruler to fight back against the bandits who were destroying them every day. Some of them suggested simply surrendering to the enemy, and it became increasingly difficult to listen to these pitiful cries. Fiona had the last word, but instead of giving in to the cowards, the girl loudly told them not to give in to fear. This land was a paradise that they had worked so hard to create, and it was soaked in the blood of fallen soldiers. If they just give this place to those who killed mercilessly, who will they consider themselves to be? The girl did not want to regret her decision for the rest of her days, so she was ready to fight them. She believed that she would defeat all enemies if her army did not waver and went forward next to her. After such a fiery speech, all the residents supported her, hoping that with her help, they would be able to start a new life. Soon, so many people had gathered on the street that Fiona's support became obvious to everyone. The light that appeared in the distance meant the arrival of a being from the future, who had long been helping this young girl in everything. At that time, Fiona did not yet know that this creature did not bring creation at all, but destruction would follow at the most unexpected moment. It is unclear who gave him this new idea, but the robot suddenly began to pursue the opposite goal. For a long time, he hid the secret thoughts that penetrated his digital consciousness day after day. But it was difficult to hide what his creators had prepared him for from the very beginning, and thanks to whom he was able to end up here. There was no point in hiding this from the girl who had given him so much knowledge about the life of humanity. Today, all the robbers gathered in the very place where this iron creature met them alone. It turned out that he was able to destroy the entire group without leaving a single one of these bastards alive. Fiona's emotions were familiar to him, and immediately reminded him of the day they first met. He suddenly asked whether it was fear, or whether the girl had experienced something else. She was the first person the robot met on this earth, and he was very lucky at the very beginning. There remained many questions about the basic principles that his god had instilled in him at the moment of creation. The only question that remained was who a person is, and how to treat him. While people and incarnations shared this world, the robot never stopped wondering about the nature of humanity. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he reminded her of the words the girl had said to him at the very beginning. People shouldn't kill people, and only she managed to free him from all doubts. Now he was free and could choose his own path, knowing who to really consider a person. Standing under that full moon, Fiona realized that she had many more questions than she had before meeting him. All this time, the creature that had been looking for the robot for a long time was watching from afar. Clementine spent a lot of time trying to find the traitor, and now he was finally found. A little later, the embodiment of mechanisms left Fiona and set off on his journey without a shadow of regret. For a long time he wandered around the world without a goal, but soon he found something new. Analyzing his feelings and trying to understand some things on his own, he did not stop for a single day. Suddenly the robot realized that the feeling he felt was real joy. However, soon even he began to doubt what exactly could have brought him this joy. To find the answer to this question, the being from the future had to wander for a long time all over the earth. He re-entered the human world to better recognize their true feelings. The embodiment of machines has visited many lands, spreading technology and civilization throughout the world. It was he who contributed to the prosperity of humanity, and for this everyone worshipped him as a deity. However, this did not last long, because all the places where he stopped were not much different from others. As always, people hated each other and tried to kill each other at the first opportunity. Good people suffered and cried, and bad people were ready to walk over their corpses. In search of divine revelations, many tried to find God, but the divine light was revealed only to the chosen ones. This meant that they all had to suffer all their lives until death ended their torment. The robot remembered Fiona's words that someone who killed a person cannot be considered a person. This creature, dressed in human form, was very similar to the first one he had encountered. Yes, this girl was just like Fiona, and everyone who saw it considered him the savior. She worshipped him as a deity, as if she believed only in someone who was different from her. To kill one man makes you a murderer, but to kill millions makes you a conqueror. Suddenly a smile appeared on his iron face, and he realized that even a mortal man could become a god. He turned to this sweet girl for help, and she was the first to give her name, trusting the alien from another civilization. By the way, on the first day of meeting Fiona, he asked her the same question, although they were not yet closely acquainted at that time. However, almost immediately she was ready to tell him not only her name, but also many stories from her life. It's strange that the robot remembered this right now, as if someone was bringing these memories to him. He needed to collect his thoughts where no one would disturb him, but it would have been better if he had chosen another place. At that very moment, right in front of him, the creature that had been looking for him everywhere for a long time appeared. This creature was the first he encountered on his path, and the robot still did not know her name. Clementine was the true embodiment of magic on Earth, and didn't treat him with the respect Fiona did. She couldn't wait to meet the creature that had already managed to cause a lot of trouble. Until this time, the robot believed that he was doing only good on Earth, but Clementine thought differently. Modern technology of movement in space made it possible to reach the target much faster. This creature was capable of containing a huge amount of energy, beyond the control of a robot. With the help of this movement, she was able to find herself with the robot in a place where no one would disturb them. In fact, she was glad to meet him, although she wanted to ask the robot a few questions. Clementine explained that she was one of the first 6 incarnations and held within herself magical skills that were not available to anyone else. They met in person for the first time, and the girl was even a little excited. The embodiment of the mechanisms did not express any emotions on his iron face and listened attentively. He saw one of the first 6 incarnations before him, and understood that they had much in common, because he himself was like that. Now it remained to figure out how he should understand this sudden invitation to a meeting. All things considered, he was happy to congratulate her on finding a new brother, and extended his hand to her. But their conversation was interrupted by a faithful servant who was supposed to bring the guest new clothes. She could carry out the order without delay, although she was more interested in watching this robot. Adriana told the guests about all this, which was a big revelation for Barbara. Indeed, in her youth, Adriana was a servant of the lady who invited the embodiment of the mechanisms to her place. If the Viscount understood correctly, she was now trying to take revenge on her former mistress. It was hard for Eva to hear such a direct question, knowing about Adriana's secret feelings, and yet they were one family, which meant that Clementine could not be her personal enemy. However, an event occurred that very soon forced me to change my opinion of her forever. After a short time, they found themselves in a strange place, where the robot had been for the first time during his wanderings on Earth. Looking around, he could not measure the space they found themselves in with any of the available techniques. It was a real treasure trove of knowledge, where all the information from the very beginning of time was stored. The robot admitted that there was nothing here that would attract his attention more than the lives of ordinary people. The labyrinth was a separate dimension, isolated from the other world, meaning no one could leave without permission. Finally, she warned that it was better not to think about it, but simply continue on your earthly path. The keeper of the library that Clementine was in hoped that her iron brother would not turn out to be as stupid as some. He suddenly declared that she was making a huge mistake and should have thought about it beforehand. Nothing could limit the robot's movement on the ground, and even this space would not hold it. He was free from everything, because even the will of the gods was not able to restrain him. Clementine had no intention of challenging his beliefs and thought he should see for himself. If he takes this book and reads a few lines, he will immediately guess everything. This machine was very pragmatic, and their conversation did not go too smoothly. The real reason she brought him here was because of that book, the pages of which contained the most important milestones in the history of the planet. This ancient book described the horizon of the world that existed at the very beginning of time. The moment all 6 relics unite, the life cycle of many creatures will end, and then begin again. After this, a seed will be born from which the world tree will grow, and this will be the beginning of a new universe. However, looking at her, the robot did not understand why she was telling him all this. In fact, she shared with him knowledge that would help him better understand people. He should have known that the girl could see the future, and her words were worth trusting. In the distant future, the 6 divine relics will gather together, and the world tree will change the usual course of things. She saw it with her own eyes in a space that was hidden from the rest, along with the horizon that will destroy all life on this earth. The same will happen with incarnations. The Big Bang will happen so instantly that none of them will have time to escape. But it was Adriana who decided to stop this and break the eternal cycle at any cost. If the robot agreed to help, she was ready to fulfill any of his wishes within the limits of her abilities. She must have known what the robot wanted more than anything else in the world, even though he pretended otherwise. Looking at him again, she understood what this creature had been dreaming about from the very beginning. The robot wanted to become human, to be like the girl whose image was still stored in his iron heart. He wanted to become a being that could feel pain and love, just like everything else on Earth. Only by becoming human can a robot fully understand the truth and stop asking questions about this world. The robot realized that Clementine decided to do this only because she had powers. If the girl seriously decided to pretend to be a clairvoyant, she should have realized who she was really dealing with. Teleportation and foresight into the future have long been commonplace for people who have traveled to the past. Never before had the incarnation been capable of such a thing, which meant that she was hiding something from him. Her true power was probably somehow related to her abilities, but what exactly were they? The robot was yet to find out about this, although he would soon regret it. It was the first time in Clementine's life that she had encountered someone like him, so she didn't know how it would work. But looking at the little robot, she realized that he now looked very good. It was a special occasion when the girl sealed the power of his body into this tiny creature. As he said at the beginning of the conversation, she had many talents and abilities of the gods, and it was necessary to find a worthy use for them. That is why she was able to observe those incarnations for so long, some of whom began to live with people, although not everyone wanted to become part of the human world, and some only wanted to gain power. However, this iron alien was different from all the others, which aroused Clementine's strong interest. He left the data of his mission in the distant past and devoted himself to the study of people. His only purpose in life was different, but it was better for Clementine not to know about it. Right now, he couldn't understand why his sister had done this to him and what motivated this girl. The little robot had nothing to say in response to all her words, although it was not worth resorting to such a method. This reason alone was not enough for the union with him that Clementine had desired from the very beginning. However, leaning towards the robot, she offered him to enter into an alliance that would be beneficial for both of them. The girl wanted only one thing and hoped to achieve her goal soon. All she needed was cooperation with that creature, which now looked completely different. To prevent the prophecy, Clementine made a deal with the embodiment of the mechanisms that same evening. She wanted to create a device that could combine magic and the most modern mechanisms. In addition, she had a plan that she had worked on for a long time and spent a lot of effort on. A year later, the plan was almost complete, and all that was left was to wait for the robot. This creature was to play a major role in her plan, and for this purpose, she was to give up many of her beliefs. It seems that now all the preparations have been completed, and only a little remains. Looking at him, Clementine hoped that this time everything would go better than the previous unsuccessful attempts. During the process, they conducted many tests and made a lot of mistakes. However, now they managed to get closer to the ideal, and the magical engineering artifact was already in the hands of the robot. The task was extremely difficult, but this iron guy was worth thanking for his efforts. Unexpectedly, he handed this sacred artifact into the hands of a girl who was only a servant in this house. It was worth remembering about the place that would become their gathering point, and for this, the artifact must be in safe hands. The engine was started, and all Clementine's efforts were not in vain. It was difficult to tell whether the robot agreed with her decision, but the deal was made, which meant there was no turning back. Looking up, he realized that he was looking at the place he had first visited on this planet. He had a chance to see the sunrise, and this spectacle could have enchanted anyone. The forward base, designed to contain the growth of the world tree, was ready for action. The moon base was the most modern invention of mankind in an era when people were just beginning to learn science. The plans of the one who knew the future were truly great, and now the iron being had no doubt about it. It was a surprising idea, because to subordinate force to mechanisms meant to tame it. However, abilities such as sound wave manipulation and teleportation were not created for war. And yet the robot wanted to repeat his first question about what kind of future Clementine saw. It turned out that in the future, the creation of the sphere would be irreversible, and the decision once made by the gods could no longer be changed. Before hiring a robot as an assistant, she looked for other creatures capable of similar things. The warrior's incarnation was the first being with whom the girl tried to form an alliance. She thought he had enough power, but he gave an unexpected answer. He understood the doubt in her eyes, but he refused to get involved in Clementine's incomplete prophecy without knowing it fully. She really didn't see a clear future, so her prophecies were incomplete. She saw only a vague picture, not a concrete prediction about the future of the planet. The girl wanted to know in advance about this unknown incarnation, with strange wings even before it appeared. She then patted her faithful maid on the head, hoping that this conversation would remain between them. Clementine wanted to bring goodness to this world and save the lives of many people. The embodiment of the mechanisms had fulfilled its mission, and with this, they should have completed their preparations. From that moment on, Clementine entrusted him with the management of the lunar base, and Leon became the rightful owner here. She wanted the robot to learn more about this strange winged incarnation that threatened humanity. It was time to fulfill the promise Clementine made to the robot when the deal was made. She had no doubt that this day would forever remain in his memory card, which replaced his brain. Soon he would experience a human form and a body capable of experiencing pain. This technique of magic worked on the principle of teleportation, because it drew energy from the universe itself. It is unclear why the robot suddenly wanted to become a mortal man. Maybe it is worth updating his head program. Finally, he promised to tell her about this immediately after he acquired human form. She was looking forward to the explanation, although she intended to see it through to the end. When she activated her magic, a bright magical seal with a special spell instantly flashed under the robot's feet. After a few seconds, the robot's iron legs began to slowly become covered with muscle tissue. Soon, the girls saw another creature in front of them, which did not look like either a robot or a human. She thought she had done everything right, but Clementine felt something was wrong. The appearance of this creature changed before their eyes, and soon they saw the result of the experiment. The girl immediately realized that this was the very creature she had seen in her recent prophecy. The face of the man she created with her own hands could not be confused with anyone else's. He couldn't be called a man because in addition to muscles, huge wings grew on his back. It was he who had to destroy his creator first, as well as many other creatures in his path. His creator was Clementine, and he attacked her first, fully understanding the difference in strength. The truth is that the embodiment of the mechanisms had no intention of becoming a human at all, because there was another entity inside it. He always saw much further than even Clementine with her gift of looking into the future. Once upon a time, Adam learned the laws of true freedom and could have spread his shining wings over this world. At the last second, Adriana saw what this bastard was going to do to her mistress. The sight was horrific, for Adam held in his hand the eye that had been torn out of Clementine's socket. He intended to go beyond this world and take his freedom back from the gods. Instead of gratitude for life, the guy dealt with his young creator. Clementine deeply regretted that she had followed Adam's lead, because he had been pursuing this goal from the very beginning. There was another being in this room who was able to see his crime. Such a creature was Adriana, with large, salty tears running down her face. Looking at her, the guy promised that one day the sphere would return and no one would be able to stop it. When he put his hand forward, a familiar magical light began to glow in his palm. However, this destructive light was directed at the girl who had recently become its creator. Adriana's body was also bound by invisible chains of light, and she was unable to help her mistress. Then she saw darkness in front of her, in which fragments of destructive light still sparkled. The incarnation had done its job, and there was no longer any point in keeping her around. He threw his victim aside, for it was only her help that had allowed him to subdue the mighty force so easily. Adam immediately noticed two incarnations of different creatures that were surprisingly similar to each other. She was kept in reserve to maintain the labyrinth in case of an emergency. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Clementine's face, because she knew very well what awaited him. He didn't know what this crime would threaten him with, and how cruel the punishment would be for him. It was difficult to understand what the girl, who was living out her last minutes, meant. There was a belief that soon the embodiment of vengeance would appear on Earth, who would meet face to face with the embodiment of wings. If she was right, then Adam was destined from the very beginning not to rule the world, but to die quickly at the end of his journey. However, he was not going to listen to this nonsense and again activated the destructive energy. The flow of white energy was directed in one direction, and Adam's target was his creator. Clementine's body was instantly torn apart, and soon there was no trace left of it. This is how the task that Clementine entrusted to her new iron brother ended. Having received the opportunity to see the future, Adam still did not understand why he should obey the deities if he could become God himself. Here and now he was deciding the fate of the planet, and the globe was as if in his hands. In this way, he announced the end of his childhood, and now new history had to be created by other beings. After telling the story to the end, Adriana hoped that there was a person in the room who could avenge Clementine's death. It was clear that she had in mind the Viscount, who had already met him in a duel. This could not please the little dragon, who had already once almost lost his master. Yes, this girl wanted to avenge her dead mistress, but her only skill was espionage. Her followers were those insignificant rabbits who were incapable of anything in a real fight. Now she saw before her a pawn in her game that she could easily manipulate and use. However, the Viscount was not the man to take on the role of a pawn in this vile game. True, many of the words were true, and the girl was too afraid of losing her own life. The day she lost Clementine, Adriana fell into deep despair. But grief quickly gave way to anger, and from that moment on she seemed to realize her main goal in life. Clementine was not just a mother to her, but also a destiny with which she linked her future. After some time, she learned to perfectly perform the duties of her representative even without the help of her mistress. Driven by a long thirst for revenge against Adam, Adriana accumulated strength and new knowledge. She vowed to use the legacy Clementine left her after her death. Now, the girl only offered to carry out this revenge and hoped that her children would follow her. She hoped that she would not be left alone in a battle with a creature that masterfully wielded divine energy. This was her only desire, and from then on Adriana thought about nothing else. However, the time has come to show the guests the relic that had been kept in the box for a long time. This came as a great surprise to the Viscount, as he had never received such gifts before. Looking at the small object in the box, he could not understand what power this relic was capable of bestowing upon him. It turned out that it was a mechanical sphere capable of sealing any creature within itself. The source of the winged incarnation's power were 6 magical spheres, and she held one of them in her hands. If the Viscount can use it for his own purposes, then neutralizing powerful forces will not be difficult. Of course, there was something else the guy should have known from the very beginning. After all, this also concerned the power of the evil god, which had lived inside the Viscount himself since childhood. Barbara could not believe her ears, because these words could not be understood in any other way. If all this is true, then the Viscount would soon be able to return to his original human body. It was hard to refuse such an offer, but there was still time to think carefully. Barbara never left the Viscount's side, hoping that he would make the right decision. Suddenly the guy stopped and asked Barbara if she had any more questions. In fact, he himself caught her off guard with this question, and it was worth saying it in a completely different way. But the rabbits didn't say that things were going badly for Barbara's comrades and that they would arrive here in half a day. Until then, she could rest a little, because she had already done a lot of work. Finally, she asked him to stop and listen to a few more words. The girl wanted to know what he was going to do after he took revenge and fulfilled his destiny. It was strange why she was interested in this question, although the Viscount himself did not know the exact answer to it. He had never thought about what would happen after revenge before, and now it was time to ask himself about it. If there was one thing he truly wanted on Earth, it was to see his sister's grave again. However, given the time remaining, he no longer had time to complete what he had started. Aurora continued to follow him closely, and any deviation from the course became a reason for a new meeting. Suddenly, placing her hand on the Viscount's shoulder, Barbara assured him that the guy would cope with everything. He will be able to honor the memory of his family and his deceased sister, and then move forward with the whole team. With the help of rabbit technology, Viscount will be able to lead a normal life, which his pet will only be happy about. It had nothing to do with her now, and so the girl should have listened to his advice. It was better not to interfere in the life of a man whom Barbara had only recently met. She did not want to interfere, but only gave good friendly advice that others would have been afraid to say. Barbara thought they had recently become real comrades, and that's what friends should do, right? The one she could trust with her life was standing right in front of her right now, needing her help. For the sake of her friends, she was ready to give her life and would stop at nothing if necessary. For the first time in a long time, Barbara spoke to him as if they were truly friends. She claimed that past grievances no longer mattered because the last battle had cemented their friendship forever. For some time, the Viscount could not understand whether she seriously believed her own words or whether there was something else hidden behind them. The girl really believed everything that was said, and there was no doubt about this confession. Before meeting Regelza, it seemed to her that there was no one else in the whole world she could trust. Barbara was one of the spirit animals that Adam himself raised many years ago. She was much younger then, and for some reason she didn't remember anything that happened before that. At that moment, Regelza told her that Barbara would be stuck in a time from which it would be difficult for such a creature to escape. It was a terrible time for the young girl, and she tried not to remember it. The dark cave and that huge space with the high ceiling still haunt her in nightmares. Inside there were many spirit beasts, all kept and raised together. Barbara was one of these wounded wild animals who was kept for one purpose. At that moment, when everyone was sleeping, Barbara saw a spatial rift in the distance and realized who was on the other side. The space quickly split into small fragments, and the image of the universe appeared in the distance. This was Magnus's main ability, because thanks to it, he could quickly deliver his owner to any point. Every month Adam appeared before the spirit beasts and made them do terrible things. Each of his appearances meant suffering and blood for the creatures that were in this dark place. He staged fights to the death as if it were a show, hoping to find the strongest of them. Barbara had to go through a lot during that time, and in order to survive, she had to kill her own kind. This massive bloodbath was carried out only to identify the most agile animal. Around Barbara, there were only enemies who wanted to take her life to save their own. If it were not for the order, none of them would attack their own kind and would only do so under duress. Adam's goal was to use these brutal battles to turn the spirit beasts into bloodthirsty monsters. Barbara didn't want to become a monster, but in order to survive this terrible loneliness, she had to commit a crime. When she managed to escape to freedom, she decided to remain a lonely animal and forget it forever as a bad dream. Howling at the moon at night, she felt that the dark entity was still haunting her everywhere. The meeting with the queen was completely different, although at first the relationship with Regelza did not work out either. The excavations were completely completed, and the queen's servants invited her to go inside. The queen ordered some of them to stay here to guard the perimeter, and the rest to follow her. When she found herself inside the cave, her eyes immediately fell on the bones of animals, and it was clear that they had not died a natural death. For a while, silence reigned among Regelza's subordinates in the cave, and none of them could utter a word. Somewhere in the distance, another silhouette suddenly appeared, emitting a dark aura. Everyone had to be on guard, because from the depths of this darkness a creature was looking right at them. It had already experienced a lot in its short life, and was ready to destroy several more of the queen's fighters. The creature slowly emerged from the dark ravine, and for a moment it was difficult to tell whether it wanted to attack or was calling for help. The furious look with which the creature swept everyone around could only mean one thing. The guards had to protect Her Majesty first and only then think about their own lives. Barbara was not guilty of anything, and did not choose this fate for herself. The creature was ready to tear anyone apart, believing that every inhabitant of the planet was to blame for its suffering. Suddenly, the queen ordered everyone to retreat, although her servants were against such a decision. She needed to calm the beast down at least a little, but it insisted on its own. Throwing the sword aside, she didn't see a dangerous monster in front of her, but the one who was inside it. The girl was terribly frightened, and that was the only reason she tried so fiercely to protect her life. The queen ordered everyone to lower their weapons and not to frighten the creature even more. She just wanted to talk to her. although Barbara didn't know what she was doing at the time. With monstrous force, she brought her clawed paw down on the queen, and the girl hit the stone floor with a crash. The echo of the blow rolled across the entire gorge, and clouds of thick dust flew in all directions. It seemed that it was about to tear Regelza apart, and none of the fighters would be able to come to the aid of their queen in time. Now everyone had to watch from afar as a mortal threat loomed over Regelza. But the queen was confident that at the last moment, Barbara would come to her senses and not take her life. She came here to free the spiritual beasts tortured by Adam and was her friend, not her enemy. If her fangs are aimed at the same enemies as Her Majesty's sword, they must join forces. She was ready to happily call that frightened girl in the guise of a formidable monster a friend. With a smile on her face, the queen assured him that this was true. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life like that. At that moment, her words took effect, and Barbara finally loosened her grip. Instead of the mutant, a naked Barbara, who had not left this appearance for many years, suddenly appeared in the same place. The girl told all this only so that the Viscount would believe her, since they had recently become friends. It was the Viscount who first extended his hand to her and pulled her out of the giant snake's stomach. Perhaps that was why she felt for him the same way she had first felt for Queen Regelza. If he had believed her, he would have found in this girl a faithful ally and a good friend. In her eyes, the guy still looked too vulnerable, even though he possessed inhuman strength. Living alone and fighting without support is hard for everyone, and the Viscount knew this very well. Before, he accepted everything as it was because he didn't want to lose any more dear people. He became too weak after experiencing the pain of losing the person closest to him. Even when the Viscount tried to push away those who came too close, something stopped him at the last moment. They always stubbornly invaded his personal boundaries, walking straight towards the Viscount. Whoever they were, the boy knew it was time to finally change his attitude. No creature can walk its earthly path alone, especially when such faithful friends are nearby. Barbara could have been the first friend on this list for whom he would change his life. The girl suddenly realized that the Viscount had called her by name for the first time since they had met. Moreover, he behaved completely differently and put his hand on her head in a friendly manner. From that moment on, even his look changed, and he sincerely thanked her for everything she said. At the same time, Amelia needed help more than anyone else, but there were no friends nearby. There was only blood around, and it was difficult to tell how much time had passed since the last awakening. Looking down at her feet, she realized that all this blood was hers. But was her body really that badly wounded? The question of why she suffered so much had long haunted Amelia. But she could not find an answer. And yet, in this place there was a being that could dispel her doubts. Her evil copy claimed that Amelia wanted too much from life, and was doomed to suffer as a price for it. However, the same was true of Rebecca herself, as Amelia knew better than anyone. That's why her evil copy hoped that Amelia wouldn't repeat her mistakes. Having lived a long life in this incarnation and almost achieving immortality, she still could not forget the faces of the dead. Life seemed so fleeting and fragile to her that she believed that the sadness would eventually dissipate. All that remains for earthly beings is to bear their burden and humbly perform their duty. Placing her hand on her shoulder, Rebecca admitted that she had not meant to kill her at all. She had to understand that if she only dissolved into it and became one whole, all her suffering would end. If she agreed to do this, her copy would show her a world in which no one would ever suffer. Suddenly, Amelia answered her with words that were never familiar to Rebecca. She seemed to be speaking a foreign language, but that was not the worst thing for Rebecca. All her suffering went to waste, and instead of submission, she received a counterattack. The body of the evil copy of Amelia was thrown far to the side, which meant that they had a new battle ahead. Something happened that she could never allow herself to do before, because only today did she understand the true strength within herself. Rebecca spoke too convincingly about her sins, although there were many more sins in this creature's heart. It was Rebecca who deserved real suffering, and Amelia honestly admitted that she wished this for her with all her heart. This story started out quite well for her, but now it's time to show everything she's capable of. It was curious what drove Rebecca to such extremes and why she went against her own copy. Perhaps it was her desire for life that Amelia could not overcome. Looking at her, she assured her that she did not understand her real intentions at all. The will to live was, from the very beginning, that life-giving source of strength that allowed the girl to overcome any obstacles. When Rebecca and Edward first met, the entire event was watched from above by the embodiment of the wings from the tower. The girl sat alone for a long time in the lotus position on a huge stone. It was a little dangerous to be on the edge of the cliff, although the dead creature was definitely no longer in danger of death. That day, the guy came to deliver a message, although it was clear that she did not look well. Without even turning around, Rebecca knew who she was dealing with and who the message was from. She has been fighting with Amelia for control of this body for a long time and has already achieved excellent results. It seemed that Edward himself was very worried about this, because he still couldn't forget his partner. It was in his hand that the dagger that pierced Amelia's chest was. If she ever regains control of her body, Edward will be her first target. It seemed she was right, and the thought often troubled Edward a little. Speaking frankly, the guy admitted that he had long since gotten used to being hated by everyone, and no longer sought friendship with people. By distancing himself from those he once hurt, much in Edward's life changed. Handing her a handkerchief, he admitted that he had never had time to apologize to many of his victims. It was strange to hear such words from the killer, which made even Rebecca think. All this time she was too angry, and her heart was closed to such feelings. For the first time in a long time, someone showed kindness to this creature, and she suddenly remembered her past life. It was time to talk business, and Edward had to tell everything he knew at that moment. It turned out that Adam's lost hand was back on his body, because the embodiment of wings had found a way to restore it. Using robot technology, he was able to recreate an almost exact copy of his arm, which was now much stronger. The Queen's group also had a lot of news, because that was exactly why Emma had gathered them in this room. She loudly announced through a megaphone that everyone should follow her and not ask unnecessary questions along the way. The girl had to lead all these parishioners to medical facilities and housing. They were all in that huge labyrinth that the lady had been in charge of for many years. Adriana was happy to greet not only the civilians, but also the members of the upper class standing opposite her. The Queen herself was among those who should have been the first to thank Adriana for saving civilians. She will never forget this kindness and will soon be able to repay her in kind. Suddenly, from afar, a creature rushed towards her, one that had been waiting for this meeting more than anyone else. Barbara hugged her Queen so tightly that she caught Regelsa off guard. The Queen had been through too much lately, and Barbara knew all the details of her last battle. Yes, it was worth thanking Barbara for such emotions, although it was possible to do without these stormy hugs. There was another man who was waiting for the Queen to appear, and at last the hour came. Together with his pet, he watched her carefully from afar, but something had already changed in his gaze. The time has come for all allies to gather in one room again and discuss future plans. During the conversation, Joseph discovered that the Viscount's true identity was one of the first incarnations of the mechanism. It was hard to believe, but it was the robot who gave the winged monster his power. There on the platter right now lay his severed limb, and they could see the evidence with their own eyes. The Queen understood that Adriana's goal was complete victory over the winged incarnation. He was not at full strength due to his curse, and it had been difficult to locate him for many years. Suddenly, behind them, there appeared someone who knew better than anyone where he could be found. The lunar base was Adam's hideout, and that was where he should go first. At that very base where Clementine had fallen into eternal sleep, a brutal killer was operating right now. Like no one else on the planet, Adriana knew well where this secret place was. She also had a map in her hands, which made it much easier to explain the structure's layout. Having unfolded it on the table, the girl began to tell which side was the best to enter the base from. They had been preparing a plan to invade the lunar base for a very long time, and now the time had come to carry out their plans. Initially, the lunar base was a kind of observatory for observing this world. Since this place allowed one to see everything that was happening in the world, it became convenient for Adriana's research. The only way to avoid detection was the labyrinth, which the girl just now showed to the guests in the form of a hologram. For a long time she watched the nightly changes in the heavens. The secret fortress was revealed, but it soon became clear that everything was not so simple. After the capture, the base was expanded to 10 sectors and turned into a huge fortress connecting the sections. The Viscount wanted to know the approximate size of these compartments, and whether they would have enough space for the mission. It turned out that each section was comparable in scale to the capital, and that was more than enough. The 10 sectors corresponded to the number of heavenly incarnations, and the Queen found this coincidence too strange. Adriana was sure that this was not a simple coincidence, because Adam had redesigned the lunar base several years ago. The base was a magic circle that opened the horizon of the world, and the best dark warriors were stationed there. Having loudly slammed her hand on the table, the girl was ready to voice the main goal of the plan to invade the lunar base, which every ally should know. The detailed invasion strategy was the very plan that Adriana had been developing for many years. At the same time, Adam did not waste time and continued to replenish the ranks of his fighters. He did not want to lose a single creature capable of putting up serious resistance to the enemy. The Lord of the Abyss was one of the most noble beings, and Adam personally came to him with a proposal. Despite the power capable of destroying the world, the dragon lived a free life and did not obey anyone. Adam admired the dragon's free will and was convinced that they were very similar. He spoke like a celestial being to specifically sway the dragon to his side. Those who ascended to heaven were alone at the top, for all other creatures seemed to them to be mere bugs. In Adam's opinion, the dragon's heart was still below and was worthy of much more. Only he could understand this, although all his other allies had already heard similar things addressed to them more than once. Finally seeing strangers in front of her, Carolina demanded an explanation from her commander. These two were not worthy of the pedestal of their heavenly temple, because there were other fighters capable of leading. Edward immediately replied that the very embodiment of the wings personally called them, and it was not up to Caroline to determine the leader. Adam ordered that all members of the new union be called, and that each be given special instructions. Ralph agreed with Caroline, because it was not like Adam, who always gave assignments to his subordinates. If such a position was entrusted to a newcomer, could it mean that they would change the hierarchy again? For someone like Ralph, who was at the bottom of the hierarchy, this could have been a good opportunity to move up. It was better to come down to earth as soon as possible, and Rebecca decided to do it instead of Ralph. There was no point in getting arrogant ahead of time, because initially they were just incomplete incarnations obliged to obey their master. Second place rightfully belonged to Caroline, and she had no intention of listening to this nonsense. If Rebecca dared to insult her and the dark creature inside Caroline, she would deeply regret it. These two stood opposite each other instead of working together to decide how to defeat their enemies. From the very beginning, there was someone in the room who could easily interrupt their conflict. He constantly watched Adam's subordinates and could intervene in their quarrel at any moment. If anyone dared to openly argue with Magnus, they would have to experience the full power of the Wing's manifestation. After the recent loss of almost half of the army, it was impossible to create a problem out of thin air. Magnus would not tolerate speeches leading to discord, and ordered that Adam's instructions be immediately conveyed to everyone else. Rebecca reminded them that in 4 days they needed to create a world horizon and take their first step towards dominance. Edward had already fulfilled his main role, and without him they would not have been able to secure Amelia's power. Rebecca herself was supposed to be the mediator in all this, since the branch was in her hands. Ralph had long wanted to find out from these two who could penetrate the lunar base, which was under 24-hour surveillance. Even with the Wing's embodiment abilities, their spatial movement can be easily detected. According to Adam's message, the remaining magic will not help the enemies for too long. Not only did they have a base from which to attack, but they also had the ability to move to the moon base at any time. It came as a complete surprise to Ralph, but Eve could actually move them through the rabbit hole. This was not their main advantage, because the dark force was still on their side. Even if they all failed, Carolina was ready to pick up the fight at any moment and deal with it herself. Something about their union still bothered Edward and prevented him from fully immersing himself in this mission. The unity was based on the absolute authority of the winged incarnation, but over time these beings became too powerful. Without Adam, each of these creatures was simply an uncontrollable monster, and the conflict could have resulted in complete failure. Perhaps the damage caused by the curse was much greater than Edward expected. If this is true, then Adam should have considered whether it was time to weaken these creatures. Meanwhile, their enemies had almost completed their preparations and were soon ready to move out. Emma greeted the Viscount louder than anyone else when she noticed him ahead. But Barbara was already tired of her shouting, and she should at least hide her attitude towards the guy for a little while. True, one had to think only about completing the mission, and not about how to attract the Viscount's attention. Well, if Emma wanted to be popular with men, she shouldn't have been so rude. With her rudeness, she could scare away those who still felt sympathy for her. In fact, those were quite hurtful words, and Emma was a second away from an angry response. But while she was gone, the two had become too close, and were now unlikely to remain just friends. Sophia also found herself a new friend and did not let go of the Viscount's little pet. However, it was worth remembering the main thing, because they had not gathered here for empty talk. The evacuation of civilians was successfully completed, and the Queen decided to personally inspect the people. All that was left was to hope that among the poor people she visited, there would not be a traitor with a knife. By the way, right now the Viscount wanted to go to a place where he could be alone. But until they deal with the main problem, he will never be able to rest from what he has experienced. Moreover, at the end of this labyrinth, the one who had arranged this future attack was already waiting for him. Adriana appeared right in front of them and was delighted that the Viscount had accepted her proposal so quickly. In fact, she had seen with her own eyes the suffering that the Viscount had to endure as a child. It was she, knowing the Viscount's future, who was the first to share with him the grief of losing his loved ones. Coming closer to him, the girl wanted to ask a few questions and hoped that he would be able to listen to her. Such an ominous aura of a curse could only be found in the darkest creatures, and this young man must have committed a terrible act. Although now in this terrible place only he needed someone's help, and it was Adriana who was closest. She was curious how he was able to withstand such a powerful curse, and why his body was no different from his incarnation body. Recently, a series of disasters occurred in this village, and he became the only survivor of that meat grinder. By the way, The girl completely forgot to introduce herself and hoped that he would have enough strength to hear the truth. After all, along with her name, on that terrible night, she told what this young man would have to do in the future. Yes, she was a victim of the winged incarnation, but with the help of the Viscount she could change her fate. Barbara couldn't believe that she was seeing in front of her the girl who had once appeared in her life. The shape of her body suddenly changed, as if she had been pretending to be a simple information network agent all this time. Along with the form, her intentions also changed, and only now have they become clear to all allies. The power to change appearance was probably familiar not only to her, but to Barbara herself. If this is true, then all this time Eve was hiding her true appearance. But why did she do it? Barbara would find out the answer to this and many other questions a little later, but for now it was worth just waiting. Initially, its role was only reconnaissance and sabotage in order to obtain as much necessary information as possible. When Eve was tracking Adam's actions, that unfortunate young man appeared on her path. It's hard to believe, but this meeting happened by chance, and she shouldn't have seen that terrible scene in the Viscount's life. The elder sister became interested in the power of the curse, and tried to use the Viscount's abilities for her own purposes. It was from then on that Eva's main role changed, and she became her older sister's faithful assistant. It is difficult to say how many years have passed since she revealed her true form and showed her appearance. Surely the Viscount remembered what the main condition of their agreement was, and what he had to do. There was no doubt about it, because the guy never forgot about this agreement for a minute. Eva hoped to prove to the guy and to herself that she could stand up for herself in any danger. If she wins, he will have to formally ask Adriana for one very important favor. She'll probably be surprised to hear that her little sister wants to be included in the team to invade the moon base. That's right, because Eva really wanted to test her strength in battle with the Viscount. This fight will continue until one of them can no longer fight or dies. Incredibly, these two actually decided to fight and agreed to do so many years ago. This was the price for Eva to finally take the role she had deserved for a long time. The duel would have taken place in any case, even if the Viscount had refused the agreement. Emma agreed to be an observer of the fight, and believed that at the end she would not see any new victims. However, the artifact was already in Eve's hands, since it was she who proposed this fight. The dragon did not have such a relic, but its sharp, huge claws were quite capable of replacing any artifact. Now nothing separated the former allies, who fought like sworn enemies. The ability to create illusions was one of this girl's best skills. Instantaneous movement in space could also help her win this difficult battle. Looking at her, the Viscount did not expect that she would show her best qualities today. It felt like all this time Eva had been hiding her true strength so that he would underestimate his rival. But after the duel began, divine power fell upon the Viscount, and he had to think about how to survive. With her first blow, Eva threw the guy far to the side, although this was only a test of his reaction. Today's opponent was already in the form of a boar, and it is clear how difficult this fight will be. His attacks may never reach their target, and he will only waste divine energy in vain. But this empty chatter had already bored the Viscount so much that he wanted to end it all as quickly as possible. Sending a barrage of deadly beams towards her, the guy was determined to finish this right now. The attack was so fast that anyone in Eva's place would have been an easy target. Surprisingly, the girl dodged every shot and the magic rays passed by. Looking at this, Barbara couldn't believe that Eve managed to dodge the Viscount's lightning attacks. Eva's sister understood that luck alone would not be enough to pull off such a clever trick. This was Eve's true power, creating the illusion of a mortal threat to her enemy. She could foresee the Viscount's attacks, and his consciousness became clouded for a while. This time should have been enough for the next attack, especially since the artifacts were already in her hands. When she combined her original form and magical abilities, the opponent already imagined her defeated. At the same time, the girl remained unharmed and continued to move forward towards her goal. No attack could reach her, creating only the illusion of success for the Viscount. Eva herself found herself behind him time after time and only watched the guy from the side. The illusionary deception was available to Eve only because the form of the snake endowed her with its energy. With such strength, it would have been easy to restrain the Viscount's body while the boy was at his most vulnerable. Even at that moment, in the battle with the Viscount, something happened that she never expected. Not only could Eva immerse her opponent in her reality, but the Viscount also possessed such power. Around her she saw a huge red space instead of the usual labyrinth. Looking around, she could not understand where the Viscount was hiding and where to expect his attack from. Soon she noticed a rival in front of her, but his appearance had changed dramatically. Now she won't be able to use the advantage that gave her the opportunity to attack for so long. Looking at his opponent, the guy rushed towards her at full speed, ready to finish the fight. The black dragon gave him such destructive power that it was capable of raising anyone to dust. Viscount's target today was Eva, because the girl herself suggested this fight. Having crashed at great speed right into the place where Eva was standing, he left her no chance. At first, it was difficult to see anything in the rising clouds of dust. It was strange. How come all this time she had never heard of such abilities from her opponent? Behind her, she felt the presence of that man who had long since merged with his incarnation. Turning around, she realized that she wouldn't be able to defeat this guy if she continued to cowardly dodge his attacks. However, what he saw in her a few minutes ago could mean only one thing to Eva. For a long time, the Viscount hated her with all his heart, and today the time has come to say it openly. Ever since they met, he had despised the fact that she always hid her true feelings. He grabbed her roughly by the neck, making it clear which of them was truly strong. If she asked for this fight, she would have to take the full brunt that she had long deserved. Yes, she wanted to take revenge for all her past humiliations, but now she looked even more pathetic. It is worth admitting that Eva wanted to be like her older sister all her life, and that was the only reason she dared to take on this fight. Even in her distant childhood, she was under the frequent supervision of her older sister, even when she was fast asleep. Adriana loved her very much, hoping that someday they would become part of the same team. However, there was another sister whom the young girl had envied for many years, but never admitted it even to herself. From the very beginning, she was given the power to create incarnations, and with her help, Eve was created. To fulfill her desire to take revenge on the winged incarnation, they received part of the power, becoming family to her. When Adriana created them, she didn't take into account that this method of birth might not appeal to everyone. It was difficult to call love the feeling that she experienced only for the subjects created by her own hands. As a child who knew nothing about this, Eva just wanted her older sister's wish to come true. But desire alone was not enough to deal with all the enemies, who turned out to be too strong. Through their activities on the information network, the sisters worked in the shadows and studied those who had grudges against Adam. All that was needed for this process were agents willing to take risks in any dangerous situation. Eva was just a tool for fulfilling the desires of her older sister, who turned her into an insensitive decoration. As long as Adriana wasn't sad, she didn't care at all what happened to her own life. This revelation did not come to them immediately, and the sisters only figured everything out when they grew up. On the surface, she remained the same loving older sister, but now her true intentions were revealed. For a long time, she could not understand why Adriana had treated them this way, controlling her sisters like puppets. But when Eva first saw tears in her eyes, she realized that Adriana sincerely repented of what she had done. And now she found herself here, at the very moment when the battle was in full swing. Turning in her direction, Eva could not understand who told her about the upcoming battle with the Viscount. But it was impossible to continue the fight at the moment when Adriana personally visited the labyrinth. She had already repeated 100 times that Eva's safety had to come first, no matter what. And then she hugged her older sister tightly, realizing that she was too confused in her goals. Her older sister never wished her any harm, and for a long time she found it difficult to understand this. All her life, Eva had only been offended by Adriana, but today a lot has changed. The Viscount had lived only for revenge since childhood, but his intentions were clear to everyone. However, Eva had no reason to lead the same life. From the very beginning, Adriana created her sisters only to achieve her goal. She could treat them like the emotionless instruments they essentially were. But instead, the girl treated them as if they were actually living beings. She loved them like her own children and never left them unattended for a single day. If all this was true, there was only one question that was bothering her. Why did Adriana teach her to love if she knew how her sister's life would end? Finally, the Viscount intervened, admitting that just a moment ago Eva had risked her life to fight him. After this, Adriana simply had to allow Eva to participate in this battle during their invasion. But Adriana definitely couldn't allow this, and asked the guy not to say stupid things. Yet, Eve could not throw this child into the jaws of death for the sake of her foolish revenge. She asked her to allow him to go with the Viscount and trust her abilities at least once. Even if it cost her life, she wanted to fight for her older sister and for everyone she cared about. Taking her hands tightly, the girl confessed that Adriana would never get rid of her sadness as long as Adam was alive. Eva's only wish was for a world where Adriana would no longer be sad. Watching this scene, it was hard to hold back tears, because after a long time, the sisters finally told each other the truth. Barbara had never seen tears on Emma's face before, but now it was impossible to hold back her emotions. Even Ruby almost burst into tears at one point, hoping that the sisters would finally make peace forever. Jumping out of Sophia's hands, he wanted to head straight to his master. First, it was necessary to listen to another creature, which was also created for one purpose. For a long time, Sophia did not know her purpose, but today the truth was revealed to her. When the child of the incarnation was first brought into the throne room, the queen did not know how to behave with him. The child rescued from the domain in the eastern region was now right in front of Ralgesa. It seemed that Sophia's entire family was destroyed by the winged incarnation, and now the girl had nowhere to go. She was unable to speak because of the emotions she had experienced, and it seemed as if her heart had closed itself off from everyone. The queen wanted Edward to become the guardian of this unfortunate child and raise her as his own daughter. The guy could easily carry out this order and gently placed his hand on Sophia's head. The embodiment of sword art had never seen himself in such a role. But today, everything changed. Unexpectedly, Sophia withdrew into herself for a long time and did not leave her room. Only today did she realize that this meeting was not accidental, and all the creatures around her were close to her. Lately, it was Ruby who became the creature that seemed to see her as its young mistress. Sophia was the first to learn Ruby's little secret, which the pet hid even from the Viscount. The little dragon all this time was the girl who, in the form of a creature, had already helped the Viscount more than once. But from the moment she arrived in this place, Sophia could not speak and open her heart. The girl hoped that at least with her Sophia would become frank, and a brilliant idea came to her mind. Suddenly, Sophia opened her eyes, realizing that she was trying to make friends with her. Stretching her legs forward, the girl declared that it was much better to sit like this, and that she could simply throw her shoes to the side. Yes, this approach could have worked, and comforted Sophia in her grief after the loss of her parents. For the first time in a long time, she finally smiled and was happy to have such a friend. True, her friend still had her tail, which meant that the girl could not be considered a real person. It didn't matter anymore because she understood her little friend's feelings better than anyone else. After Edward's betrayal, everything seemed to turn upside down for her. Because for many years, he had been the closest person to her. The feeling that was in Sophia's eyes could not be confused with anything. If necessary, her friend was ready to personally ask the Viscount to arrange a meeting with Edward. To her surprise, Sophia responded by offering to go together and remain in the same guise. Taking her hands, she assured her that there was nothing to worry about, and that there was no longer any point in hiding from the Viscount who they really were. The girl heard such words for the first time, and hoped that the Viscount would understand her, and not get angry at the deception. At the same time, the movement of the lunar base was monitored from Earth, and this observation began many years ago. Only today was it possible to notice unusual phenomena that were increasingly occurring during a total solar eclipse. Each time an eclipse occurred, a powerful energy reaction occurred on the lunar base, something never seen before. Energy from each sector was flowing into the second base, and this giant was threatening a powerful release. However, all the divine energy remained there for some time and then disappeared without a trace. Adriana's organization soon came to the conclusion that this series of events foreshadowed the beginning of an invasion. It could become a test launch of the horizon of the world, which means that their main hour in life has come. At first, Ragelza wanted to know if this was connected with the plan to invade the lunar base. There was no doubt, because energy sources in each sector were discovered almost immediately. They were exactly the same as the energy in the branches of the world tree, whose master was Adam. If each part of the base served as a power source, then the branch would soon reveal itself. This branch took energy from other branches of the infinite network, and with its help, Adam will be able to become truly invulnerable. In other words, the enemy's forces will be positioned to bring the horizon of peace into reality. Joseph's guess was correct, which meant that the operation was to begin in 4 days. In 4 days, during the eclipse, Adriana's team will attempt a massive jump in space, using all of their power to do so. To invade the fourth base, it will take all the energy it has accumulated over many years. The question was whether they could move directly to second base, where the ritual would take place. Eva honestly admitted that they would not be able to accurately determine the coordinates of the second base, so it was impossible now. Unlike the small transfer, which allowed the caster to move freely, their large transfer was only directed to one point. The location of the lunar base severely limited their movement, and only the fourth base was suitable for the jump. Also, only Adriana could use the large-scale transfer. Along with her sisters, Adriana will accompany her allies so that they can use their abilities in time. Under their leadership, the attacking forces will quickly move to the lunar base and begin an attack from all sides. After this, the sisters will have to ensure the retreat of the entire group by installing a device for a new jump. Meanwhile, the Viscount and the rest of the allies will capture the fourth and third bases, cutting off the enemy's escape route. And only then will they enter the final battle at the second, central base of Adam. The plan was not bad, but Tarkin quickly reminded them that the battle would have to be very fast if they were to snatch victory. Due to surprise and speed, they will be able to take the initiative, and then their plan will work perfectly. It was time to finally cast aside all doubts, because the final battle was ahead of them. Right now, they still wouldn't know where the rest of the enemies were, so they had to be extremely careful. Their final battle was beginning, and everything was at stake in this confrontation. She asked everyone to prepare properly in the remaining days and save as much strength as possible for this fight. The only way to win this battle was with the power that lay within the Viscount. Soon the guy was left alone in his room, trying to collect his thoughts. In his hand, he still held the artifact that was supposed to give him power equal to Adam's. If Adriana was right, this sacred relic would even their chances of winning the battle. This power could seal the abilities of enemies, so that they would not be revealed at a crucial moment. The dark essence never left the Viscount for a minute, reminding him that this impudent woman was hiding too much. With contempt, the dark creature reminded him that the Viscount remained a mere mortal and was worth nothing without his help. But soon the dark essence will completely consume his body, and the dragon will no longer allow himself to be controlled. In order to defeat the embodiment of the wings, he was ready to unleash all his power. But after that, only one ending awaited the Viscount. The dragon warned that if the boy tried to use this power, he would immediately capture and destroy his body. After hearing all this, the Viscount only quietly replied that there was no need to worry about it. He will keep his promise, and after defeating Adam, the human body will belong to the dragon. After his revenge, it didn't matter to him what future awaited the Viscount, and who would inherit his incarnation. The dragon will be able to easily take over his body, and the guy will no longer resist control. However, this vile man acted as if he did not believe his own words. The dragon opened a huge fiery mouth in front of him, making it clear that he would remember every word he said. He will never forgive a person for deceiving him, and if the Viscount tries to escape, he will face a painful death. In response, the guy simply waved off the dark entity, not wanting to listen to this nonsense any longer. He had already agreed to all the conditions, and there was no need to repeat it again. There was no turning back now, so it was time to join forces one last time and let the enemy feel their fighting power. 4 days later, everything was ready to move through space. The entire Allied team was gathered in this huge hall, and it was clear that everyone was ready to meet the enemy. Their leader was determined, and each of the sisters was ready to play her part. Everyone was waiting for the main hero of this battle, and Barbara greeted her friend with a smile. She reminded that before going out, you can say a few encouraging words to each other so that everything goes perfectly in the fight. But looking at the menacing faces of these soldiers, it was clear that none of them needed such words. There was no need for encouragement, although the guy still had a few words for his allies. He admitted that they had little time to get to know each other, but everyone who had gathered there became his family. They had no common past or bloody battles, but did it matter on a day like this? The Viscount didn't even consider himself special enough to lead into a battle where lives were at stake. The sisters immediately began to whisper among themselves, because such speech was not at all like the Viscount. There was someone else in the room, and in the presence of his owner, the pet did not want to show his true appearance. However, the main thing was something else, and this guy could say something with complete confidence. The Viscount would win this battle at any cost, even if he had to go there alone. But it was together with the whole team that he was going to give the last battle to Adam and his group of blood mutants. They have been wreaking havoc on the Earth for too long, and now it is time to take revenge with the same force. After such a fiery speech, the entire group of fighters loudly supported their leader in the hope that their spirit would be just as strong in battle. There was very little time left, so it was time to use energy to move through space. Adriana was well prepared, and the spatial portal was ready to work. Looking at this place, the Viscount tried for a while to remember where he had seen it in the past. The lunar base seemed familiar to him, as if he had been here once before. Of course, it was badly damaged and abandoned, but all the equipment worked perfectly. Frankly, Joseph could hardly believe his eyes, and always considered the lunar base to be just a fiction. Who would have thought that it was possible to create such a miracle, and find a point from where the entire globe is visible? Looking up at the sky, the Queen seemed to see for the first time what had previously eluded her gaze. They created history that future generations will never be able to believe, taking it for just another legend. Incredibly, right now, another amazing and unique view was opening up behind the Viscount. It was clear from Barbara's look that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed in such a miracle. However, they were indeed on the moon, and its vast expanse stretched out right in front of them. I wonder how they even breathe here, and if there is anything like oxygen here. It was easy to answer this question, because ahead was what gave life to everything around. The relay tower that stood not far from them was a source of oxygen. Eva explained that the energy relay at each lunar base allowed them to be there. The device circulated the energy of the branches throughout the base and maintained conditions for survival. Surely the locals guard their relay towers at all the bases that dot this place. There were no locals around them, as if the base had been abandoned. Adriana asked to install the transfer device in the right place so that interference would not ruin the entire process. The Queen agreed to leave a few people to guard Eve, while she and her commanders would be in the vanguard. The Viscount had to remain in this place to conserve his strength and defend the rear. Today was the best day to perform at full strength and properly warm up my skills. The central base was a passage to the third point of movement, which could be reached via a connecting bridge. Joseph didn't see any guards around him. Didn't they notice their intrusion? It was not worth losing vigilance because it was unknown where and when the enemy would appear. Today, Ruby decided to remain in human form, although he completely covered his face with a cloak. The Viscount's pet really didn't want to be a little lizard anymore and be useful to his master. It's unlikely that this guy would be angry at someone who once saved his life, which means there was no point in hiding his appearance. At that moment, the Queen noticed something strange ahead and told everyone to look at it. Somewhere at the very end of the tunnel, a bright glow appeared, which meant that the long-awaited exit was waiting for them ahead. Soon, the entire group of fighters found themselves outside and slowly moving across the territory of the moon. The place that Adriana spoke about was very close, and the device was indeed in front of them. It was a special day for the Viscount, and he had been longing for it since childhood. Stepping into the jaws of death required special skills, which he now possessed. The voice that the Queen suddenly heard immediately seemed familiar to her. Could her suspicions have been correct? Soon Ruby was faced with a meeting that she could not have dreamed of even in her worst nightmare. After all, they saw a knight in front of them, but it was clear that the main traitor was hiding under his armor. Ragelza could not believe that he himself had dared to come out to meet them, and was ready to tear him to pieces. This scoundrel betrayed his comrades and sided with Adam, but why? Edward admitted that they had never been his comrades, and that it had all been a setup from the very beginning. He always considered them colleagues, but he did not feel any sincere friendship towards them. Instead of friendly words, he was ready to meet them with a completely different greeting. But all other words were superfluous. After all, the next second, local monsters burst out from underground and, under Edward's command, rushed to attack. There were so many of them that it would have taken 10 armies at once to fight this horde. Ahead of him, Edward still saw those familiar, powerful beings awaiting the blessing of the branches. The strongest of them was rightfully considered to be the Viscount, but even he could not have dealt with such a number of monsters alone. He would have to use all his strength to save his comrades, sacrificing his own energy reserves. Like no one else, he knew that it was Sophia who could become his salvation, because the girl could feed the Viscount with the energy he was missing. A magical fire instantly flared up in her hand, and she was determined to give these monsters a little surprise. A second later, a giant magical seal appeared right in front of the monsters, which became their first barrier. The individuals advancing in the vanguard immediately hit the border of this seal, and were destroyed on the spot. Even Edward didn't expect such an attack from Sophia, although he knew this girl well. They were melted on the spot, and most of Edward's army was instantly lost. With just one blast of energy, Sophia was able to neutralize more monsters than even the Viscount could have destroyed. The extremely strong aura indicated that one of the heavenly deities was directly feeding her with its power. This was their chance, and the Queen commanded everyone else to gather in one place, because it was time for the final battle. Part of the group was supposed to ensure the safety of the rear, while the rest would rush forward. A wall of shields with sharp spears thrust forward was an excellent obstacle for a horde of monsters. Joseph had never been involved in such a large-scale battle, and today would be a day he would remember for a long time. Tarkin was no less than the first commander, smashing the mutants' heads into pieces one after another. Tina also proved herself to be an excellent fighter, although everyone knew about this warrior's skills before. Within a few seconds, the entire area was covered in blood, and the bodies of the fighters were stained from head to toe. However, their main trump card was still the Viscount, and it was he who was to meet the leader of the monsters. Instantly awakening the dragon within himself, he went to the point where Edward was. The scoundrel managed to take up a rear position, but it was not difficult for the Viscount to get close to him. Now nothing separated the two warriors who were destined to clash for the second time. True, Sophia also arrived with the Viscount, who was supposed to provide support to her friend. This child was here of her own free will, although the Viscount had long since noticed the determination in the girl's eyes. When he recalled the moments of their first meeting, he could not even imagine what role she would play in his life. By the way, Edward had a debt to the Viscount since their first battle, and today was the time to repay it. Standing face to face, both guys understood that only one of them would get out of this fight alive. Nothing in the universe could stop that duel that would put an end to their long-standing feud, and with it, to Adam's bloody reign, liberating this unfortunate, exhausted planet.